Evening, you know the drill, taking you through a busy afternoon of Premier League football. A show for the fans, done by the fans. The pre-match nerves, the goal celebrations, the VAR rage, the drama. We're with you until 5:30, taking you through all of the games. We've got a couple of games at 12:30 across the EFL, and of course plenty of games at 3 o'clock. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. Lee Phelps has done his best Alan Brazil impression by rocking up literally for the start of the show. Lee Phelps and William Hill is Arsenal, so that means of course CJ the Deluded Gooner is in the house, and I think probably the busiest man in media, Max Scott, talkSPORT presenter, reporter, I'm sure you recognise his face and voice, is making his talkSPORT Goals debut. Gents, good afternoon. How are we?
Yeah, really good, thank you, mate. Absolute pleasure to make my debut.
Your voice is still going, mate. After
yeah, it's been a really busy week. But let me just tell you, having been at the City Ground, hosting a talkSPORT show from there, speaking to Ange Postecoglou, despite the sadness that Nuno's gone, ultimately I do believe. Here we go, Milenkovic already. I mean, playing centre midfield there.
I think he's got a nosebleed, Max. I tell you what, by the way, I absolutely love this from Max Scott. That was just a gentle hi, how are you? He's straight into it, Lee, isn't he? He's honestly, we've got 5 hours together today. You need to pace yourself.
I've never done this, I'm not used to it, but pleasure to be with you, boys. Pleasure.
It's a long but fun show. Right, let me just dot the I's, cross the T's then. Arsenal v Nottingham Forest is 12:30 and it's just got underway. Arsenal have won their last 6 home games against Forest by a 19-2 aggregate score. Forest, not a great record away at Arsenal. Game is just got underway. 90 seconds gone. Arsenal 0, Nottingham Forest 0. I'll run you through the two teams. Raya in goal for Arsenal. It's Timber, Mosquera, Gabriel, Calafiori, the back four. There's no Declan Rice in midfield. It's Zubimende, Marino and Odegaard. The front three, Madueke, Gyökeres, Eze starts for the first time for Arsenal out on the left-hand side for Forest. Ange Postecoglou's first Forest team. Nothing too surprising, really. It sells in goal. The back four, Williams, Milenkovic, Murillo and Morato will go at left-back. Anderson, Sangare, the midfield two. Ndoye, Gibbs, White, Hudson-Odoi will support Chris Wood. 2 minutes gone in that game. No goals yet. Arsenal 0, Nottingham Forest 0. There are 3 games in the Championship underway at 12:30. Charlton versus Millwall. Charlton go in on 4 points. Millwall on 6 points. Oxford versus Leicester. Leicester relegated from the Premier League last season, starting the season with 3 wins from 4. And Preston versus Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough, the only team in the Championship with a 100% record, beating Swansea, Millwall, Norwich and bottom side Sheffield United in August. Those 3 games in the Championship all goalless. In League One, 2 games underway. Bradford 0, Huddersfield 0, Northampton 0, Blackpool 0. And in League 2, 2 games at 12:30. Accrington 0, Colchester 0, Crawley 0, Cheltenham 0. Before I bring you boys in for your thoughts on your 2 sides, Lee Phelps and William Hill, good afternoon. Odds on the 12:30 game then in the Premier League, Arsenal v Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, 2-5 Arsenal. Started out obviously as heavy favourites. 6-1 Forest. The draw 7-2. Not changed much inside the first 5 minutes, as you might gather. We had the epic boost before this game, which was Victor Gyökeres to have a shot on target. Even money from 1-5. It's our most popular epic boost of the season so far.
Would that be quite a generous price then for the centre forward in one of the better teams to have a shot on target?
Yeah, average last season, I know we talk a lot about Portugal, but last season he averaged over 2.5 shots on target a game. He had 2 shots on target against Leeds in his first game at home. Look, impact sub applies as well. So even if he doesn't manage it against Forest and he goes off and he's subbed, the player coming on replaces that. By far and away the most popular epic boost of the season so far. I think most people think Arsenal will win this. They're in pretty much every acca you can imagine. One of the most popular bets all day, as you might expect. You mentioned Eberechi Eze to score the first goal. He's been boosted from 6-1 to 7-1. Chris Wood to score a header in the match is 10-1. And Mikel Merino over 1 shot on target, 7-4. So there's a few little price boosts going on here. Steady start.
Yep, no goals yet. 4 minutes gone. Arsenal 0, Forest 0. CJ, how happy are you to see Eberechi Eze make his first Arsenal start?
I mean, happy is an understatement, Sam. It's been 14 years in the making. It's quite poetic. You kind of mentioned it earlier, and that the only kind of way you could see him starting was on the left-hand side. So I'm buzzing, man. Just seeing him drop his shoulder and his boot get taken out excites me. We've been deprived of that with Trossard and Martinelli. So I hope he scores. I'm intrigued to see the left-hand side with Calafiori, with Mikel Merino in the 8, and obviously Eze. Having said that, I do think Palace have started. Nottingham Forest have started a lot more positive than us, but we could be in here.
Yeah, Mikel Merino's got the ball to Martin Odegaard just outside the box. He tries to play a ball which he tries to be way too clever, and Forest managed to clear. Are you surprised? If I said to you at the start of the season, before a ball was kicked, that Calafiori was going to be the first choice left back over Miles Lewis-Skelly, would that surprise you, or is this something you expected?
Sam, it's a difficult one because I would say yes, because obviously Miles Lewis-Skelly enjoyed it. Oh, we could be in here. Apologies. Yeah, he had a breakout season last year. You know, he played well against Real Madrid and PSG and got capped for England and things of that ilk. And I did believe it was his spot to lose. That being said, we did sign Calafiori last year for 30, 40 odd million. He had a great Euros and he is an Italian international. So I am kind of surprised. But at the end of the day, we want depth, we want competition, and he hasn't put a foot wrong. And I know Miles Lewis-Skelly's in a different kind of headspace now, but he never had a Premier League start to his name at this point. So we're 4 games into the season. As me and you were talking about off air, we're getting into that stage now where you've got 3 games in 10 days, twice a week. So we're going to need to be cute and clever. I did think he'd start today, though.
Is there anything more annoying in football than when a footballer just decides to push another footballer to the floor? I mean, Chris Wood has given away a free kick.
I like that, though.
No, but it just gives Arsenal an opportunity, 30 yards out, just to whip in a danger. We know how good Arsenal often set pieces. It was a bit of a nothing challenge, wasn't it? Just to shove someone to the floor. And you now just give Arsenal the opportunity.
Yeah, but the centre-halves and the strikers, that's what you want to see, man. That's what you want to see, Sam, man. The strikers and the centre-halves going at it. Gabriel Magalhaes will give him some back when the time's right.
Still going Gabriel Magalhaes as opposed to just Gabriel.
Yeah, man.
You still go for the full. We still go for the full name, do we?
We've got like 1 million in our team. I have to be specific, man.
Yeah, true.
And I only just learned how to say Magalhaes, so I'm not going to stop it.
Good stuff. So Arsenal got a free kick. Then 6.5 minutes gone. Arsenal nil, Nottingham Forest nil. Martin Odegaard with a fresh trim from the international break is going to whip this ball in 25 yards out to the right hand side. So an in swinger with the left foot, and it falls to Mikel Merino. And the goalkeeper, Matt Sells, makes a really, really good save.
It's it, Odegaard.
And Morgan Gibbs White. Can Arsenal, will they clear? Ellie Anderson is pinball and Nottingham Forest
in the middle of our goal, absolute legend. That's why he's joint Golden Glove winner alongside David Wright.
Yeah.
You can't sleep on him. Newcastle fans were laughing at Forest when we signed him. Nobody knew who he was.
He's in my FPL team.
That is exactly why. Well, that's why you've got him.
He's on the bench today, though.
But you've got a really, really poor defensive record, though, don't you? You've only Fulham on a longer run without clean sheets than Forest, who have gone 11 without a clean sheet. And you say, for like the first half of last season, defensively, you were probably one of the best teams. Why do you think you are struggling to keep clean sheets at the moment? Look,
ultimately, I think that the reason Forest aren't playing Champions League football this season is because they had probably a usable squad of about 14 players. And ultimately, the rigours of the Premier League and the pressure of trying to sort of get over the line. Yeah, it's relentless. And I think ultimately that's what... That could arguably be the sort of the prime move or the first cause that Nuno is no longer manager anymore. Because if Forest are in the Champions League this season, I don't think that they make such a dramatic shift. And ultimately, we've seen this summer the club have invested heavily. We've got 2 starting 11s, I think you could say, in terms of the squad depth. And I do think, I'd be interested to get your thoughts, boys, if what you think about Forest transfer window. Obviously, Liverpool are up there as having such a top window, but I think that maybe people have been sleeping a little bit on the business that they've done. Some incredible signings in there.
Savvy.
Absolutely. James McAtee, I think, can turn into a fabulous player.
Douglas Luiz at Villa for a long time was really, really impressive.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the causes of the breakdown in the relationship between Nuno and Edu, because Nuno, from what I understand, did not sanction that move. Would have preferred someone like a Sangare. Instead, we've gone in for Amari Hutchinson. But again, a player.
And he wanted Adama Traore, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
Do you think that was in mind with Postecoglou becoming manager?
I don't know. I don't for 1 minute. I mean, at the start, just at the end of the start of the summer, Nuno was given a contract extension, and so I don't think Marinakis, who's an incredibly savvy businessman, he's a billionaire for a reason. He wouldn't be chucking money away, knowing that he was going to get Ange Postecoglou in. And if Ange was available all summer, he would have got him in soon. I think if it was part of the plan.
Corner then for Arsenal. There was a brief stoppage in play because of an injury, but first corner for Arsenal is going to be Madueke or Odegaard taking this corner right hand side. She'll be a left foot to an in swinger. We think we know what happens here. Arsenal's players start from the back and make that run towards the goalkeeper. Madueke. Oh! Did that come off an Arsenal head? I think it did. Was it Gabriel?
Magalhaes.
Yeah, Gabriel did get his head on it, unmarked, but he heads wide, so no goals yet. Right, Max Scott, talk me through the last couple of weeks then. Just one question on Nuno.
Yeah.
After he gave that press conference where he made his feelings pretty clear on how he wasn't happy, I was of maybe not the opinion, but the hope that he, Edu, and Marinakis, 3 grown men, given the success that Nuno had last season, could have got in a room, had a conversation, like blokes, like grown-ups, and sorted it out. Did you ever think there was a way back from that press conference? Are you upset and hurt that the manager that's got you in Europe for the first time in 30 years is not going to be leading you out in a couple of weeks' time in a European game?
Yeah, it stings. It does sting. There's an element of sadness, but what I would say is there's far less sympathy than I would have normally had if he hadn't been so public in his.
Did that annoy you?
It did annoy me because I think it put the harmony
creating drama
and the stability at the club in jeopardy.
Exactly.
I think that you saw that in the West Ham performance. I think that chaos I think bled out onto the pitch a little bit, and ultimately, I'm delighted with what he's done. He's a legend in the city, and he'll go down as one of our greatest managers. Because of what he's done, nobody would have put Forest in European football.
No, of course not.
But ultimately,
relegation. I had Forest to be above the relegation zone last season.
Yeah, our hope last season was to not be in a relegation dogfight in the running, and of course it was worlds apart from that. And so I'm disappointed in Nuno, I think, a little bit, and I think he severed the trust, and he should have had those conversations.
And Doyle did really well there down the right-hand side. He beat Calafiori, whipped in a really, really dangerous ball, hard and low across the ground. But David Raya did really well to get down low and collect the ball.
I just felt ultimately that, it's Nuno's fault. I think he should have had those conversations that he made public. He should have had them in private, because you mentioned grown men, and I know you're not suggesting this, but I think there's been a little bit of needle towards Marinakis for sacking him, and I think Marinakis is reacting to this. He's not the person that caused this ultimately, and I do feel that. You saw Marinakis at the Europa League draw, speaking very fondly of Nuno. I think trying to sort of quell tension, trying to pour some cold water on the heat. And ultimately, I think he saw that there was no way through this. I don't think that Nuno wanted to continue. That's what I would say. And I'm sure that he'll speak out eventually in his new job, and it would be contrary to that. But just by the way he behaved, I don't think that he wanted to continue in that role.
You think he almost got to a point where he was like, this working relationship cannot be a thing.
Come on.
Noni Madueke starting today. Of course, Saka's injured. Does well. He's aggressive. He's direct as he always is. Goes on the outside, whips in the ball towards the back post. No one could get on the end of it. It's interesting, Max. So do you think that there were genuine, honest conversations in the international break, and the three of them? So maybe Marinakis went into that with the hope that things could be sorted out, or do you think from that moment his mind was made up in terms of Nuno's future?
I think that the West Ham game probably did a lot to sort of determine Marinakis' decision. He offered him, like I said, he gave him a contract extension at the start of the summer. This wasn't part of his plan. It's not part of what he wanted. He wants stability. And I think that's why you saw Nuno manage in charge, particularly that Crystal Palace game. There was no shock decision. I think lots of people... Very few people have ever spoken to Evangelos Marinakis, but everybody seems to have an opinion of him. And I think that, if he is this sort of figure that people make him out to be, why didn't he sack him straight after those comments before the Palace game? Because he has the best interests of the club at heart.
He waited till they had no other option.
So does that frustrate you a little bit? People almost jumping on Marinakis, saying he's a this, he's a this, he's a that, he's a bit crazy.
I wouldn't say it frustrates me. I just think it's lazy. I think that it's uninformed, and it certainly doesn't bother him. We're talking about a man that's in charge of Olympiacos that gets a lot worse flack by opposition fans there. Let me tell you. So he's got tough skin. I'm not sort of frustrated or upset on his behalf. But ultimately, I think that he's misunderstood, and it's easy because it's just sort of lazy, I think lazy insight from people that suggest that he's sort of this character that's willing to make rash decisions. I don't think there was anything rash about his sacking of Nuno.
Berchiese there getting the ball on the left-hand side, just outside the box, tries to come in, get a shot away, takes a deflection, goes into the hands of Matt Sells. 13 gone, still Arsenal 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Oxford took the lead at home to Leicester. Will Lancashire giving Oxford the lead after 9 minutes. But a couple of minutes after that, 4 minutes to be precise, John Ayew equalising for Leicester City. Oxford yet to win a game this season in the Championship, just 1 point from their first 4 games. The host poor defensive display against Coventry last time out saw them ship their 12th goal in 4 games, although 6 of those were conceded against Brighton in the Cup. Leicester beating Birmingham last time out. The Foxes keeping 2 consecutive clean sheets in the lead. They've got 9 points from their first 4 games, Lee.
Interesting with Nuno, isn't it? Because we've been criticising players over the last few weeks about their striking in inverted commas.
Yeah.
You know, the East.
I thought you were striking today. You didn't rock up until 12:30.
Yeah, I'd like to cut it fine.
Honestly, big time. He gets a few views on social media now, and he rocks up at 12:30. It's unbelievable.
I think it's 12:28.
Oh, 12:29 by my calculations. Noted, by the way.
I haven't even had my lunch yet. I'm going to pop out of my lunch in a little bit, I think.
That's fair.
Like, is this Nuno doing a player, though? Is this Nuno thinking to himself, as you said, Max, like, can he do any better than he did last season? Not getting on with the owner, maybe doesn't like the way it's going, and suddenly decides, I'm gonna manoeuvre this. Managers don't generally do that in public. It's quite new.
Exactly.
And while we're criticising players, are we going to start seeing managers doing the same thing, where suddenly they come out and put themselves in the media and say to people, right, I'm not happy here, and then it's down to the owner. Not every owner will have the kind of, I guess, the backbone of Marinakis and really go for it.
Yeah.
But Nuno also knows he'll get another job.
Yeah,
another job comes in the Premier League.
Absolutely.
When we give the
He'll be on
favourite.
he'll be right up there.
My shout is Nuno to go back to Wolves, because I think Vitor Pereira could be under pressure there.
Great
I don't
shout.
think he's got much longer. And then, because obviously he's loved there at Wolves, shouldn't forget the good job he did at Wolves, getting them up, getting them into Europe. I think that could be a good shout.
That's a shout.
I think Leeds, personally. I think
shout.
Nuno's been a part of a club with incredible ambition. He's been backed in the market, and I think he'll want a little bit more of that. He's had a taste of it, and I think he'll want more. We're just watching images of Edu.
And of course, back at the Emirates.
Yeah,
How
back
does
at
he
the
run
Emirates.
into it as well, Edu? Like the whole Mariancas versus Espirito Santo.
He's the main character.
Nuno's.
I'm an outsider. I just genuinely want to know.
Edu's a significant reason for that breakdown. I think
He's the
ultimately
reason, isn't he?
There's been a power shift because Nuno had an incredibly dynamic and close relationship with Marinakis where they spoke regularly, and Edu's come in between that as a head of sort of sporting director at the club. Nuno's not liked that ultimately, but I think we're just seeing a change here, Sam.
CJ is looking.
Yeah.
No!
Do you remember a few moments ago with that 50-50 challenge?
Was it with Murillo?
Yeah.
Oh, Gibbs White.
He won the ball in every year. It's just a fall over. He completely won the ball, but you were dreading the worst with Odegaard because he had that before the international break. Look, you can see him fall on his shoulder. Yep, he's done.
Didn't he injure himself sliding as well during the international
Exactly.
break, apparently?
Well,
Exactly.
this is 60 minutes in
He's gonna
after
have
the
to have
first
surgery
international
now.
break. Martin Odegaard is walking off the pitch. I'm no body language expert, but he's got his head into the turf, looking down at the turf. He's shaking his head, and Ethan Nwaneri
We're not gonna
is
see him
going to
for a
come on for Nottingham. Is going to come on for Arsenal against Nottingham Forest.
Can Arsenal get through a first half without a serious injury to one of their best players?
I
mean,
wish. It's in my
Do
opinion.
you think the injuries were how he landed from the challenge?
how he landed, because he's had the shoulder problem
Right.
already. He's clearly been going on with it, and the way he landed.
But it didn't look like an awkward fall, did it?
Yeah, but you got to remember the impact. Like he's falling on his shoulder, like he's falling, like his body weight's on his shoulder. I don't think we're going to see him for the next couple of weeks. In my opinion, I'm no physio.
And
but
next
I reckon
Sunday, Manchester City. at home,
Nah,
isn't
he
it?
won't. He won't be there against City. I mean, at least we might see Eze in the 10. If
Yeah,
not,
well,
yeah.
so Ethan Nwaneri's coming. You
Which
imagine
I bet.
Nwaneri's going to be like for like. You know, an option would have been to put on Martinelli and then put Eze in the 10. I like, if Odegaard's not playing, I like Eze playing in the 10 as
want-
like flag replacement.
You want him in
And
central areas.
Then you got someone out wide. So yeah, Ethan Nwaneri. I mean, I don't mean to poke you with injuries, but on a serious note, you had injuries last season. Not the only team, but you had injuries. Saka's not playing. Odegaard's not playing.
Kai's out. Norgard's out.
Yeah, it's and Saliba as well, right?
Saliba's
It's a blow,
out.
isn't it?
He trained though, and apparently the manager said he could have played today. I actually appreciate the fact that he didn't take the risk, because you look at the Liverpool game, he got injured during the warm up. We played on it, and we got in trouble. So at the end of the day, injuries are not exclusive to Arsenal Football Club. That's why I'm happy with signing 8 players. We need to be able to absorb that. You mentioned Madueke earlier. Respectfully to him, he's no Bukayo Saka, but it's a good replacement. Last season, if it wasn't Nwaneri, we'd have to put Trossard or Martinelli over there, and neither can do the job on the left hand side, let alone the right. So
Look
we're
at
just
what
going to get on with
Madueke's
it.
done this international break.
Exactly.
You know, I'm delighted for him to, I think, really sort of prove that pathetic petition policy.
I was just about to say that, exactly.
We're talking about, you're absolutely right. He's not Bukayo Saka level, but not many are. And I think
It's not as bad as people made out.
No, and I think he's he's got good pedigree, particularly internationally, playing for the under-21s, and I think that he's got the sky's the limit for him. Give him some time
And some love as well,
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
and truly, because obviously one thing that went against Madueke is naturally he didn't look like a level raiser. He has that Chelsea stench to him. But beyond that, I'm a fan that believes whether
The
I
Chelsea
like
what?
Chelsea stench to him. We keep shopping.
stench?
Stench of Chelsea. We keep.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, we keep buying in
That-
Chelsea's
does it-
bins. You
does that-
saw it with Kai
in
Havertz.
Chelsea's bins.
We
Doesn't
keep
sound
doing
positive,
it.
does it?
No, I was going to say, does that come into contract negotiations? Because of the Chelsea stench, we're going to take off £5 million.
I mean, Chelsea are laughing because they got 50 million for him. But no, like Madueke wasn't seen as a level raiser. Of course, when you go and get Gyökeres, you go and get Eze, you start to have a bit more luxury and time for Madueke. But he joined us with that Chelsea stench. He's not a player that necessarily anyone's going to see as a level raiser. And I think he needs some support. I think think every player deserves some support. By all means, criticise the signing, criticise their...
But have you been pleasantly surprised in the very early stages how he started Arsenal? I thought at Anfield he was probably your most dangerous player offensively.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think we're probably doing a bit too much because he was our attacking outlet at Anfield, but we didn't really ask too much questions. But he started his Arsenal career positive. He did well against Leeds. He
looked good for England in the week against Serbia.
He scored as well, which was a great finish. I think he's more likely to play off the left if Saka's fit, but he's given me something to think about on the right. One thing I like about him that Martinelli and Trossard don't have is he seems like he's actively thinking. He can go down the left, he can go down the right. He knows when to hold on to the ball.
I'd say that's, but I think one of the things that I like most about him that I think other wingers don't do enough of is he's very, very direct.
He wants to take
when
his
he
man
gets
on.
the ball at feet. 9 times out of 10, like now, gets the ball right hand side, goes on the outside, ball in.
And that's
Your
not the
Correa
first
just
time.
couldn't get up.
Second time in a minute where he's beaten a man.
And just floated it to the back post.
So obviously there's an injury, isn't there, to Olaina? So that's why Williams has gone to right back and you're playing with the different left back. Because Morato he's a big lad, isn't he? He's more of a centre back, right?
Unit, man.
He's a centre back, mate. And this is the bizarre pick from Ange Postecoglou. And fascinating.
What were the other options he had?
You would expect Ange Postecoglou, right? If it's true that he only plays one way, not to put a centre back at left back. We've just signed Nicolo Savona, and he's a ready-made right back. He's a ready-made replacement for Olaina. Yet he's gone.
Maybe he's thinking it's a big arse though. New lad coming in, first game away at Arsenal.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Potentially, but I'm already worried about what Noni Madueke is going to do to him.
Max, in the very, very early stages of Ange Ball, in the first 21 minutes, it does look like it's a Forest team that are sitting a little bit deep, not going too gung-ho.
Yeah.
From being in the press conference on Thursday, wasn't it? Not yesterday. Did you get the impression that he is going to try and eventually implement the same style of football he did at Spurs, which is Ange Ball, it's who we are, mate, high line, etc.? Or do you think, given how that league-wise was so bad last season, finishing 17th, do you think he's going to try and be more adaptable?
I think he's going to be a lot more adaptable because I think that he's seen that being adaptable wins you European trophies. Forest are in Europe for the first time since the 90s, the first time in 30 years, have a great history and heritage in Europe, and that's what Marinakis wants to deliver to the club, and he believes that Ange is going to do that. And so Ange Postecoglou spoke to me about a gradual change. He spoke to me about the variance available in this squad, about the depth available in the squad, and I think that already, I mean, you could say, look, we're playing Arsenal. Most people that play Arsenal are going to be in some low to mid block. But
where we struggle.
Exactly.
But Max, in my head, I had a horrible image that Milenkovic was going to be positioned on the halfway line. And like he's great defender, but he's not known for his pace, is he?
No, he's not. No, and that's we're going to have to see how that turns out. But ultimately, Ange was on the end of 2 beatings from Nuno's Forest last season. He's seen how it can work, and so I don't think that from speaking to him, I don't think that it's going to be ripping up what Nuno's achieved and implementing some kamikaze style football straight away. I think ultimately it's going to be a gradual change, and Forest are going to reap the rewards from that because we do have attacking players, we do have flair, creative, mercurial players like Gibbs White and Anderson that should be let off the leash a little bit. Very in a similar way, CJ, to Arsenal.
Exactly what we want. Yeah, at Arsenal. Yeah, exactly. It must be interesting as a Forest fan, though, because you've gone from obviously Nuno to who you've got now. They're like 2 worlds apart. Like one's attack centric, one's defence centric. Like, how do you lot as fans think it's going to pan out long term?
Look, ultimately, what I'd say that the important thing to mention is that we already saw with Nuno, we already saw an evolution this season. We had 55, 58, 59% possession in the first 3 games of the season compared to an average of 40.1% last season. And so there is already been a change. And so I just sort of think potentially the handover from Nuno to Ange might not be as stark as we thought.
And do you think that change comes from Edu coming in? Because what bits I've read in the news over the last few days is that a big part of Edu coming in is he wants his team to build a team that is a bit more on the front foot.
You look at some of the recruitment you guys have made as well. Pans into that.
Yeah, I think that's probably everybody at the club knew that had to be the case. Because we saw the demise of Forest at the end of last season, essentially throwing away Champions League football, and so I think everybody at the club acknowledged that. Nuno did, Edu did, Marinakis did, the players did. The players know that they've got more in the tank to be able to control games more, and we saw that certainly against Brentford. We did see that away at Palace, although that was a good, I think, 1-1 draw against a fantastic side led by a fantastic manager. So I just think I've got this funny feeling, Sam, that the change from Nuno to Ange isn't going to be as dramatic as we actually think, because I think Ange is going to be a little bit more conservative. He's going to be a little bit more lenient in what the game he wants to play.
He'd have learnt lessons from his Spurs spell as well. That
Absolutely.
Instead here.
And Forest were moving more towards on the spectrum towards an Ange ball. So I'm quietly confident that this can be something that does work out for Forest, because say what you want about Marinakis, nobody wanted Steve Cooper to be sacked. He sacked him at the right time.
Really good point.
And nobody wanted Nuno as manager, and he brought us European football. I can tell you, not many people in the city had Ange Postecoglou high up on their list. We were more hoping for the likes of Andoni Iraola, Oliver Glasner, Roberto De Zerbi, maybe even a Marco Silva, who of course managed at Olympiacos for Marinakis. And here we have Ange, and let me tell you, it's absolutely blockbuster. In that press conference, he was on fire.
He has got an aura about him, hasn't he?
He does, and the Australian media that were there, it was astonishing.
I watched the press conference. There was definitely two broadcasters, wasn't there?
And their entire crew.
Right.
So the Australian media hadn't spared any expense sending out about 5 people.
Oh, you think they flew from? Not they weren't just based in Nottingham or London.
Absolutely, mate. There's not many Aussies.
I tell you what,
let me tell you.
No, sure. That's a long flight though, isn't it, for a press conference?
Yeah, man. Just shows the box office.
I spoke to Australian. I got invited onto an Australian radio show by 2 AFL Aussie Rules legends. I'd never heard of them, and I couldn't tell you their names, but they were absolutely over the moon with Ange. He's like a cult hero.
Yeah,
there.
because honestly, another thing with Ange, like I know that his story from where he was growing up and going through management in various different leagues to being in the Premier League and winning a trophy. It's a special story, isn't it?
It is. He said himself in a documentary done with Australian media that his story in football is the closest you get to a miracle. And let me tell you, Sam, you'll know this. You'll know this very well. The language, the lingo of miracles is a part of Nottingham Forest Football Club.
Sure.
Brian Clough's Miracle Men, 1979, 1980, back-to-back European champions, when it was actually the Champions League, when it was knockout from day dot against champions all across Europe. He put Forest, this provincial team that nobody knew about, on the world map. And Ange Postecoglou, I think that chimes with him. A chippy club with a chip on their shoulder that want to ruffle a few feathers. I don't know if you saw Jamie Carragher's column in The Telegraph yesterday saying that Forest are one of the most disliked clubs in the country nowadays. And here we go.
Ez has got the ball left-hand side inside the box. He tries to get a shot away, but Nottingham Forest have got pretty much a whole team in the box, closing down space. So 27 gone. It's still Arsenal 0, Forest 0. And it has been, to liken this to an Ange Postecoglou's team performance, similar to the Spurs performance in the setup in that Europa League final, where it wasn't Ange ball, it was a little bit more, let's sit deep, let's be compact. We know Forest have got pace out wide, and Ndoye and Hudson-Odoi on the counter-attack, which of course served them so well with Elanga and Hudson-Odoi last season. But Arsenal dominating possession, yet to really create too many clear-cut chances, Lee. It was just the Gabriel header, wasn't it, early on from a corner, which went wide.
Mikel Merino had that shot on target as well. But yeah, you're right.
Sure, of course, yeah.
But it's kind of like a concerted pressure, isn't it? It feels like it's coming. One bet that I do like is Madueke to assist 9-2. Just gone 24-5. Madueke to assist a goal live.
Pull it across goal.
Madueke to assist a goal live on corners, of course. Had a couple of decent crosses in. I think that's a reasonable price for the guy we've been talking about. Obviously, shone for England in the week. Obviously, it feels like he's gaining confidence with every match. So that's the one that kind of really stands out to me at the minute. I still think Arsenal just not quite as cutthroat as you'd want them to be right now.
Same old story.
You were saying, CJ, earlier that Arsenal struggle against teams with low blocks?
We struggle against
They're
sides.
not struggling, though, are they? They're having chance. They're having half chances.
Yeah, it's all in front though. Like, we're not really pulling any real punches. If it was a boxing match, we're throwing a lot of jabs. We're not really going for the knockout blow. I want to be patient because the game's just started. But so far, Nottingham Forest are given as good as they're getting. They actually started better. Obviously, in the last 10 or so minutes, we've started to get into our groove. But we're not really asking anything. Like, it's really and truly, it's just Madueke down the right versus non-existent left-hand side.
Yeah, well, Lee mentioned the assist. Madueke literally, as we speak, puts in a really good, dangerous corner towards the near post. Timber gets his head on it.
5-1. What? Just under 5-1 for him to assist in this game.
It's been Arsenal's best player. It's been Arsenal's most dangerous player. Pretty much everything has come down there.
It's helped by the fact that we've got a big Brazilian centre-back playing at left back.
But even just him taking corners, almost, with that in-swinging corner, do you not think, like, Matt Sells is a big lump? He doesn't seem to be commanding his area very well from goal. I'm surprised. I know it's maybe easier for me to say it sat here, but I'm surprised, Max, that when corners get corners get whipped in the 6-yard box, you want your big goalkeeper who's 6 for whatever to come and clatter people.
Too much on that.
He might just do it now. Well,
he didn't clatter. He parried there, so it's going to be another Arsenal corner. No Declan Rice though to take these in-swingers.
It'll be interesting to see who takes it from the opposite side now that you mention that.
While we wait for that corner, Bradford taking the lead against Huddersfield in League One. It's 5th versus 3rd. Bradford losing just once this season. Huddersfield 3rd in the table, winning 5 of 7 league games. So Bradford leading that game. And, perhaps an early surprise in the Championship. Preston leading Middlesbrough by a goal to nil in the 12:30 game. Lewis Dobbin on the score sheet after 22 minutes. Preston, I'll talk you through this corner. Eza with
yes.
And that's better from Matt Sells there. Commands the 6-yard box, manages to punch the ball away. Middlesbrough, the only team in the Championship with 12 points from 12. Preston. Madueke here, I tell you what. Do you know what? Madueke, and you're absolutely right, Max. Anne should see this. Morata at left back needs help. Madueke just glides past him. It's Ndoye, the left winger. Who is the winger, but he goes past him way too easily. And Madueke's able to take the ball pretty much on top of the goal. And the final ball was really, really poor. But CJ, Madueke's been dangerous in this
first few. He's been on bright spot, just like against you lot when we played Liverpool at Anfield. He's been the one that we're looking at, and I don't know where he's got the confidence from. Is it from England? Is it from the manager? But long may it continue. He looks to be the one. Nottingham Forest is Murillo. If he doesn't get there, we go a goal up.
Have you seen a trend start to... We saw Calvin Bassey, and we spoke about it on Goals the other week. Have his shorts pretty much down by his ankles. Murillo looks like he's got his shorts halfway down his knees. Surely his professional footballers can't be comfortable to run around in the Premier League with shorts not on your waist.
And I still can't get my head around the holes in the socks.
It's like basketball shorts.
That hole is in the socks.
Anyway.
They never fall down, to be fair. Murillo's used to pulling other people's pants down. Let's No, here we go.
Super Mendinho! What a finish!
Wow! Arsenal 1, Nottingham Forest 0. This won't go down as a Madueke assist, will it?
Rooney would be proud of that.
It's a corner whipped in from Madueke, headed away. First time volley outside the box from Zubimendi. It is absolute perfection. First time volley. It beats Sells. That's a special finish, CJ.
Special finish from a special player. This is why I call him Zubimendinho. He's definitely an upgrade. I've said on my YouTube channel he's changed our lives, and that's a step in the right direction. What a hit. Keeper isn't saving that. Well, it's going to take something special, and it was something special.
So the angle here, he makes a great connection on it. It does move away, but does it come off Murillo's head as it goes towards the goal?
I don't take anything away from it.
I'm not taking anything away from the first time volley. I think Murillo tries to get something on it.
Keeper's view's blocked as well, but it's gone in.
I think it's just a swerve, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just swerves past. Do you want your goalkeeper to get something on that, Max? Or are we being harsh?
He can't see. It's an absolutely world-class strike, and he can't see it because he's got about 15 people in front of him. So I'm not too bothered about Matt Sells in that position. I think ultimately this is the product of having a centre back at left back and having against an incredibly informed Oni Madueke. So it'll be interesting to see now how Forest respond to this, because whilst, as CJ mentioned, got off to a decent start first sort of 8 to 10 minutes, it's been all Arsenal. They have been defending well, but Arsenal are ahead from an absolutely top strike, so fair play to him. But I don't think that it's sort of panic stations just yet. Murillo is sort of...
That might be panic stations.
It's not panic stations. He does it about 3 times a game. So, and he's somehow miraculous. He got stretchered off against Manchester United last season and then walked back on the pitch. So,
I think I remember that.
Yeah. So he's a tough cookie.
I think he's underrated centre-half.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, Murillo will play for Barcelona or Real Madrid.
If Gabriel Magalhaes left, I would want him immediately. He reminds me of a younger him.
I think he's far better than Gabriel with the ball at his feet. He beats men for fun.
I'm not sure.
I'm absolutely... You might not be sure. I'm totally sure, mate. I mean, look, I'm not no disrespect to Gabriel. He's one of the best centre-backs in the league. But Murillo with the ball at his feet...
Especially when he drives as well.
Yeah. And
Postecoglou will love that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to be a key cog in Ange's plans without that, because he's got pace.
That's £100 million.
He's built like a Smeg fridge, but he moves like a ballet dancer. So
he moves like a what? What was it? What fridge?
A Smeg fridge. Do you know?
Smeg?
Yeah, they're those massive, classic sort of vintage fridges.
No, I've never heard that.
You wouldn't want to have a
Big light blue fridges, like a Swedish fridge. You not seen them before?
No.
What a description.
Why would I have heard of a Smeg fridge?
What a description.
CJ, do you think some... I mean, Murillo better than Gabriel? What are your thoughts
With
on
the
that?
ball at his feet. With the ball at his feet is my point.
He can ping, CJ.
I'm not saying he's a better defender.
No. I get what you're saying.
Technically, with the ball at his feet, he beats men for fun. Yoga Benito stuff. You don't get that with Gabriel. He's stiff as a board.
I don't know about that. I personally think Gabriel Magalhaes in an Arsenal team, his ball playing abilities are kind of underrated, and Arteta doesn't demand enough of him, if I'm completely honest. There's been times where I watch him play for Brazil where he's a bit more proactive. That's actually something I want to see a bit more from Mikel Arteta with Gabriel Magalhaes and obviously Saliba, because we've got great defenders. Gabriel can ping a pass. Unfortunately, Mikel Arteta hates Diags, which Magalhaes has, and you can see it now. Oh, well, it's not a good example of it, but yeah, man. I mean, as I said, I rate Murillo. If Gabriel Magalhaes left tomorrow, Murillo would be top of my list, but he's 70 to 100 million. He's going to have a great future. He's a great player for Forest, and I second those comments. If it's not Barcelona, it's Real Madrid, or it's something of that ilk for Murillo. Sky's the limit.
Yeah,
and he's what, 23, 24?
He's a young
baby for a defender.
Were you surprised? Were you worried, Max, in the summer that given how good he was last season, that he could possibly move
back on now?
No, because we signed I can't remember the exact years, but he's on a Cole Palmer-esque contract. So
one of those 9-year contracts.
I mean, and look, and like CJ says, if 80 million comes in for him, or you sort of think, all right, well, we'll take that. What an investment. We signed him for, I think, £12 million.
Where'd you buy him from?
Corinthians.
Great scouting.
Yeah. So, and he'd only played, I believe, 19 domestic fixtures in Brazil, and so came sort of fresh off the rank, like nobody really knew much about him. But the scouting done at the club, obviously,
it's brilliant.
Scouting deserves a bonus.
We got a poll going up on our YouTube channel. Who's better with the ball at their feet, Gabriel Murillo? We're off to
Jamie's caused
we're off to a good start. Jamie. It does look like though, Max, that someone's getting ready to come on.
Yeah, and again.
This one. By the way, also, I think we should just give a bit more love to Zubamendi for the technique on that volley, because it does come out quickly, and he has to almost kind of get his foot through the ball like that.
Fancied it.
And the swerve on the ball to go away from the goalkeeper, it's a majestic finish, but it does look like the Forest are going to be making a substitution, Max.
Yeah, it looks like new signing. Oh, here we go. So perhaps Murillo.
He didn't look comfortable.
He's pointing to his knee, is it?
Yeah, he's pointing. It looked to me like it was like a dead leg potential in his thigh. I don't.
Okay, so Ange last season at Spurs had double-figure injury list pretty much. Ange must be thinking, I'm back in the Premier League.
I'm bad luck.
First game in, my centre-back, my £100 million centre-back who can ping better than Gabriel is going off injured. What's going on? Allegedly.
He went in and had that massive session on Wednesday, though. So everyone's been talking about. They suddenly went in there and just put them all through the pace.
Did it?
So maybe that's.
Are you being serious? Or
Yeah, no, I'm being serious.
You got everyone just running, did he?
Yeah, apparently that's what they said. He went in there and had a massive session. Troy Deeney was talking about it the other day on talkSPORT, talking about that. He went straight in there and put them all through the paces.
Yeah, it's a shame. I always think when they are able to walk off by themselves without being helped off, possibly that means it's okay. So Murillo has been substituted. Hopefully, as Max says, it's nothing more than a dead leg, perhaps. Nothing too serious.
Look, I'm not going to predict an injury. I can't see, but I think it looked like, came into contact with his thigh. I think he's limping off. He's smiling. He's probably thinking, I shouldn't have overdone it there. But, debut for Nicolo Savona. He's sort of just...
Do you know much about him, Max?
Don't know much about him. He signed him from Juventus, I believe. And ultimately, it was one of those sort of last couple of days in the window, Forest realised that they have, no real options to
do with another body.
Back. Yeah, to help Nico Williams, to help Olareina. And Olareina's hamstrings sort of caught wind that Ange Postecoglou was appointed Forest manager and decided to give up before he'd even started while he was on international duty. So it's a little bit concerning now for Forest, because Murillo and Olareina are key to their success, but we're just about to go into...
And one thing you had last season was that back five pretty much stayed fit together, didn't it, throughout the whole season?
Yeah, we were lucky, really. I mean, Olareina was out for a couple of weeks, and I think that we saw that impact Forest form in that sort of final running of the season. Murillo, it looks like a dead leg. It's definitely not some sort of knee injury or anything like that.
One thing on Ange Postecoglou, I'm absolutely, as a football lover, as a Premier League lover, I am absolutely over the moon that he's back in the Premier League. One thing I didn't like last season, talk what you want about his tactics, the high line, it's not good, that's fine. I didn't like at times last season people questioning him as a person, as a character, people saying that the way he spoke to the media was rude, he was aggressive. I didn't like that at all. I'd been in a lot of his press conferences last season, done Spurs game. I thought he was an absolute breath of fresh air in terms of the way he spoke, the honesty. You'd ask him a question, he'd give you an honest answer. Hey, listen, sometimes he didn't like the question. He'd tell you he didn't like the question, but we want characters, don't we? We want people with big personalities. I think as a man, as a character, I love it in terms of watching his teams play. Spurs last season, whether you loved it or not, were probably the most entertaining team in the league to watch. So while I'm gutted for Nuno that he's not going to get a chance to manage Forest in the league, I'm happy that Ange's back because he's box office, right? He's cinema.
He is box office, and we saw that by the amount of media attention, on the day of Ange's press conference. I was
How many people do you reckon were in there?
Astounded. I mean, I don't know, Sam, but I mean the press room itself. I mean,
that's a poor ball, isn't it?
You're not going to get many chances if you're Forest, and they need to be better at delivering in to get it out anywhere near Chris Wood's head, don't they, to give them the chance. But yeah, it's not similar pattern. Arsenal keep pushing forward, and they're a bit pedestrian, but they've shown that they've got the quality, obviously, to
couple of stray passes that have gone
But Forest, I mean, how many shots on target are Forest realistically going to get in this game? 2?
Well, they'll have to try and get out of their own half at some point, aren't they?
Even 3.
You only need one, and to be fair, it took a great effort for us to go ahead. So, I think they're not out of this.
Overall, this has been decent from Forest. This hasn't been some sort of capitulation because they've implemented this brand new style. As you've already said, Sam, it looks like a Nuno Forest.
Pretty compact, I'd say.
Sitting in that mid to low block. And these opportunities like now are where Forest are hopefully able to capitalise. We've got Dan Ndor on the right wing.
Yeah, Ndor on the right-hand side now. We've got Chris Wood in the box. He does try and play a short ball, but it's going to come off Marino, and it is going to go out for Nottingham Forest corner. While we wait for that corner to be taken, just an update of the scores in the Championship. So Arsenal 1, Nottingham Forest 0. It's still Charlton 0, Millwall 0. Charlton losing 3-1 to QPR before the international break on 4 points. Millwall 2 wins, 2 defeats from their first 4 games. Oxford 1, Leicester 1, but Leicester gone down to 10 men. Aaron Ramsey sent off for Leicester. Oxford taking the lead, then Jordan Ayew equalising, and Preston 1, Middlesbrough 0. Middlesbrough the only team in the Championship with 4 wins from 4. Preston impressive Deepdale in the Championship so far this season, beating recently relegated duo with Leicester and Ipswich. And in fact, just on that, Charlton have just taken the lead 5 minutes before half-time. Charlton 1, Millwall 0. Down in League One, it's still Bradford 1, Huddersfield 0. Both those sides starting the day in the playoffs. Northampton 0, Blackpool 0. And League 2, Accrington starting the day bottom of the table in League 2, leading Colchester by a goal to 0. And Crawley 0, Cheltenham 0.
Oxford-Leicester, interesting game. Oxford have really dominated since, as you mentioned, Leicester down to 10 men. It's been all Oxford since then, 1-1. They're 5-6 to win the game in the 90 minutes. Leicester 24-5, so just under 5-1. A few price boosts on that game as well. And Preston versus Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough, again, dominated the last 5-10 minutes. Currently trailing, but having a right go, Middlesbrough. They're 9-2 to win that match.
I just remembered I put Leicester in my ACCA today, didn't I? I sent you a 5-team ACCA, didn't I, earlier on today? 16-1 with William Hill. They say never go for the early kickoff, do they? And I've gone for the early kickoff, down to 10 men and struggling.
Yeah, but you never know in football, do you? Anything could happen. But at the minute, it's all Oxford. Without wanting to give you too much hope,
no, it's okay.
All Oxford.
Well, also looking for their first win of the season, just 1 point from their first 4 games. Oxford 1, Leicester 1. So it's still Arsenal 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Did that come off an Arsenal player? No?
No.
Definitely
What?
Did. Oh, definitely did.
Oh, referee.
Maybe we've got to listen to the rest, as I'm told every time I'm here, so...
But this...
Just saying.
He has this sort of occasional comment of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, CJ, that you sometimes think maybe there's a, not conspiracy theory, but... an agenda against Arsenal when it comes to refereeing decisions.
I mean, there's a lot of inconsistencies in the Premier League. I'm not going to say there's an agenda
and
against
that
Arsenal.
was an inconsistency that it came off not an Arsenal player.
Hey, Sam, I said we have to listen to the rest. I didn't say anything.
Let me just say, can I just say, I think that actually the Murillo going off may well be a blessing in disguise in the sense that we've got 2 proper fullbacks on the pitch now. And I think we're already reaping the benefits of that. Forest trying to take back a little bit more control. I think now that Arsenal have got their goal, they're potentially, CJ...
There's too many gaps, man.
Potentially sort of happy with that when you'd think you want them to go for the jugular with this sort of Forest side in flux with a new manager. I mean, they're coming forward here, but Forest have been doing well last 5 minutes since the goal.
Madueke got some space on the right-hand side. He comes into the box, cuts in on his left foot. Elliot Anderson did really well.
Maradona doing bits. I mean, he is, as it stands, one of the informed players in the country. I think it's impossible to deny.
Why did Newcastle get rid of him?
PSR.
It was that whole PSR shenanigans, wasn't it?
Fair enough.
Jiggery pokery, and we've absolutely benefited.
But yeah.
I love the Jordi Maradona.
A journalist in the week compared him to, he said he's England's new Gaza. I think Craig Hope in the Mail.
What was that one? Rodgers was compared to Gaza as well. I saw in the week. It's like, hang on a minute. Can we maybe just going a bit far here? Come back. Roy Keane was doing it.
Max?
Yeah, I think he's got a
Fantastic play, by the way.
Oh no, of course, I know you're not saying he isn't. I think what people are trying to do is saying that there are flashes of that. I don't think anybody's saying he's better than Paul Gascoigne, but he's definitely got a little bit of Gazza about him. I think he's got a bit of Roy Keane about him as well. He's got that sort of dog in the fight, and he's relentless. Exactly, you wouldn't want to play against him, would you? So yeah, I'm all for it. I think Elliot Anderson is without a doubt one of the best players in the Premier League on current form.
You just watch him then as well in the middle of the pitch. He's barking at his teammates, saying, "Get the ball to me, give me the ball."
That's what you want from a centre mid.
Exactly that. You just watch him for 5 minutes, and just his generalship around the game is fantastic as well. Just what you want.
The number 6 has been feels like a debate in my whole lifetime, guys, about who is going to be the number 6 going into major tournaments. Lots of football still to be played, but as we sit here, right now, if England's first game of the World Cup was tomorrow, would you say that Elliot Anderson is the man in possession of that number 6 jersey?
Without a shadow of a doubt, he's unlocked something for Thomas Tuchel in that number.
So Rice, I'm just assuming Rice is there in it. And
No, but I'm not. Rice plays, but not as the 6.
Yeah, okay, I'm great.
No, but I think
we all know that.
I think we're at a position now because he's playing there for Arsenal. I think Rice plays as an 8, as one of the 8. So it's a 6 with Rice and then one more, whoever that. You imagine that'd be Bellingham.
Jude and Rice for me. They have to start. Yeah.
But you say because the other options right now. Adam Wharton, probably when fit, is a great player
Absolutely,
as well.
Yeah.
Probably Mason would have been one, but you'd have to say, given how good he's been in those 2 games, he started both games, didn't he? And especially in that Serbia game, the control. And what I love,
if he keeps it up, he's on the plane.
Just there as an example, Max. You'll know it's better than me watching him week in, week out. He's got that ability to get the ball at feet. Forest playing 1-2. Oh! For the first time, Elliot Anderson gets on the ball inside Arsenal half. He plays the ball into Morgan Gibbs-White. Morgan Gibbs-White plays a really good 1-2 with Chris Wood. Chris Wood does well to get the ball back to him immediately. Gibbs-White running into the box, first time shot, and it just goes wide. He is under pressure. A couple of Arsenal players trying to slide and block the shot.
Scared me. Don't do that in a box.
Well, he had to get to ground to try and stop the shot, but Gibbs-White just tries to curl the ball into the far corner, and it goes just wide.
Away sloppily, and it feels like we're gonna have to be punished before we wake up. We've got the goal. I do think we need to offer more in an attacking sense, but again, we're being very sloppy, and right now it's being unpunished. And I guarantee you, Postecoglou at halftime is gonna say that to Forest. He's going to say, fair enough, you're a goal down. It took a super effort from Arsenal. You're not out of it. For us, I don't want us to force it. We need to be street smart.
Apart from that super strike, again, Mourinho had that chance in the first couple of minutes, but Forest have been in this game, haven't they? But again, that chance came from Elliot Anderson.
And both strikers have been starved. Both Chris Wood and Gyökeres haven't been given any service, really and truly.
That came, Max, from Max Scott.
I'd love it. Give me the number 6 shirt,
from Elliot Anderson, getting the ball to feet in midfield, looking up, being aggressive, wanting to run with it. Yeah. So what I like about him, he's got the defensive attributes in terms of reading the game, but he's also not afraid to look up, take the ball forward, and not feels like too many England 6s in the past have tried to play it safe.
Very conservative.
You know, with the ball at his feet, he's wonderful to watch. He's really good in tight spaces. He can beat players quite easily, and so he's got that technical ability, that grace, and that vision that you want from sort of a player playing in that position. But look at him; he's in the back of the player there. He's getting stuck in. He is relentless, and so I would love to see
you stand up. Love that.
I'd love to see Adam Wharton be given an opportunity by Thomas Tuchel. I think he's been probably one of the players that's been left aside. Of course, he's been injured during this international break, but don't get me wrong, as it stands right now, Elliot Anderson has put his name on that shirt for England, and he's almost made himself unpickable and given Thomas Tuchel that missing piece of the jigsaw.
It's interesting you guys talking about being positive about Forest, and I get it, but one shot, nothing on target. How many goals can Forest score in this game realistically? 1, maybe. Yeah. But Arsenal have got more goals in them, so I just think from a match point of view, what does Ange do? Does he think, I'll take a 1-0 defeat? I'll just keep it as or do they go for it in the second half? If they go for it, Arsenal score
10-15 minutes into the second half, you gamble a bit.
Yeah, and then that's when Arsenal score a couple more. Maybe
that's what we need to make me feel a lot better.
Arsenal are happy for them to sit under 1-0 and try and invite Forest onto them.
But one thing I will say to you, Lee, is last season Forest had, I think the 3rd fewest chances in the Premier League.
But they were clinical.
They were clinical. So I think, and still this season, Forest don't need many opportunities. I'm not sat here confidently saying that Forest are going to go win the game, but I just think the type of game that Forest do play, it could very well, this could work in their favour.
And how will we react if you equalise?
Exactly, yeah.
That's been our problem. Here goes Eze. Come on, Gyökeres.
Oh, yeah, Eze gets the ball on the left-hand side, puts the ball back across goal. Gyökeres, who's had a quiet first half, makes a run towards the near post. He gets there before the Forest defender, but his first-time effort goes wide. So Arsenal 1, Forest 0, 48 minutes gone.
Starving Eze and Gyökeres, man. Mikel Arteta, we've got to create some clear-cut chances. In the 4 games I've seen in the Premier League, I know Gyökeres has bagged a couple of times, but honestly, he's just been doing cardio. Like, feed your strikers, they score.
Why do you think he has struggled to get involved in games?
Because it's the same old from last season, you know. Obviously, Gyökeres wasn't here. We don't create enough clear-cut chances. I would love to know how Mikel Arteta views his forward, but it does feel like he wants his forward to, you know, drop into midfield, lead the press, and he wants the creativity.
Do you think Gyökeres can do that?
Areas. Of course, I think Gyökeres has adapted to the system. I feel Mikel Arteta has to adapt to him. We was linked with a number of strikers. Obviously, we never got Isaac, and we was linked with Watkins. I genuinely believe it doesn't matter who we would have had up front. I'd be saying these same things. Of course, someone like an Isaac's got a bit more individuality about him, but you wouldn't see his full potential. And I think that's where I'm looking at Mikel Arteta. It's one thing buying the tools, it's another thing knowing how to utilise them. And I need to see, I don't know whether it's the handbrake goes down, I'm not sure. Like, even today, really and truly, what questions have we asked of Forest from the left-hand side? Eze's been a bit quiet, fair play. Calafiori's not been doing what he's normally doing. Marino started brightly. It's just, you know, really just Madueke.
So approaching half-time then, 7 minutes of time added on in the first half. We played 4.5 of it. Arsenal 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Some half-times in the Championship. Charlton leading Millwall by a goal to 0. There's another goal in the game between Oxford and Leicester. Oxford took the lead. Leicester equalised, then went down to 10 men. Oxford leading at half-time by 2 goals to 1. Boubakary Samara with an own goal. So Oxford looking for their first win of the season, leading at half-time against Leicester by 2 goals to 1. Gary Rowett had come under a little bit of pressure going into this game for his team's performances so far this season. His players only finding the back of the net twice in their past 3 games. They found it twice in the first half. Oxford 2, Leicester 1, and it's Preston 1, Middlesbrough 0 at half-time after starting the campaign with a 4-game unbeaten run across the Championship and Cup. Preston had suffered back-to-back defeats for the first time since last April, losing to Portsmouth last time out before the international break, but their record at home was really impressive, beating Leicester and Ipswich already at home this season, and at half-time they're leading Middlesbrough by a goal to 0. We got 2 minutes left then in the first half here at the Emirates Stadium, possibly macked for the first time in the first half in the last 5 or so minutes. Just seen Forest enjoy a decent spell of possession.
Yeah, possession sort of increased now, just above 40%, which is again what you would expect of Forest last season, average possession. And I think, you know, CJ's concerns are a little bit right. If you're an Arsenal fan, you're thinking you need to sort of, I think, pick up the intensity here. But Forest now in, you know, centre-backs sort of right inside Arsenal's half. We've seen that from Forest under Nuno in the first 3 games of the season. Arsenal doing well to peg Forest back.
Growing in confidence.
But yeah, growing in confidence, ball at the feet. There's lots of different options, and here we are with Callum Hudson-Odoi on the left, Sam.
Left-hand side, he's got Madueke the company, cuts inside on his right foot. He's coming infield now to Elliot Anderson, 25 yards out. And the referee's given a free kick against somebody. I think there must have been was there a collision in the box? But I don't think there was an offside, was there? Anyway, if anyone's wondering, by the way, in here, why potentially producer Jamie, who often gets mentioned throughout the show, is maybe feeling a little bit quieter today, it's not because he's nervous for Bristol City's game away at Sheffield Wednesday in the Championship. He is a proud Somerset fan, a Somersetter in T20 blast action. I know you're a big cricket fan, Max. Somerset batting first on finals day, 182 for 7 from 20 overs. Liam Livingston was going nicely in reply, 29 from 18. He's just been trapped LBW for 29. He's not happy, Liam Livingston. I think he thought it came off bat first. So that means that Lancashire need 81 runs from the final 8 overs with 6 wickets remaining. But Liam Livingston is out for 29. It's not just talkSPORT goals, it's talkSPORT wickets and runs and a little bit of everything. Half-time in the Emirates Stadium then, Arsenal 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Very briefly, boys, CJ, you must be happy with what you've seen so far.
Yeah, man, we're doing what we need to do. Obviously, we've got the lead and we're in the driving seat. The only criticisms I have is stuff that's not isolated to this game. We're not creating enough. We've pucked a lot of stray passes, let Forest towards the end of the game grow in confidence. They did start well. 1-0 is a dangerous scoreline. I must admit, I am considering, do you take off Marino for Rice, just because it feels like it's becoming one of those open games. But so far, so good, but it's far from done in my opinion.
More thoughts then from the boys in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus, a Gamble-aware dog. Terms and conditions apply. We're back in a couple of minutes' time. And with you until 5:30 this afternoon on talkSPORT Goals, taking you through a busy day of football. It's so good, isn't it, to have the Premier League back? Very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs on this Saturday afternoon, Saturday, September the 13th. The Premier League is well and truly back. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Max Scott and CJ the Deluded Gooner with you until 5:30 this afternoon on a busy day of football. Then the boys will take over with the phone-in show, Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara. Arsenal 1, Nottingham Forest 0 is the score at half-time at the Emirates Stadium. Zubimendi with a fantastic volley giving Arsenal the lead. Nottingham Forest have won just 2 of their last 16 games against Arsenal and both came at the City ground. Nottingham Forest not in great form overall given how they finished last season, losing 5 of their last 11 games. That's 1 fewer than they had lost in their previous 24. In the Championship, Charlton leading Millwall by a 0-0. Manager Nathan Jones would have been concerned in his side 6 games this season. They have failed to net twice, nearly scored more than 1 goal in a match once. So Charlton 1, Millwall 0. Oxford 2, Leicester 1 is also a score. Leicester down to 10 men in that game. Oxford 2, Leicester 1. Preston leading Middlesbrough by a 0-0. Middlesbrough are the only side in the Championship who have got 12 points from a possible 12 available to them. And in League One, Bradford leading Huddersfield by 3-0 in League One. That game started 5th versus 3rd. Bradford losing just once this season. Huddersfield 3rd in the table, winning 5 of their last 7 games. It's Northampton 0, Blackpool 0. Kevin Nolan in charge at Northampton. And in League 2, the half-time scores: Accrington 1, Colchester 0. Accrington bottom of the table and yet to win a game this season. And Crawley 0, Cheltenham 0. Let's now take a look then, shall we, at some half-time, at some odds for the 3 o'clock games. Lee, let's start in the Championship. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting division. I was just looking at Bournemouth, Brighton before we get into the Championship. I'm really fascinated by this. I think this is one of the games that we've been talking about as a draw pre-match. Now Brighton got a really good record against Bournemouth, won 5 of the last 6, and I'm a big fan of goals in this one. At least 3 scored in the last 4 head-to-heads. Bournemouth have scored in 7 of the last 8 games as well. Brighton found the net in 8 of the previous 9 away games, and I'm really into Karen Matama, either shots on target or goals. This is his favourite opponent. Scored in 4 of his 5 games against the Cherries. Got 10 in 36 league games last season, so that's pretty much 1 in 4, isn't it? We've watched him a couple of times already on talkSPORT Goals this season, and he's always dangerous. Against City, he was dangerous. This is the 4th game this season. Hasn't scored yet. I like Matama to get a goal in this game. I think that's one of those. I'm not sure if I want to touch the outrights because I do fancy the draw like you, Bournemouth, Brighton, but I'm just not sure.
That's a draw written all over it for me.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be surprised by any of the 3 results, would you? You wouldn't be surprised whoever wins out if it's a draw.
You're right.
Matama for me is my favourite.
Both those teams are really good teams, exciting teams, but both can be incredibly inconsistent, can't they? You can see they can go from good to bad in the space of a game. So yeah, Bournemouth, Brighton, Palace, Sunderland. What are we expecting from this game? Because Sunderland really good at home so far this season, but not possibly won't be as good on the road.
No, true, and that's kind of the mantra, isn't it? Everyone's saying Sunderland good at home, not good away. We haven't got much to go on now, have we? It's like they've had 1 away game so far, and so maybe a little bit early to say that. So Palace, they have been one of the better sides this season. Obviously, a fantastic start with the Community Shield, played well. Got a few injuries though. Wait for full team news, but Ismaila Sarr's out, one of the best players this season, I think, in the league, full stop. I think he's been fantastic this season. 3 goals, lost Eze. It's like, they've got new signings coming in, but will he play? Cristante Suche, we talked about in the preview show, didn't we? Coming from Getafe, but really, he's not a prolific goal scorer by any stretch. Maybe a surprise if he gets a start today. He had 8 yellows and 4 goals last season, so if he plays, I'd be looking at him to get a card rather than anything. But look, Palace really popular in final 1 standing today. 12% of them. It doesn't sound popular, but if you think that Newcastle account for over 30% of the picks. Liverpool 20-odd%, and then Palace are next. I'm not sure they're that big a favourite against Sunderland, personally. Sunderland are a difficult side. It's just whether they can shut up shop. But yeah, you'd go Palace. They're odds on, and I think it's a fair enough. No Adam Wharton either. Have they got enough to beat Sunderland?
Yeah, I think Palace at home just. And a game I think is really hard to predict is Everton versus Aston Villa. Everton starting the season pretty well, 2 wins from 3. Villa just 1 point from their first 3 games. So, I mean, Everton, I reckon Everton, lots of people might go as favourites, but this is still, even though they've had a good start to the season, Lee, this is still a good Aston Villa team. I'd be interested to know how you guys have priced up Villa to win this game.
Yeah, 6-4. which I think is an interesting price. 7-4.
Is that a good value bet, do you think, given that Villa have been a pretty good team in the last couple of seasons, or are you not liking that?
I mean, it depends, doesn't it? Villa haven't scored a goal yet. They're the only team in the English 4 divisions before this weekend who hadn't scored a goal. It's crazy when you think about the quality. We were talking about Morgan Rogers earlier on. I'm not singling him out by any stretch, but he looked like a different player playing for England. Like, what's going on at Villa all of a sudden? Because everything was great, everything was rosy in the garden. Suddenly they just look a little bit off it. If Everton play the way they have been, at the new stadium, Jack Grealish
Derby, that is.
He's 4-1 to assist a goal today. 4-1. 4-1 to it. He's got 4 assists so far. I don't know why.
The month, wasn't he?
I don't know why he's 4-1.
Well, you tell us.
I don't know. I don't think it's been boosted, admittedly, but I think it's a good price. I mean, again, none of us would be surprised if Grealish steps up with an assist today.
Got to break shortly for the second half, but Fulham home to Leeds, Newcastle home to Wolves. I've got Fulham and Newcastle both in my yakka today. I'm guessing lots of people might have the same. Fulham and Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle especially, absolutely. Fulham. I said it on the previous show, and you scoffed a little bit. I think it's must win for Fulham. I honestly do. I think they haven't won a game yet. And
if they don't win, what happens?
I just think it's
Does Silva get sacked?
No, I'm not saying that. But they have to get a win on the board at some point soon. They've been playing okay. I said, didn't they? They're opposite of Liverpool. Liverpool haven't been playing overly well, but
they've been getting results.
Fulham play all right, don't get results. I think they need to beat Leeds.
An interesting claim from Lee as well in the week that I liked.
We'll talk about that.
Okay, you know what? We'll take.
Hang on.
Go on. Have you got anything else for us on the 3?
No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's talk about.
All right. So I was thrown at the top of the section there, wasn't I? This is talkSPORT Goals brought to you by Final One Standy New from William Hill 18+. Gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. We'll take a very quick break. Then when we come back, we're watching the second half of the 12:30 games. Arsenal leading Forest by 1-0. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. Come on, Newcastle. New from William Hill, 18+. Gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals with you until 5:30 this afternoon, taking you through a busy day of Premier League football. With Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps from William Hill, Max Scott, talkSPORT reporter, presenter, and CJ, the deluded gooner, content creator when it comes to absolutely everything Arsenal. Arsenal beating Nottingham Forest by 1-0. Zubimendi with a fantastic volley midway through the first half to give Arsenal the lead. Arsenal have won their last 6 home games against Forest by 19-2 aggregate score. Arsenal have not lost consecutive games in the Premier League since December 2023. Of course, Arsenal losing to Liverpool by 0-0 just before the international break. 3 games underway in the second half in the Championship. Charlton leading Millwall by 0-0. Middlesbrough, the only team with 100% record, losing away to Preston. Oxford 2, Leicester 1. Leicester, though, are down to 10 men. In League One, Bradford 3, Huddersfield 0, Northampton 0, Blackpool 0. Northampton at the moment currently under Kevin Nolan. No wins in their first 4 league games, but have won the last 2. Blackpool in the bottom 3 with just 1 league win this season. That's goalless there. And in League 2, Accrington Stanley, who started bottom of the mid-table and yet to win a game this season, are leading Colchester by 0-0. Crawley 0, Cheltenham 0. There are 5 games in the Premier League at 3 o'clock. We'll be watching those games with you. Bournemouth, Brighton, Palace, Sunderland, Everton, Aston Villa, Fulham, Leeds, and Newcastle versus Wolves. Lee, any noticeable changes in the odds at half-time in this Premier League game?
Yeah, the match odds are 1-5 Arsenal, 16-1 Forest, 24-5 the draws, just under 5-1. A couple of price boosts I quite like. Arsenal to win 2-0, don't mind that, at 4-1. Nikola Milenkovic over 1 tackle, 3-1. Obviously carded against England, red carded against England, wasn't he? So 3-1 for him to make a tackle as this gets maybe a bit spread out and Arsenal do start to
make 1 tackle.
Yeah, to make it over 1 tackle. Yeah, so over 1.
So it has to be 2. Okay.
Yeah. So
you'd like to think that the big centre half, with Arsenal having majority of possession, is going to make 2 challenges.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think so.
He
needs to come off the bench, though, for that to happen.
No, we need to create.
He needs to. He's not playing, is he?
Horrible,
unbelievable.
Man.
Well, this is the point.
He's starting.
He was the epic boost before the match to have a shot on target, and I'm saying even money from 1 to 5.
This could be Eza in down the left-hand side.
What did you say? Is he playing? Is he playing? Let footballers be footballers. You stick to your punditry, Sam.
Hey!
How dare you? How dare you?
My punditry in that first half was fantastic.
It was fantastic.
He had a quiet first half.
How dare you mention him? You said, is he playing?
And he is. He came off the bench at half-time. He's given Arsenal the lead. And also, as well, it's not just... It's an Eza assist as well. Eza was played in down the left-hand side. He plays a beautiful ball right across the face of goal, and Gyökeres from close range can't miss. It's Calafiori, who has too much space. Plays I think he might just be onside there, possibly. It's going to be tight. Max says Eza's left foot is offside. The ball was really good. The right back doesn't deal with it. Eza's first time across goal is brilliant. And Gyökeres scores from close range. Max, you possibly think the left foot of Eza could just be offside?
Yeah, I mean, it might be at the angle of the camera. There's potential for his left foot to be offside, but who knows? I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be a VAR check, is there?
See, well, I'm sure they'll be having a look at it.
You're making me nervous.
No, it does look close. Producer Jamie's got his flag up in the control room, or are you appealing for a wicket in the Lancashire Somerset game? It's a wide ball. It looked tight for certain. What's happened here?
So referees just having...
Is it a goal or is it...
They all look a bit confused, don't they?
I look confused. I probably sound confused, don't I?
It's coming up as a goal scorer. Yeah, Mikel Arteta as well.
Yes, a goal.
We've got to let rest referee, man.
CJ?
Yeah.
Eza? To Gyökeres? Yeah. Inject it, right?
Yes, inject it, and that's what we want to see. It was down the left-hand side. It's our 2-star attacking additions. We want to see more of that. And to be honest with you, that goal's come at the best time ever because it's just been after half-time. You know, he spent 15 minutes preaching, and we've probably, thrown Postecoglou's game plan out the window to a degree. Now we ask the question of Forest, would you rather lose 3-1 or 2-0? If it gets open, that plays into our hands.
Max, is it simple now? Two down with 40 odd minutes to go. I thought it's going to have to just be a little bit more expansive now and try and be a bit more aggressive.
I think at times I don't think that they need to go gung ho just yet. You've got you look at that first half performance. I was really pleased with it. Other than a fantastic Zubimendi goal, it went the way you would expect that first half. Arsenal dominating possession.
Second goal's a kick in the teeth, really.
Exactly. So, I was sort of heading into the second half thinking, we could just sort of continue as we finished in the first half, sort of having a little bit more possession, asking a few more questions of Arsenal, and that goal is an absolute stinker. I mean, great ball. Eza did look offside to me. I didn't look like they did a VAR check at all, and I'm fascinated to see why. I mean, look, they'll know more than me. I'm not complaining about the decision. It just looked like it was to me.
Savona should have done better because, I mean, Calafiori, the ball felt like the ball was in the air for a long time, and it felt like he maybe could have been
and he's a big lad.
Bit more decisive and headed it away.
Yeah, he's a big lad as well. But it was a fantastic ball. So I'm not going to get on anybody's back just yet. But Forest again looking like they're asking some questions.
Well, now that's what we've got.
What are the options off the bench then? Is Amari Hutchinson the one that you like to see come on and try and make a difference? Douglas Luiz in midfield.
Well. Funnily enough, Amari Hutchinson, he's not in Forest's Europa League squad.
That surprise you?
It does, considering he's the most expensive player we've ever bought. So I was fascinated by that.
Did they give a reason for that?
I think as well, it's a continuation and a manifestation of the politics between Nuno and Edu at the time, because
it was Nuno who
picked that
not
side.
sure, not unsure.
I'd expect to see Hutchinson. I'd like to see Douglas Luiz again. He's not had any minutes at Forest just yet because
he once scored a corner against us. He should bring him on.
He did for Villa. You're absolutely right.
So that's the thing. Strength in depth. James McAtee pull a few strings as well. So we'll see how it goes. But again, Forest asking questions, putting a little bit of pressure on him. Nice to see him put the shoulder in there, get stuck in. Yeah, I think, it's not all doom and gloom. Obviously, that's an absolute sickener of a goal in the first few seconds of the second half, though.
Yeah, just go back to the offside. We've got two screens here, don't we? We've got the TNT coverage and we've got the Premier League feed. None of them showed the lines, did they, for the offside? Because even if it is onside, they would still show you, wouldn't they, the lines?
Yeah.
Because it looked close. I mean, you said offside originally. Producer Jamie said offside. So it will be interesting to
let the rest do their jobs on.
No, for sure. But normally they just show you, don't they, how tight it is, Lee?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I thought the angle from our viewpoint, you can't tell the angle, can you? Because I tend to agree with you. I thought it looked it, but then changed the angle. Just seeing coming through from the traders at work, that is a heavy loss.
Explain to us why again, for those just joining us.
Well, the epic boost was Victor Gyökeres to have a shot on target. Even money from 1 to 5. Heavy 6-figure loss. I mean, obviously it's likely to happen, but and there is quite a lot of worry about the 3 o'clocks today. I think there's a lot of on the face of it as we look at it. I think there are a lot of bets that look decent. I mean, I even think Tottenham away, Chelsea away. We've talked about Palace. We've talked about Everton. It could be a heavy day today in terms of Accas.
Yeah, well, my Acca, not this is about me. My Acca's got some hope because I did go for Leicester away at Oxford. Yeah. Leicester have just equalised away at Oxford. Ricardo Pereira after 55 minutes. A chance here for Endoi. He's down the right hand side. He plays a roll.
Oh my gosh! You see, I've switched on, boys.
Oh, and Hudson-Odoi. Oh, what a tackle!
What is going? Mascara, love that. Come on, stay switched on.
A bizarre passage of play because Endoi whips the ball into Chris Wood. I don't know if it was intended for Chris Wood. Look how much is back.
Calafiori, it all starts there.
It caught Wood by surprise, came off the bar. Then Arsenal try and play out from the back. Hudson-Odoi wins it in the box. Should have got a shot away, but Mascara puts in a really good last-ditch tackle. Now Arsenal on the attack with Ranieri.
I've seen
and his
enough.
shot
Bring
goes
on Rice
wide.
now.
Can I just say, by the way, so obviously Chris Wood off his big Kiwi chest has it's come off the crossbar. Callum Hudson-Odoi's nipped in, and the scrambled defence from Urian Timber here is absolutely astonishing because Callum Hudson-Odoi is through on goal. He's got the ball, nicked the ball off the Arsenal defence, and Urian Timber there to save the day. It's a great save from Ryan.
To get something on that, that's incredible.
Have you ever seen a chested goal from that range before?
Yeah, how strong is his chest?
I remember Balotelli scoring one on the goal line.
Yeah, but it didn't generate that much power.
Was I being harsh there on Chris Wood when I said it bounced off him? Was there a bit more technique in that, trying to direct the goal?
Striker's instincts, innit? Striker's instincts. I
tell you what, I bet it starts. I slagged off Gyökeres, he scored. I'm now having to go with Chris
And you've not
Wood,
said anything about Hudson-Odoi, who's been quiet. I actually thought he caused us problems today, to be fair.
Yeah,
Let me not jinx it like Sam.
And I think he needs to be sharper in that situation where Urian Timber saves it. He's got
to react.
One touch, bang. But again, nice to see Forest asking a few questions. But it remains to be seen whether or not it's going to be.
You start the second half off okay.
Yeah.
Since the goal in the second minute, the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes, again, you're enjoying there you go, last 10 minutes possession, just short of 60% there for Nottingham Forest.
Just switched off for 2 moments.
Yeah, I know.
Fine margins, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah, lots of people on social media are picking up on the same thing that we're talking about, on just how it was bizarre that they didn't show the lines to that offside because it did look really, really close. But hey, one thing we should do, we complain, don't we, about when we're sat there for minutes looking and waiting and waiting and waiting. So at least, hopefully, I'm sure there was no technical issue. The right decision was made. But it was dealt with quickly, which was nice, rather than sitting there for 5 minutes and waiting and complaining about the decision, the wait for the decision.
No way is he offside.
Oh, I tell you what.
No way is he offside.
Oh, my.
No way is
Here
he
we go.
offside. No way is he offside.
So they're now showing the lines.
Look at he's onside.
And it says it's onside. That angle, Max, the first angle before they showed the lines, my mince pies must be going, he looked offside.
That is fascinating, isn't it? You know, and I'm certainly not going to be that bloke that opens up some absolutely, ridiculous.
CJ would if it was.
CJ would if it was. He's onside. Let's move on.
I like Max. Because if it was me, I'd be doing the most.
Yeah, look, he's onside. Let's crack on. And like you say, Sam, that's what we want. But free kick from
At least
Elliot.
it was quick, yeah.
But free kick
from
Elliot Anderson.
Nottingham Forest.
Let's, big head from Chris Wood. Maybe that Milenkovic sort of goal. He scored a few goals last season for Forest, so we'll see.
Yeah, 54 gone.
From dead balls anyways. Are you lot
about to find out.
Scorers?
Good from set pieces last season.
Okay,
I think
now I'm scared.
Anderson outside the box on the right-hand side, going to be an in-swinger with his right foot. It comes in with pace. There's just too much on it. Can Hudson-Odoi keep it in the back post? No, he can't. It goes out for an Arsenal throw-on. So 54 minutes gone. It stays Arsenal 2, Nottingham Forest 0.
Drop him for England. That was a dreadful ball. Should never wear the shirt again.
We always said it was overrated, didn't we?
No, look, I mean, those opportunities you've got to take. You've got to sort of put a little bit of pressure on, because you're not going to get many of them against Arsenal, who bizarrely over the past few years have become, the best defensive team in the league, arguably. I mean, it's absolutely madness that we're talking about Arsenal in that context, and we're talking about them having to sort of, take the handbrake off a little bit. I think
foreign, really.
Yeah, it just shows sort of how how football's changed a lot, and Arsenal for me were synonymous with sort of breakneck football and that sort of attacking style of play.
It's a different world now.
But we're talking about Arsenal being ruthless, and I think you've obviously got to love that as an Arsenal fan.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it sounds foreign. Like you said, even me listening, it sounds a bit surreal that we're great defensively, that we're obviously a threat from set pieces. I just need Mikel Arteta now to gamble a bit in the final third. That's something Liverpool do in abundance. I think we don't have that in that. They will just say, you know what, we might not be the greatest defensively, but the best form of defence is attack. That's the thing we're missing. Like, obviously, it's worked for us against Forest at this moment in time, but I feel we try and win too many games on fine margins. Like, if I look at the shots and the shots on target, it probably makes sense that we're winning 2-0, but 9 times out of 10 we're not on the right side of these kind of things. So we need to bring that. Personally, I want to bring on Declan Rice now, because I do anticipate Forest to just go for it.
Yeah, turn a screw in.
Yeah, like, we just need to be a bit solid now. Let's just get the 3 points, focus on Bilbao, and then got City next week. And you don't get one goal, we get nervous.
And as Forest maybe do start to push more bodies forward, Arsenal maybe just finding a little bit more space in the middle of the park. So Arsenal 2, Forest 0. Lee, you mentioned there that was a bookies lost a lot of money on the Eze assist, Gyökeres goal. Just out of interest, I don't know if you know these numbers off the top of your head, but in kind of like bad for the bookies, it's kind of a big way for the bookies to lose money. Is it Saturday 3 p.m? Saturday 3 p.m. accumulators. If kind of a couple of the big boys win, is that always what the worst thing for the bookies?
Because everyone, that's what the majority of the betting will be around Accas, especially in the
Saturday
shops,
3 o'clock in particular.
In the shops, and in the afternoon. But these games, these 12:30 games, in this kind of match, Arsenal will be in a lot of Accas. You were talking about getting an Acca on the 12:30. It's dangerous, isn't it? But if this rolls on now to the big 3 p.m s, then it really, really does mount up. Well, the epic boosts obviously are huge, because people want to get involved. No, it's a max bet of a tenner, so it's not saying it's just the accumulation of bets, how many bets there are. So it's there's a lot of people. So you're talking I won't reveal the number, but it's a chunky 6-figure sum that you kind of you're losing straight away as soon as Gyökeres has a shot on target. Didn't even need the goal necessarily. But that 5-1 in play for Gyökeres to score looked nice. I mean, I know he didn't have many chances, but it's about delivery, isn't it? That's what it's about. Give him the delivery, he'll score those all day long.
Money, come on, hit the
Madueke does really well down the right-hand side to beat his man, get to the byline. He pulled the ball back across goal, but there was nobody there on the end of it, Lee.
That's an interesting one with Gyökeres, because, as I just said, get him in the right positions, ball across, he scores. There, he's a bit flat-footed there. You'd think he might have anticipated what Madueke was doing.
Yeah.
Because he's done the right thing, Madueke, hasn't he? No problem.
That's where I want my striker.
But why is Gyökeres not?
I don't know why he's not. Exactly.
That's the next
You're
step
right.
for me to see, can he go to that next level?
Just score some tap-ins.
In the Premier League, by the way. I don't mean generally, because he obviously scored loads of goals. In the Premier League, can he go to that next level for Arsenal?
Do you see a lot of Championship teams make big accumulators?
Yeah, you'll have loads, but Premier League teams, most. But
do you know who the most picked team is in 3 o'clock games? It'd be Newcastle and Fulham, maybe.
Yeah, Newcastle, definitely. Newcastle, Palace.
And Palace as well.
Stuff from Forest. This is good.
Arsenal with the most, then Newcastle and Palace.
No, ref, never.
No, it's not.
I don't blame him for appealing it. I'll do the same thing.
I don't think it was a peanut. That's the thing about Danny Doyle. One thing I will say about him is that he has, already made an impact goal and assist for Forest. He had a great international break as Gyökeres goes on the break here, Sam.
Yeah, Gyökeres coming forward. He does well. He picks up Madueke inside the box on the right-hand side. Madueke gives it to Gyökeres. Oh, it's a really, really nice build-up play from Arsenal. Eze feeds Gyökeres down the left-hand side. Gyökeres does well. He comes in. He's probably too easily allowed just to wander in field. He picks up Madueke. I think Madueke's had a really, really good game. I speak about him being direct there. At that point, though, he knew to keep hold of the ball. He had defenders in front of him, a tight angle. Gyökeres, to be fair, exactly that, makes a really good run on the outside. Madueke finds him, but from a tight angle. Gyökeres' shot comes off the post. But that was good, wasn't it, there for Arsenal? Max Scott, you can tell us about 2 Nottingham Forest changes. Do you often see Chris Wood being substituted when Forest are losing?
You don't, Sam. It's a great point. But what Forest have that they didn't have last season is options. I would say that we've got essentially 2 starting 11s because of, the great investment from the owner into the club this summer. So coming on, we've got Arno Calamuendo, who is a highly rated striker
French
from Rennes. Yes,
he'll play
been at PSG.
He'll play as the 9.
He's going to play up top, and this is different because he's got a lot more pace. He's not as big as Chris Wood, so we're going to see how this pans out for Forest, who of course are trying to forge a new path to play a slightly different way. And then we've got Delane Backward, who brand new signing on deadline day, substantial fee, incredibly exciting player who has been doing bits in Europe, and it's time to show it in the Premier League now. So with half an hour to go, some fresh legs on the pitch, some players that want to make a point.
Gone for it now.
To be fair to Chris Wood, he's just come back from obviously international break. They played the kind of 2 test match against Australia, didn't they? So he has had a hell of a trip.
Did they battle Belfast?
I think they battered.
Never battered, right.
But when I was looking back at his record after international breaks last season, it's a bit unfair because I think you had Liverpool and Arsenal straight after international breaks. He played in both. I think there was one. He did score in one of the games, might have been against Palace after international break. But he played most of the game. He did get subbed quite early in one of them. So I mean, look, it's a long old trip when you're playing against Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly.
Well. Imagine that as your international break. It's all right to go into Europe.
Nearly as long as you getting in today from up north.
It's a tough journey, isn't it?
It took him 5 hours to get from up north into the studio today.
I'm jet lagged.
Yeah, no, I bet you are.
Great first touch from Backward here, and he's showing what he wants to do, Sam. He's direct. He's already feeling it, man. It's a yellow card. Surely, ref for Calafiori. Give it to him, ref.
The first one, ref.
Anyway, look, that is what a great start.
Soft. This is first one.
Delane Backward.
Doesn't matter if it's his first one. He stopped an attack. He gets done. He brings him down. Max is right. He should be.
You know what? We'll listen to the rest.
Great.
We'll listen to the rest.
Right in front of his
he got a little bit of the ball there.
Man. Fantastic. That's what we want to see from Forest. Point to prove. 29 minutes left on the clock. Let's go and sort of stick it on them a little bit. And it's great to see that Forest have got those direct players that can come on. We're not just relying on Alanga. We're not just relying on Hudson-Odoi in those wings. We can freshen
Gibbs
it up.
White's been quiet, hasn't he, today?
He has been quiet, yeah.
That's harsh.
Is it?
He's not been at his sparkling best, but I don't think I wouldn't say quiet.
Arsenal haven't allowed anybody to be at their sparkling best, have they? And I think sometimes Morgan Gibbs-White, because he's the main man of Forest, because he wears that captain's armband when Ryan Yates isn't on pitch. I think what he gets is
he's basically the captain.
A lot of people saying, why aren't you doing more? And it's like, well, we've had 40% possession playing against the top team in Arsenal on the counter-attack.
Yeah, Mika Marino coming forward here with the ball. He's got Gyökeres to his left-hand side.
He's had a good game for us, Marino.
But Backward does really, really well to track back and win the ball. Max, as people are sort of, fantasy booking their Nottingham Forest teams under Ange Postecoglou, I've seen the odd suggestion that maybe Chris Wood might not be the kind of the style of striker that Ange Postecoglou would like and want to have as his leading number 9. What do you make of that?
I disagree. I think you look at what he brought in, Dominic Solanke, who's athletic, big, sort of powerful but skillful striker. Chris Wood was far better than Dom Solanke last season. He was arguably one of the strikers of the season. Ushering in this return of the Barclaysman striker, big man up top who can score goals.
For courses, man.
Absolutely. So I don't buy into that. But equally, what Ange does have at his disposal, which I would argue he did not at Spurs, is he's got incredible strength in depth. And I actually asked him at the press conference, do you feel that on paper you've got more, you've got a better squad on paper? And he was quite political, but You can tell. So he didn't say yes or no, but he can tell he loves this squad.
Yeah.
You can tell that he thinks there's a lot there. And, it's exciting times. Forest able to bring on some new players worth a lot of money with a point to prove.
Where do you think Douglas Luiz fits into this Nottingham Forest team? Would he be the one to play alongside Elliot Anderson instead of Sangare?
Yeah, I think Sangare, bless him, has had a really difficult time at Forest. Injuries, he contracted malaria. He was out for a long time. And he's finally been given his sort of this run of games, and he has been okay, Sam, okay. There's been, moments where he's been brilliant, but moments like that where he looks a little bit languid, where he looks like he's
awkward,
sort of running in
treacle
treacle a little bit. He's great with the ball at his feet. He's got a fantastic touch, but I would say it's probably about time for Douglas Luiz to get his chance in a Forest shirt because he's not had any minutes.
Yeah, so 64 gone then. Arsenal 2, Nottingham Forest 0. It's been a much more end-to-end entertaining second half. Arsenal did score their second goal early in the second half, and it's a goal that Arsenal fans will like because it says assist Eza, goal scored by Gyökeres. I want to show some love, to be fair, because I'm one with Noni Madueke, CJ, where I find him a really frustrating player. Where at Chelsea, you could watch him have a really, really good game. He's quick, he's direct, he beats his man, and then you end up watching him for 3 or 4 more games and you think, too inconsistent, not enough end product. Very early days, but he's looked really, really good today. I thought he did well at Anfield in tough circumstances. And, Thomas Tuchel clearly rates him, starting both games. But I think he's been really, really dangerous today. Sure, he's played against the centre-back for the majority of his time, but every time he's got the ball, he's been dangerous.
He's been positive
down the right-hand side.
That's what you want to see. It sounds a bit silly to say, but at Arsenal, I can't always say our inside forwards or wingers have been exciting or direct or, positive. And that's what you want to see from Madueke. You kind of alluded to it there. The next step for him is not to just, do it against Forest. Can you do it for 10, 15, 20 odd games? Can you play to the level that Saka doesn't necessarily walk back into the starting 11, even though he quote unquote does? It's a long season. We need everyone at their top of their game, and you know what? Madueke looks like a good bit of business for us.
Sangare finds himself in a really good position. Turns out, great turn, dreadful pass into Morgan Gibbs-White, who, if you put it in front of him, can have a snapshot. I think it's time for Sangare to come off to see what Douglas Luiz can do.
Madueke in down the right hand side, and once again he does well. This time he's got Nico Williams for company, and when he tries to drag the ball back, Morato does well to get across. Arsenal win is why's producer Jamie on the biz? Oh, that's because Somerset have just reached finals day. Congratulations to Somerset and producer Jamie. Somerset, the Siders, yes, sorry, you just said. Somerset, 182 for 7 from their 20 overs. Lancashire never... By the way, if there's VAR controversy, Liam Livingston thought he got bat on that LBW, Jamie. Forget about the offside in the Emirates. Somerset are through to finals day. I'm sure Jamie will be drinking a cider come 6:45. Arsenal then have got a corner. It's going to be a Noni Madueke in swing. He's been a busy man today, hasn't he, Noni Madueke? He's been involved in pretty much everything. He's going to whip this in, swing it in, and that is in the best of corners. But Gyökeres gets his head onto it in the near post, and it goes.
That's another one.
It's a goal kick, isn't it?
He's 12-1 to assist a goal now in this match.
Gyökeres.
Yeah, obviously.
Madueke.
Yeah, Madueke. Obviously, we're running out of time. That's why the price is going. But it wouldn't be a huge surprise still, would it? He's on corners. It's like, But, Arsenal 2-0. In the Championship, by the way, just looking at that Preston-Middlesbrough game, Preston still leading by a goal to nil. But I said in the first half, a lot of the momentum with Middlesbrough is still the same. They're still pushing on. It's 1-0. The draw is 5-2. I'm not saying Middlesbrough can score 2 goals and 10-1 for the win. But draw 5-2 looks decent. In that other game, the Oxford-Leicester one we've been looking at, 2-2. Yeah, 2-2. Oxford coming on strong again, but Leicester have had a good spell down to 10. The draw is odds on now, 3-4. Oxford 9-5, Leicester 5-1.
It's been a goal in League Two. Crawley taking the lead against Cheltenham at home. Harry McCurdy with the goal. Cheltenham starting the day in the bottom 2 with just 1 league win this season, and it looks as if with 20 minutes to go, their fortunes aren't going to change there. So just confirmation: Arsenal 2. Nottingham Forest 0. I wanted to try and have a look at some team news in the Newcastle game, and Valdemada does start for Newcastle today. He leads the line, which is exciting. Charlton 1, Millwall 0, Oxford 2, Leicester 0. Leicester, a reminder, are playing with 10 men. Ramsey sent off inside the first half. Preston, as Lee just mentioned, still leading Middlesbrough by a goal to nil. Middlesbrough came into the day as the only team in the Championship with 4 wins from 4. Bradford v Huddersfield. 2 sides started the season off really well in League One. Bradford beating Huddersfield by 3 goals to nil. Bradford losing just once this season. Northampton 0, Blackpool 0. Kevin Nolan in Northampton. We wish him the best of luck. Accrington starting the day in League 2. Boston beating Colchester by a goal to nil. Crawley 1, Cheltenham 0. 20 or so minutes to go in these games. And CJ, Miles Lewis Skelly is on.
He's on for Calafiori. I think Calafiori's had a good game. Obviously, it's a bit dangerous when he's on a yellow and Nottingham Forest are trying to pull forward, and every foul that he gives away, you are a bit nervous. Declan Rice seems to be coming off for Gyökeres. So, yeah, we need to make subs. I'm surprised Martinelli's not come on purely because he's got legs, and as Nottingham Forest want to go forward, he'll just pin them back. But the gaffer's not elected for that, isn't it?
Max, 20 minutes to go, 22 minutes to go, plus added time. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty miserable. My side are losing 2-0, Sam. So, look, I ultimately...
Let me rephrase that. How are you feeling of your side's chance of getting back into this game? Then that's what I meant.
Not particularly confident.
Get one, you never know.
Yeah, of course. But
look at CJ being optimistic there for you.
Last season, I saw us 2 goals up against Aston Villa.
Patronising, I was going to say the same.
No. Because I've seen us 2 goals up
Look
against
at the height
Villa.
difference there in that shot, by the way.
I'm only 5'8", man.
You fancy Max, wouldn't you? And just to throw that left arm in.
I'm looking forward to Canelo later on.
I got money on
reenact it here, maybe.
Yeah, look, I'm realistic.
Yeah, yours, please.
I've seen us 2 goals up against Villa and mess it up, so I wouldn't say we're out of the woods yet.
No, I mean, look, I tell you what, I'm just thinking at this point, I want to see my team score. I want to see how it happens. I think that'll give Ange and at least the fans something to hold on to and potentially to increase the energy inside the stadium. But I think the new players coming on, Callum Mwendo, Bakwa in particular, they look quite lively.
Yeah.
I guess... It's incredibly difficult to score 2 goals at the Emirates, though, boys. I mean, this is Arsenal's shtick. They're so good defensively. They can lock down when they want to. I think they're, obviously looking to try and give the fans a little bit more to shout about with a 3rd goal. But, as it stands, Forest trying their best, having some good spells of possession, and I'd just like to see us score.
Yeah, you wouldn't go into this game without being defeatist about it. Yeah. As most teams this season will go to Arsenal and won't expect to win. If they're being honest about it.
Forest are a good team, though. Forest are Mola. I don't think Forest had that mentality of going to the Emirates thinking we can't get a result here.
No, not can't, but you wouldn't expect to.
Good ball into the box.
Mascara, you've had a great game. He's had a great game.
That was Bakwa who beat a man, whipped a ball in, and a fantastic defensive clearance from what's his name?
Mascara. He came in with real pace, and Mascara had to read it, position himself, and then diving header. Declan Rice drives. He picks out Eberechi Eze on the left-hand side. Lewis Skelly going on the overlap. Eze comes in.
Eze, come on!
And Forest are going to clear their lines, Lee.
Yeah, and especially with Ange in charge, he's not won there, has he, before?
At the Emirates Stadium?
Yeah.
No. Not off the top of my head.
So there you go. Exactly. So, bringing a new manager, he wasn't expecting.
So there's no point in... Well, it's being a bit defeatist, isn't it?
Well, I'm not just saying that you want to go and win, but you don't expect to. I'm saying that
Forest are a good enough team to think they've got a chance of going to the Emirates.
Oh, for sure.
Got a chance.
Yeah, of course we've got a chance.
You've got to stop Arsenal scoring and score a goal yourself, probably, haven't you?
Well, that's probably how you win a game of football.
Big stretch, isn't it, though?
Yeah,
to stop Arsenal scoring at home.
We've got some team news coming in. We'll keep you across all the games at 3 o'clock when they get underway. Bournemouth versus Brighton is a 3 o'clock kickoff. Bournemouth won 4 of their first 6 Premier League games against Brighton, but have lost 5 of the last 6. Bournemouth with 6 points, Brighton with 4 points. Bournemouth go with Petrovic in goal, Hill, Molosalovic, Senesi, Truffert, the back 4, Adams and Scott sit in midfield. Brooks, Tavernier, Semenyo will support Evan Nilsson. As for Brighton, it's for Bruggen in goal, the back 4 of Veltman, Van Heck, Duncan, De Cooper. James Milner gets to start today for Brighton, with Hinshelwood in midfield. Minter, Ruta, Matoma will support Danny Welbeck, who leads the line. Bournemouth versus Brighton, one of 5 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Here is Madueke coming in down the left-hand side, down the right-hand side.
Get your head up. Look
Can
up.
he come inside and get a shot away? Madueke.
I love that.
On the overlap.
Unlucky.
I think Madueke has had
was waiting for him to pull the trigger.
Unbelievable game. So Madueke, he gets himself in the box on the right-hand side.
Pull the trigger.
He keeps hold of the ball for such a long time.
That was such a good ball.
Timber on the overlap.
Could Timber have went for goal?
Puts a really good ball. Timber did the right thing.
He done the right thing.
Across goal. Declan Rice was just a little bit slow to it.
Can I say about Madueke there? You could say he should have a shot, but there's 2 defenders right in front of him.
He's done well.
I think it's that intelligence, and he's done it a few times.
Agree with
he's patient. He knows that the run is coming. He keeps the ball at his feet really well, and I think he's doing a brilliant job deputising for Bukayo Saka.
Madueke.
I think if that was the early Noni Madueke, or the Noni Madueke even of last season at Chelsea, in that position, inside the box on the right-hand side, with ball is in front of him, he'd have taken a shot on his left foot, and it would have gone off the first defender there. It felt like that's coaching. Wait, wait for the options. There's the overlap, and that if that happened again, it probably would have been a goal.
Can I make the point about Noni Madueke? A lot of fans made a lot of noise, and I think treated him disgracefully for an incoming
And now
player.
there's egg on their face.
And there's egg on their face. And let me tell you, if you reverse the chronology of those signings and you brought in Eberechi Eza first, Victor Gyökeres second, all of a sudden, the fickle Arsenal fans, and I'm not saying you're a part of this, TJ, the ones that signed that petition are all of a sudden, haven't got these crazy ideas, and they're thinking, yeah, this is a great signing, this makes sense for Arsenal. And you've got a player here with pedigree who's done it for the young Lions, for under-21s, etc. And he's proven it in a really intense pressure cooker for England in the international break, scoring a goal, performing brilliantly. And I just think, put some more respect on this player's name.
Give people a chance.
He's a young English player, and we should be backing him. And yes, he's not on the same level as Bukayo Saka, but you can't compare the two, can you? And look at him. He's running rings round whoever's put in front of him.
You see what confidence can do for a player.
Did you feel a bit, again, I know you weren't one of the people, but when you see your own football club or football fan coming out with these hashtags for a new young player coming in, did you always feel a little bit embarrassed? Like, what are we doing here? This isn't right.
There's nothing more I can add on it that Max hasn't already said. You don't have to think he's good enough. You can question mark the signing and whatnot, but what you need to do is give the man support, and I guess everyone's allowed their thoughts, but I was never a fan of I completely forgot about the hashtags, let alone the petitions. I don't understand what was supposed to happen. Like, let's just consider it. Like, he signed for our football club. Even if you don't like him, these footballers look at social media. How do you think he's going to feel seeing thousands of people saying that? The one thing I would say, for a club that's followed by millions around the world, I think there was 2,000-3,000. So I just hope he sat there and realised that the majority of people are behind you. And I hope he realises how fickle football fans are, because they hated you yesterday. They're going to love you today. If you stink up the gaff in the next game, they're going to hate you again. It's just disgraceful. And just give the guy a chance, and he can reap the benefits for club and country.
Here he is with the ball again.
And I say,
shout out Timber there as well.
Yeah, everything. And he's also had a good understanding with Timber. They've linked up really, really well.
I do miss Ben White, though.
Yeah, and Ben White and Saka have a great relationship,
on the bench,
don't they?
yeah.
But I just thought that chance there where he just waited and waited for the overlap instead of just cutting
and Max made a great point.
Show composure and maturity.
Exactly, and Max made a great point in the sense of, had we have got Eze and Gyökeres and those guys early doors, then you got Madueke, it might have looked at it differently. Because there was a point, it did look like in our summer that, Madueke would be the only kind of addition in that regards. But he's doing the job now.
Max, are you surprised that Chelsea let him go?
No, I'm not surprised Chelsea let him go, because they seem to, they're stacked in those positions, aren't they?
Crazy.
If I was, and I'm never going to be, and I don't profess to have the knowledge to be in that sort of position, but I would have kept him, because I think he was a bit of a constant. And of course, a young player at that age, there is going to be...
Finished the season strongly for Chelsea last year as well.
There's going to be some inconsistencies, of course, but I think he's a player that can really develop. And I'm actually delighted for his sake and for England's sake that he's under a manager, Mikel Arteta, who I think is very good at nurturing young players. You look at the talent that's come through at Arsenal. I think particularly Miles Lewis-Skelly, Waneri, in particular recently.
Max Dowman, don't forget.
Max Dowman, of course.
He's probably going to be the best one, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's interesting to get Lee's thoughts in a sec on odds of Madueke to make the England squad. I touched on this at the top of the show, but I'd love to be proved wrong. I didn't think it was I did think at the time it was a strange signing.
I did think it was a strange signing, but I thought fans just give it a chance.
Just because of the inconsistencies at Chelsea, and you felt like he's been quite a bit...
I think fans, we wanted level raises. Yeah. And
also, do you not think Arteta is the sort of coach, CJ, that does get the best out of players, that does improve players? And I would say I'd use the word maturity he's played with in this game. A bit more composure. He always felt like at Chelsea he was a little bit frantic.
Everything's
sometimes.
rushed, yeah.
Always a little bit, got to get out of my feet and get a shot away, and it's blocked, deflected. Whereas he just looks like he's got an extra touch, an extra couple of seconds on the ball.
I mean, everything you guys are saying is facts. Way before Mikel Arteta was at Arsenal, everybody knows what he did for Raheem Sterling and Leroy Sané. And I know Martinelli's a far cry from what he was, but Martinelli, Odegaard, Bukayo Saka, they've all had standout seasons under our manager Mikel Arteta. And you mentioned a number of Highland talents. That's one thing Arteta is very good at, that kind of hands-on coaching. What I'm looking for Madueke is just consistency. I should be saying this about you, quote unquote, every week. That's your level now.
But you're right. That's where he needs to get to.
That's what
he's at a stage now in his career where he can't just have one good game in 4 and 5.
Exactly.
He needs to have three good games
on the spin. You're 23 now.
Lee, we know England are pretty stacked in attacking positions. If you look at the squad just named, players like Palmer weren't there, Bellingham wasn't there, Foden wasn't there, Saka, of course, wasn't there. Madueke started both games. In particular, in the second game, he was really, really impressive. How do you guys see his chances of going to that World Cup?
Yeah, he's 6-5. That gives him a 45% chance of going effectively. Interestingly, Jared Bowen's got more of a chance of going than Madueke. 47%
Does that surprise you, CJ?
chance.
Not really, no, because I like Bowen, to be fair, man.
17 caps, Bowen.
Exactly. I think Bowen's
And-
quite
but-
underrated. if I'm honest.
Just as we talk about Noni Madueke, he gets the ball on the right-hand side. He takes one touch. He goes past Nico Williams, who takes him down. Nico Williams gets a yellow card.
He scored against Forest last season for Chelsea, didn't Madueke?
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
he did. So, like, he's, look, I don't mean this to be rude at all about Forest, not whatsoever, but we've talked about Gyökeres doing it against this level of opponent. I'm not saying Forest are the lower half, they're a top half team, absolutely. But then it's doing it against Liverpool, against City, against Chelsea.
Well, I
and that'll be the
thought
same for
Madueke
Madueke.
I thought Madueke was, and he's coming off
now.
He's coming off now on 77 minutes to a standing ovation,
yeah.
of course.
Great performance. Great
Lovely
performance.
for him.
He's just doing it consistency, just as you were saying.
And also, like, see, no one at Arsenal wants Bukayo Saka to get injured, and I'm sure Noni Madueke didn't either. But he's only playing today because of the injury to Bukayo Saka.
Exactly.
Is there any way, do you think, let's say Madueke continues his really good form, can they both get in the same team? Can one play on the left-hand side?
I mean, some Arsenal fans have been saying to move Bukayo Saka to the left. I'm not really for that. If anything, it would probably have to be Madueke. In fact, even with that, I think we had a great summer, like a real unprecedented summer in terms of the recruitment numbers that we brought in. The one thing I would have said, though, is we've got a bunch of players that can play off that left. Who is for 30 or 38 games, who is going to be our left winger? Because you can make a case for Eze, you can make a case for Madueke. He's not fit, but a fit Gabriel Jesus. Obviously, you got Martinelli and Trossard, but it's down to Madueke. The minute Saka's fit, he's back in the side for me. But make it, because yes! Zubamendi at the double! Zubamendinho, thank you. Thank you, Forest, man.
How on earth is Zubamendi scoring a header?
Woo!
From a floated ball.
It looked like it switched off, didn't it? We were just watching there. It looked like the ball in was like, good ball in, but it looked like Forest defence had just switched off a little bit. And you're right.
I don't think Sel's position was the best if I see that again.
Martin Zubamendi's first goal was absolutely world class. A first time volley from outside the box. As Max says, this one, though, is slightly different. Arsenal work a free kick short.
London
It comes out.
bosses.
Who's that? Is that Trossard? Who stands the ball up to the back post. And Zubamendi running onto it, gets up above everybody and heads the ball into the back of the net. He beats, is that Nico Williams isn't the tallest of players, is he, Max?
No, he's not, no.
Switching off at this point.
Yeah, disappointing to concede a goal like that, but...
Well, it might even be an own goal, to be fair.
Yeah, did that?
I think that might have come off Nico. Oh, no,
I think it comes off Zubamendi onto Williams, but I think it was going goalwards anyway.
One you have to watch several times.
Great sub, by the way.
I can't wait for him to score a hat-trick and somebody to go, I put 100 quid on a Zubamendi hat-trick.
There's always one. There's always one.
There's always one, isn't there? But also, he's making, in terms of Zubamendi moving forward, his long-term position is going to be just as at the base of the midfield as the number 6.
As that 6. I do think football fans in general, we get too caught up on 8s and 6s. I think you have to be kind of multifunctional. I know I'm jumping the gun a bit, but I'd actually like Mikel Arteta to be a bit like Luis Enrique in the sense that on paper, when you see Fabian Ruiz, is it Vitaya and João Neves is obviously the 6, but when we've all watched them in the champs, they're further forward. I think Zubamendi is going to be a player. Today he's going to get the headlines. He scored twice, but he's never going to be like an Eze. He's never going to score the goals like Gyökeres, but he gives us more impetus. He's just like a connector. He's a connective hub. He's a typical Arsenal midfielder. I mean, he's not Santi Cazorla or Cesc Fabregas, but I think he's our most important signing of the summer.
And CJ, look, it's so early on in the season, but everyone's expecting Liverpool to be as strong, if not stronger than last season, so perhaps not too many drop points, but on the back of that Liverpool game, it was super important just to get 3 points under your belt and to almost go again, right?
You said it there, Sam. Again, we have to just lick our wounds. I think your manager Slot said if you play 10 times, be 8 draws and 1 win apiece. At the end of the day, there's just positives to learn. We have to react. We've got City next week. We've got the Champions League to come. You never want to, have 2 losses on the spin. We had to sit with a defeat during the international break. So it's nice to react. And I do think Liverpool are the favourites. I do think Liverpool are going to win the league. But all we can do is take our points. And if they ever drop points, be there to pounce.
Middlesbrough have equalised against Preston. Matt Targett scoring after 72 minutes. And Harry McCurdy scored a second goal for Crawley 2, Cheltenham, Northampton under Kevin Nolan leading Blackpool by a 1-0. A late McGeehan goal has given them the lead there. Huddersfield pull one back away at Bradford City. Bradford 3, Huddersfield 1, Lee.
I know it doesn't seem like, or maybe it doesn't feel like Arsenal have been as dynamic as maybe Liverpool. You were saying earlier on, CJ, 16 shots, 5 on target, 31 touches in the opposition box for Arsenal. Compare that to Forest, 3 shots, 1 on target, 8 touches in the opposition box. I know it's been the game has been played that way, but Arsenal don't feel like they've been that attacking, but they have been. The stats don't lie, don't they?
Yeah, the stats don't lie. You said it there. The problem is, though, I've seen the kind of the stuff we're talking about. I know today we're on course to get 3 points, but we've not always been on the right side of things. To a degree, we could say the same against Liverpool, where we were in their box a lot of the time. We did have an equal amount of shots. So I think this is a learning curve. Obviously, I don't think we've been at our sparkling best, but we've had chances in taking it. But this is now my challenge for Arsenal. Can we do this 3, 4, 5 times a season? Can we break down, quote-unquote, stubborn defensive units? I know people won't really focus on Nottingham Forest being a very good defensive side purely because of the whole talking points around Postecoglou, but it's nice to see.
Max, you think something that we should speak about as well is, I mean, in terms of the timing of Postecoglou coming in, it's quite unique, isn't it? Not unheard of for a manager to come in 3 games into a season where he obviously doesn't get the pre-season with the players. No. He doesn't get a say in any transfers, and he's almost got to start again with no pre-season and with another manager's players. It's quite a unique situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a difficult set of circumstances for everybody involved. You know, I particularly think about the players who absolutely loved Nuno and the bond that he sort of engendered in that dressing room. And so it is going to be difficult for players to get used to. Andrew's got a job on his hands, but that's why he's paid the big bucks. Yeah, so of course it's going to be challenging, and of course it's intensified by the fact that Ole Reiner is out until Christmas, and Murillo is to be taken off in this game. And so what I would say is, of course, Arsenal are deserved winners. You know, I'm not taking anything away from them at all. They've done their job. But Forest have been up against it. You know, it's not just that we've got a new manager here. It's not just that the club is in a bit of a state of flux. 2 key players haven't been able to feature in a Forest side which is known for its organisation. And, you know, Ole Reiner and Murillo are key to that. We've not really had them today. So, you know, I've not been too... We can talk about it at full time, I imagine, but I've not been particularly sort of, you know, I'm not fuming with this performance. You'd expect, you know, it's not a shock that Arsenal beat Forest at home, is it? So
no, not at all.
It's early doors
I agree.
of the season.
I also think that you've got, next 5 games before the start of October. You've got Swansea away in the Cup, Burnley away, Betis away, then you've got Midtjylland and Sunderland both at home. It's a big 5 games, isn't it, really, when you think about... Because there's a lot of winnable games in there. Admittedly, I'm not going to start talking about how well you're going to do against Betis, you know, without researching it. But you feel like after those 5 games, that'll give you a real feeling of what Andrew's going to do with this team.
Absolutely. Look, you know... You've got to give him time. Fans will give him time, and you'll see some social media warriors coming out on social media saying that he needs to be sacked already. But Forest did lose 3-0 to West Ham at home, so losing 3-0 away at Arsenal, providing this is how it finishes, is actually probably an improvement on that, isn't it?
And it doesn't tell the full picture, to be fair, on Forest.
Yeah.
Millwall are unbeaten against their host Charlton in their past 12 encounters. They've won 4 of the club's 5 clashes since 2015, and there is a late Millwall equaliser at the Valley. Charlton 1, Millwall 1. Some limbs there in the away end. I think
you like Millwall, don't you? You've talked about Millwall this season.
I think Gary Rowett's got in there and done a really, really good. Alex Neil, has got in there and done a really, really good job. They were sort of pushing for the Championship playoffs last season. I think there's quite a few teams kind of lingering in and around. I think Bristol City were another team I liked last season.
Skelly. Ref.
Chance thought I was given a free kick.
Definitely a free kick, but Skelly, come on. You're better than that.
Yeah, right. I thought Ryan Yates had won the ball back. Oh, and Preston have a late goal against Middlesbrough. John Story after 88 minutes.
Oh, Miles Lewis Skelly, that's embarrassing from you.
I didn't see. I can't comment.
He rightly, you know, he's got some character about him, and I love that in young players. I love that celebration he did against Haaland. But if you're going to bill yourself as someone that's tough and go down so easily like that, it's an absolute embarrassment.
Look like a tough tackle.
And look, it's part of the game, isn't it? You know, lots of players do it, but that is, you know, he's stolen Ryan Yates being through there, so I'm not happy with that.
Preston 2, Middlesbrough 1. John Story scoring for the home side after 88 minutes after starting the campaign with a 4-game unbeaten run across the Championship and Cup. Preston did suffer back-to-back defeats for the first time since late April, losing last time out to Portsmouth at Fratton Park. But their great home record looks set to continue. Already beaten Leicester and Ipswich in August at home, recently relegated from the Premier League. And Middlesbrough went into today with 4 wins from 4. And with a couple of minutes to go, Preston beating Middlesbrough, leading Middlesbrough by 2-1. So the 3 games in the Championship: Charlton 1, Millwall 1, Oxford 2, Leicester 2, Preston 2, Middlesbrough 1. Lee.
Yeah, some interesting matches there. I think this one's obviously petering out. I've just asked our traders to get an update on the title odds. It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, Liverpool went back
can't come in that much, can they? After
no, not that much, but maybe a smidgen. yeah, you weren't expected to change that much, but obviously they were favourites for a couple of weeks, Arsenal. Then obviously Liverpool win. And it goes back to being a Liverpool favouritism. But yeah, I think they might creep in a touch.
I'd say, TJ, would you not say Lee is quite a composed guy? You just, for the first time, seen some anger.
Yeah, but
being 3-0 up because was it
standards?
Standards,
yeah, standards, man.
Didn't beat his mind. What standards can Huddersfield produce here on the left-hand side for Forest? He comes inside the box and he's just going to end up going back. Arsenal doing well, getting bodies in behind. And yeah, with 88 minutes gone, eventually it looks like it's going to just peter out to be a comfortable Arsenal victory. Arsenal 3, Nottingham Forest 0. We're into the 88th minute of this game and Forest is terrible record away at Arsenal is set to continue. CJ, we mentioned Madueke a lot. What about Eberechi Eze?
Do you know what? I think there's more to come. I wouldn't say he was at his sparkling best. I more saw him in patches. We did look good at times with Marino, Calafiori and him down the left. Obviously, it's nice to see him not only start but get an assist. I'm not too sure if
Get up, you wet flannel.
Definitely a foul. Thank you, ref. Ref, you've been amazing today. You've been absolutely amazing.
Can we make that a caption in one of the videos? Get up, you wet flannel.
Wet flannel.
Max, you described the Lewis Skelly one so well. Can you describe that incident for us, please?
Well, he's just gone down, like a wet salmon. I mean, and then he's smiling on the floor. I just sort of think you're 3-0 up. You've got the 3 points, deservedly so. But gird your loins a little bit, toughen up. I just think there's so many issues in the game in terms of how players conduct themselves, and I just think have a bit of pride, have a bit of dignity. If you're going down like that and you're winning, I just sort of think man up a little bit.
CJ, are you embarrassed by the way your players are going
To be honest,
down?
I can never doubt the integrity of my players. I think they were fouled and they looked like they were hurt. So, yeah, just keep it up, Marino. Man, refs have done amazing. You always get onto me for getting onto the refs. You ref like this today, I've got no complaints.
Well, every decision that goes against you, you're
Can we have another poll?
Yeah, you're not used to decisions
what's the
going
poll?
against you. Support
Wet flannel or wet salmon? What do you prefer?
Wet flannel or wet
salmon? Was the other one wet salmon? Which do you prefer, flannel or salmon?
At what point do you decide I'm going to go from flannel to salmon?
Well, because he's as soggy as either of them.
To be fair, Marino kept doing that
crumpled
at
on the
Anfield.
floor at the most minute touch. He's a big lad. He's meant to be a tough lad. I just find that side of the game so nauseating.
Agreed.
And you are right, honestly. But referees let them get away with it.
And every season we hear that
I hate
this
that.
referee sort of reset. It's a contact sport, and then for the first 15 minutes in the first game, it's like that, and then it's reverting to the old ways, and I think it ruins the spectacle that football is.
Middlesbrough have a late equaliser away at Preston, so it looks like Middlesbrough are going to remain unbeaten. They're going to lose their 100% winning record in the Championship. They came in with a 100% record, having beaten Swansea, Millwall, Norwich and bottom side Sheffield United, but Middlesbrough with a late equaliser away at Preston. So that's Preston 2, Middlesbrough 2. Hansen with the goal after 92 minutes. So all 3 games in the Championship are draws at the moment. I wonder what odds you would have got on that, Lee, all 3 early games in the Championship being of of course.
If you can pick your draws out. Then.
Yeah, it's just not easy, is it? I mean, my acca's already over. I went for Leicester.
Boys, come on.
As one of the teams. So Oxford 2, Leicester 2, Preston 2, Borough 2, Charlton 1, Millwall 1. Ange Postecoglou at Spurs always said it how it was. Every press conference felt like an event, Max, and every interview felt like you were going to get some sort of headline or soundbite. As a fan, do you care about that?
No, I don't care about
You just want him to go on. No, not headlines, but him, coming out and just sometimes just being honest. Some people would say, just don't say that in front of everyone. Play it safe, say it in the dressing room, or are you simply, I don't care.
Love that, Rice. Love that.
James,
I want 4.
Yeah.
I want 4. I want 4.
And you could get 4.
Trossard, come on! It's not a pen. Ref, should we have a look?
Well, there was Max talking of wet salmon.
This is exactly the point. No, we shouldn't have a look.
There's contact.
No, we shouldn't have a look.
There's contact.
There's contact in a contact sport. I mean, it's embarrassing.
And also, there wasn't even that much contact
like
anyway.
that. I think it just is a total lack of integrity.
Look, he's still limping.
It's completely nauseating.
That looked like a season-ending injury, man. We've got to protect these players.
No, that was an embarrassing dive from Trossard. Also, by the way, get your shots away.
That's what I'm saying about Trossard.
Shoot.
For someone so good, he's incredibly frustrating. That's a very good turn.
Oh, no.
He's ran into a blind dad. He's done well, though, if he gets a corner. Good play from him.
Really good defending. That Mosquera just looks like
he's done his
really
thing
good.
But So I was there, I think we touched a lot last season, CJ, about Arsenal having 13 or 14 good players to pick from, and not a big squad. You say now, a little bit like Max said, Forest have got 2 teams to pick from.
I think we feel the same way.
You haven't just improved the starting 11. It looks like your strength in depth is better. And we've seen good examples today of Mikel Merino coming in and doing well, Madueke coming in and doing well, and the defender Mosquera coming in
and obviously
doing
Ranieri
really
coming off for Odegaard.
Yeah, sure.
But that's the thing. You touched on it there. It's like for a large period of the last 3 years, Mikel Arteta has said we've got one of the smallest squads. As you just said there's probably give or take been 13, 14 players, especially if Trossard's on the bench. Now it's a completely different world because you've got a lot of options to the point where my thing for Mikel Arteta is, have you maybe, and I'm not meaning this in a negative way, but have you maybe got too many options now? Hincapie hasn't even made his debut. Like, has he got too many options? You've got the squad, you've got the tools. It's now down to you. Like, you've kept Trossard and Martinelli. Admittedly, I thought one of them would leave, probably because we didn't bring in a left winger. You've got all the tools now to... This is the first year as an Arsenal fan. I genuinely think you've got the numbers to compete in all 4 trophies. Whether these...
Oh, there's no doubt about that now, CJ. There's no excuses now, is there?
You can't complain now. Yeah, there's no excuses. You need to bring a trophy home now.
I'm sure you all complain about something.
Can I just make...
Injuries maybe, because there's some key players out injured now.
Already, yeah. Saliba's apparently back next week. Obviously, Saka's out. I just don't want to see these players rush back. Like, honestly, I only want to see Saka against Manchester City. I do think...
Is there a chance he can make that? Do we know?
I think he is, because apparently Arteta said he's recovered. He's just not going to play today. And I know a lot of people say Mikel Arteta runs these players into the ground. Of course, there needs to be resting, but I think the players need to be saved from themselves. It's like Saliba at Anfield. He played on with an injury. So, yeah, we need to protect the... Oh, is that another one? Okay.
We've got some full times coming into us. Then it has finished Charlton 1, Millwall 1. A very, very late equaliser there for Millwall away at Charlton. That's 1-1. Oxford 2, Leicester 2 is also a full time. Oxford move on to 2 points. Oxford still looking for their first win of the season. Leicester, who had won 3 from 4 coming into today, draw that game, although they did play the majority of the game with 10 men. We're still playing a deep Dale. Preston 2, Middlesbrough 2 in that game in League 1. Bradford 1, Bradford 3, Huddersfield 1. Northampton are beating Blackpool by a goal to 0. Accrington Stanley in League 2, who started the day bottom of the table, beating Colchester by a goal to 0, and Crawley 2, Cheltenham 0 is another latest score, though we're coming towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I haven't got the exact odds for that treble you said in the Championship, but you'd be looking at around somewhere between 35-40 to 1 for the draw treble in the Championship. But obviously, it depends on the exact prices pre-match. As Forest is still going.
Give us something, boys. Give us something.
This all come from... I want my clean sheet. It's Ryan's 100th appearance for this club. He better get that.
So we were saying in the shot before, there were 2 Forest players looking for the cross there. Could have been a really good opportunity, but look, Arsenal, they are good defensively, aren't they? And
another clean sheet. And there is a full-time whistle. So it's Arsenal 3, Nottingham Forest 0. First game back after the international break sees Arsenal win by 3 goals to 0. Zubimendi scoring his first and second goal for Arsenal as they beat Nottingham Forest by 3 goals to 0. Zubimendi scoring after 32 minutes with a volley from a corner that Forest cleared. Victor Gyökeres back at the Emirates, scoring again at the Emirates in back-to-back games. He made it 2-0. An assist from Eberechi Eze. That'd be a popular scoreline for Arsenal, and Martin Zubimendi added the 3rd goal late on in the game, heading home from a short corner. Arsenal 3, Nottingham Forest 0. Scornley.
I'm just going to say Arsenal have been clipped in 13-8 from 15-8 for the Premier League title after that win.
Happy days. CJ, overall thoughts? You must be a happy Arsenal fan.
I mean, how can you not be happy? We bounced back after losing to Liverpool. We've got 3 points, kept a clean sheet, saw goals, saw Eze getting assists, saw an encouraging performance from Madueke, and it's always nice to see Gyökeres on the score sheet. I do think there's things we can improve. I wouldn't say the scoreline flatters us, but I do think it's a bit harsh on Nottingham Forest. It's very different, but it reminds me of their game against West Ham where they were in it, but obviously you don't defend well enough, you're going to lose. So, yeah, man, 3 points onto Bilbao and City now.
Okay, hold that thought, guys. Take a very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll bring you some more reaction to the early game in the Premier League. Arsenal beating Nottingham Forest by 3 goals to 0. We've got 5 games coming up at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Team news on the way. Bournemouth, Brighton, Palace, Sunderland, Everton, Villa, Fulham, Leeds, Newcastle versus Wolves. It's a talkSPORT commentary game at 8 o'clock this evening. Brentford v Chelsea. Sandwiched in between that, West Ham Spurs at 5:30. My goodness, it's good to have the Premier League back, isn't it? 3 games in the Championship, all now officially finishing a draw. Charlton 1, Millwall 1, Oxford 2, Leicester 2. Middlesbrough's 100% record in the Championship comes to an end. They draw away at Preston 2-2. Bradford 3, Huddersfield 1, Northampton 1, Blackpool 0 in League 1, and in League 2, Accrington 1, Colchester 0, Crawley 2, Cheltenham 0. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18+. Gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. A very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals. We are brought to you by Final One Standing. Come on, Newcastle. New from William Hill, 18+. Gamble aware dog terms and conditions apply. You can obviously as well back other teams, not just Newcastle, in Final One Standing. But we'll do a little bit more detail with you on Final One Standing, what it is. And if you don't know what it is, we'll tell you exactly why you need to get involved in Final One Standing. It's lots of fun and you could win lots of money. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps and William Hill. Max Scott, CJ, the Daguna have been with me since 12:30 watching Arsenal beat Nottingham Forest by 3-0 in the Premier League. So over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll just bring some reaction to that. And then other side of the break, Jack Cunningham, the most passionate Newcastle fan I know, sorry Harmy, is going to be in the studio with us. Newcastle versus Wolves. Waldemar does start for Newcastle. So Arsenal winning against Nottingham Forest by 3-0. 2 games now in a row. Forest have lost by 3-0, losing to West Ham before the international break. 2 goals from Zubamendi, a goal for Victor Gyökeres as well. Max, it's been a crazy couple of weeks at Nottingham Forest. You've been covering it for talkSPORT. For those who haven't watched the game and are just joining us, in terms of the style we saw from Ange Postecoglou, did you see anything different? Any patterns or anything?
Not particularly, no. I think that rightly he stuck with what he knew. I think he was hampered by the fact that Olareiner is out until Christmas. I think he's also been hampered by the fact that Murillo's had to come off with a knock. Thankfully, didn't look too serious. I like the fact that they've been taking a bit of a precaution by taking him off. And so, Ange has the card stacked against him. He's coming into a club with 3 games into the season that's in a state of flux.
2 training sessions.
Exactly. And I think what CJ said is bang on the money. I think while Arsenal deservedly won that game, they were the better team. 3-0, I think, flats to deceive slightly. And I think that there were periods in that game where Forest looked like, they were stringing some good passes together. They were putting a little bit of pressure on Arsenal.
Had a chance.
Yeah, there was a couple of chances in there. I just sort of think that there was, despite the scoreline, despite the fact that it's another 3-0 defeat, ultimately, I think that there's clearly quality in this Nottingham Forest side. Obviously, it's concerning leaking 6 goals in 2 games, but I don't think that that's Ange Postecoglou's fault just yet. Let's not jump on the easy bandwagon and let's try and be sort of reasoned with this. Ange Postecoglou's come in with a few days' notice, and I think that at times the team has put in a decent performance.
Yeah, and he would have had players literally flying all around the world coming back
exactly.
At some point on Thursday morning would have been the first.
As well as a load of
2 sessions.
As well as a load of new signings to bed in, Sam. We saw Delane Bakwa come on the pitch, Arno Calamuendo, and they both looked really sort of, I think they were sort of exciting in spells, beating players, causing trouble.
There's a lot going on. It's about the new signings, the new manager. There's a lot, though, isn't it?
The timing of everything.
And also, as well, this is a unique season for Forest, because obviously, as you all know, you're back in Europe, so Ange isn't going to have a week on the training ground like he normally would do, let's say, if Forest teams have done in years gone by. You have got that Thursday to Sunday schedule.
So this isn't, for me, about implementing a new system. That seems to be, understandably so, what everybody wants to talk about. But let's try and have a little bit more of a nuanced and intelligent conversation. For Ange Postecoglou, this isn't just about system. This is about getting players on board. It's about influencing a group of players to sort of galvanise in a really difficult set of circumstances, to work hard, to run, and to ultimately get results. And it's going to be difficult. It's always going to be difficult going to the Emirates for your first game in charge. And I'm not surprised at all at the scoreline, and I'm not surprised about the result. But what I would say is I'm not jumping on any bandwagon, and there were, I think, plenty reasons to be positive about that performance, CJ.
Exactly, like you said there, I remember a chance from Morgan Gibbs-White. I think if he scores, it's a different game. That might change the momentum for you guys. I think you lot actually, first 5-10 minutes, actually thought you lot started a lot more positive. Of course, when we scored that screamer with Zubamendi and we've sucker punched you early in the second half, and you lot did switch off for the 3rd goal, but it's like those fine margins went against you. If you just, like you're saying, if you just isolate what we saw across 90 minutes, there was nothing really in it. So I think there's a lot of positives, and I think you're bang on the money about, it's just about Postecoglou getting people to buy into what he needs to buy into, and Nottingham Forest could be set for an exciting season on top of that, because they have depth now. I think that's one commonality between both our teams. We feel like we have the depth to be able to compete in the competitions we want to. So any Nottingham Forest fans, if they feel like they're getting their knickers in a twist, just calm down, slow down. It'll be all right, in my opinion. Postecoglou's a good gaffer.
Hang on.
Max, when Nottingham Forest spent just short of £40 million on Omari Hutchinson, he was your record buy. What did you make of that at the time? Because it's a unique situation where big money was spent on a player, and we know there was the complications with Nuno and Edu, not in the Europa League squad. There was some talk that Nuno didn't want him and he hasn't played him much. And then Ange comes in and doesn't even bring him off the bench today. Just in general, with that signing, before all this happened with Nuno and Edu, did you think that was a shrewd signing at the time when you spent £40 million on him?
I was a little bit concerned about the price, don't get me wrong, Sam. I mean, he showed he's a great Championship player. I think he showed sparks in the Premier League last season, but ultimately was part of a football team that got relegated. And so, I think there's, again, clearly, good pedigree, did well with the England under-21s, for example. He's got a lot of talent, but I do think that £40 million is a lot of money for a player, for a risk potentially, or for a bit of a, he's not guaranteed.
I do remember him being amazing.
Success.
I do remember watching him too much in the Championship and the Premier League last season, and thinking, "Oh wow, there's definitely a Premier League player in there." Am I being harsh, maybe?
I think you've been a little bit harsh because I think that he was one of the shining lights for Ipswich. Him
and Delap.
Well, yeah, exactly. Whilst Ipswich, I think, were a little bit underwhelming considering the money they'd spent, the coach that they have, to do as poorly as they did last season. I think there's obviously a good player in there, but ultimately, when you're part of an ambitious football club like Nottingham Forest, and you're not the only signing, and you're bringing in Bakwa, you're bringing in McAtee, you're bringing in Kalimawendo, who can play on the wing as well as a striker.
Forgotten man Zinchenko, really.
You've got to go and prove yourself, and clearly, just he hasn't necessarily made the impact that he would have liked to, but he's going to be here for a long time, and let's give him a little bit of time to bed in. But in the meantime, I think that what Forest can bring off the bench is really exciting, but we need to start sort of getting results now.
A tough afternoon, disappointing afternoon for Nottingham Forest. But Max, you're going to be with us, aren't you, throughout the whole afternoon until 5 o'clock. So go and have a cup of tea, go and put some water on your face, and then 3 o'clock games. We're not forgetting about it. We're moving on because we've got lots coming up. CJ, you're leaving. Final word for you in 30 seconds. What was the best thing about that game for you? What impressed you most?
Gyökeres and Eze getting goals and assists, and obviously a positive performance from Madueke. In fact, all of our summer signings, Mascara as well. I think he mopped up well today because again, kind of going back to what was said, there was a couple of hairy moments like where it's hit the crossbar. Mascara did very well, so all the summer signings did well. Got the 3 points. Happy to react to the Liverpool game. Happy lad.
CJ, hopefully see you soon.
Yeah, man, hopefully.
Get home safe, okay? This is
Thank
talkSPORT
you,
Goals,
man.
brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill Racing Plus, Gambler.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT's Jack Cunningham, big Newcastle fan, is with us next. And we're going to start turning our attention now to the 3 o'clock games. 5 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. It should be a fun afternoon. I'll tell you one thing, we absolutely love a Saturday afternoon, don't we? We each had a moment there, me and Lee Phelps, where we looked at each other and thought, you know what, life's good, isn't it? Football is back, the Premier League is back. It is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. Come on, Newcastle. New from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps. Max Scott is with us as well. Let's introduce Jack Cunningham from talkSPORT.com. Big Newcastle fan. Jack, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you? It's been a
really
little
good.
bit of time on it, but yeah, I'm
Pardon?
good. It's been a little bit of time since I was on, so it was good.
Yeah, no, I've heard some good things about you, being a busy man over the
I
summer.
have, yeah, definitely. Yeah,
The ESAT thing's been great for your career, right? Maybe not good for your football team.
yeah, they've been getting on Times Radio with a lot.
Yeah. And talkSPORT as well,
And
mate. You
talkSPORT
should
as well.
lead with that one.
I know, but like, yeah.
3 o'clock games, we're looking ahead to those in a second. Just confirmation, Arsenal beat Nottingham Forest by 3-0 in the Championship. The 3 early games were all draws. Charlton 1, Millwall 1, Oxford 2, Leicester 2, Preston 2, Borough 2. In League 1, Bradford 3, Huddersfield 1, Northampton 1, Blackpool 0. In League 2, Accrington starting the day, Boston beating Colchester by 1-0, Crawley beating Cheltenham by 2-0. So a quarter to 3. We can now, Lee, spend the next 10 minutes or so looking at 3 o'clock games and some odds. But first, Final One Standing. Explain to us where we're at, and for people that don't know what it is, they should do. What is it?
Yeah, well, Final One Standing, like Last Man Standing, basically, you've got to pick a Premier League team to win. If they don't win, you're out. So we've been running this since the start of the season. We had the £500,000 game, which is still running. And if you're in that, fantastic, well done. Not many of us are, I don't think. I went out first week with that Brighton pick when they drew with Fulham.
Forest did me against West Ham at home.
Yeah, but whether you're in that or
I'm
not,
contractually obliged to mention producer Jamie,
yeah,
clever boy, went
Yeah,
Burnley
yeah,
to
yeah.
beat Spurs. But Burnley to beat Spurs away. First game of the season.
seems a long
Burnley
time
to
ago.
beat Spurs away.
It seems
It's a
long
ball
time
shout.
ago.
It's a-
Honestly.
But whether you're in the
Stick to
500,
Somerset and the blast, Jamie.
whether you're in the 500k game, whether you've been put into a 50k game, everyone can play the 200k. It goes live at 3 p.m. So you've got 15 minutes to go to get your picks in. Again, Premier League team to win. If you don't win, you go out. You can only pick a team once in a game. So
That makes sense.
So I thought, let's have a look then. So we've had getting on for 250,000 people in this 200,000 game. So what are we going for? I mean, I fancied Liverpool tomorrow, but we're going to try and pick one today, aren't we?
Yeah.
The most popular pick for the
Has
weekend
been.
is Newcastle.
Yeah.
Over 30% of people have picked Newcastle at home to Wolves. Next is Liverpool at Burnley, about just over 20%. And Crystal Palace, 12% people have picked Palace
Palace
at
is
home.
third
to Sunderland.
popular.
First, and then the rest, it's really low. Everton, 4% of people have picked Everton.
No, so I wouldn't
Which
go.
fair enough. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
go
I
Everton.
would. I
If you-
think.
if you're going for a win,
Yeah.
you've got to get a win on the board from here on in.
I've
So who
gone.
you go for? You went for Newcastle.
I've gone for New.
I can't do that.
I know
Jinx my
Newcastle
own
haven't
team.
had a good start to the season, but I
Performance-wise, they have.
I-
Results-wise.
I-
Tottenham at West Ham, Chelsea at Brentford. I mean, they're wins, aren't they?
I'm not. No, I'm
I
not.
don't know about- I
I'm
don't
not
know.
touching Spurs or West Ham. That's a derby, and Spurs have drawn their last 3 games. They haven't won there in 5. Chelsea, maybe. I think Newcastle at home. Wolves are a really poor team. The only team in the league not to get a point in the season. I like Newcastle home to Wolves
Before West Ham's last game, they were down as far as you were concerned.
Yeah,
How
but-
what's changed?
because, well, firstly, a win is pretty. It builds confidence.
Anyone beats Forest
and West
3-0.
Ham, and West Ham Spurs. That is a massive
okay,
game for
I
West
get
Ham,
that.
Yeah.
and they're at home.
It's tough.
I've got Newcastle. Jack, who have you gone
I went
for?
for Palace.
Have you really?
Yeah. Maybe just because they're playing Sunderland.
If I'm picking one today, I'm going Newcastle. I do like.
Yeah.
For me, it's Liverpool at Burnley, but 4-11 Newcastle. I'm just. We're going to talk about this a lot. I'm fascinated to see what Newcastle. What I'm also fascinated to see is the crowd, because we saw the crowd against Liverpool
Yeah.
when it was all in the melting pot. Now, you'll tell us. I imagine that siege mentality is still there. It's almost like we don't need you. We've got. I know this isn't.
Yeah.
But we've got 2 strikers in who could make a huge difference to our team this year, and it's like it's a fresh start. On
And just to clarify, Voltemada
He is-
starts and leads the
He is
line.
on. Yeah, he is.
So Voltemada, like under 21s, sensational
Unbelievable.
record. Scored goals obviously for Stuttgart last season, 12 in. Probably
And he didn't
28
start
games.
entirely in the first half of the season. He wasn't even in their Champions
It's a big
League
step,
squad.
though, isn't it?
It is a big step.
Yeah,
It is a big
assisted
step.
in the week for Germany as
Yeah.
well, didn't he, against Northern Ireland? It's going to be really interesting to see how he goes. If he starts well today, though, I mean, his career just could at Newcastle. He'll be a hero automatically, won't he?
Yeah.
Because of Isak.
We really want a debut goal for Voltemada. I think that would be unbelievable. Like, even if as long as we win and he gets a debut goal,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the top
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't get one, it's not the end of the world, because to be honest, I think if Vissa hadn't have been injured, he wouldn't have started this game anyway. And I think Vissa would have been the one to start, because the way Eddie Howe works with players who don't know the Premier League is it usually takes a while to bed them in. So if we go back when Newcastle signed Bruno Guimaraes, he didn't start for 4 or 5 games. He was coming on as a substitute. The midfield at the time was Shelvey, Longstaff and Willock. And then eventually Bruno came into the team, and obviously now he's undroppable. If you think about Isak started the game against Liverpool at Anfield, but that was only because Wilson was injured. So otherwise, Isak wouldn't have started. And then Tonali, he's the only other one I can think of in recent times where he signed and started his first game immediately. And that was because he joined right at the start of the summer and he had all of pre-season. However, last season when Tonali came back from his ban, he didn't start for about 8 games. And then eventually he came back in the team. So I think Howe would have not wanted to actually start Waldemar today. And I was actually saying yesterday, even with the Visser injury, I still wouldn't have been surprised if Waldemar hadn't have started and he'd gone for a Sula, just because even though he's our record signing, £69 million, just based on how Eddie Howe likes to integrate players who don't know the Premier League, I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been a Sula. But I'm happy it's Waldemar because I'm excited to see him.
Yeah. Confirmation of Newcastle's team: Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Byrne, Livramento, the back four, the try and trust in midfield 3, Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali, Joel Linton, back together, reunited. Murphy, Barnes, Voltemada leads the line. Newcastle yet to win in the league this season. The Magpies become just the 5th Premier League side in history to draw their first 2 away games 0-0 in a season, doing so at Aston Villa and Leeds. And of course, there was that heartbreaking defeat as well, home to Liverpool. As for Wolves, they're the only side in the league on 0 points this season. They've got Johnson in goal, the back 3 of Mosquera, Agbadou, Totti, Gomez, the wing backs Rodrigo and Hugo Bueno, the midfield 3. Krejci comes into the team, Andre, João Gomez, Aracadore and Hwang Hee-chan leads the line, and Jorgen Strand Larsen is not on the bench for Wolves, which is interesting. So Newcastle Wolves, I've gone for Newcastle in final one standing. You've gone for Palace. Yep. And confirmation, Lee, who have you gone for?
I'll go Newcastle today, and they'll be in most of the ACCAs today. It's gold weekend at William Hill, which means more offers, more value, more all weekend, and you get a free bet on your ACCA. So I think Newcastle will go in there. I like Newcastle to win. I like Tottenham to win, despite what you said. I like Chelsea to win. I thought Arsenal would win early in the day. I think there's some. I think Everton. I'm really looking for. I think Grealish to assist at 4-1 is one of my favourite bets of the day. I also like Semenya and I like Matoma to be in and amongst the goals or shots on target. Bournemouth, Brighton.
Awesome. Really recommend final one standing. Go and get the William Hill app. Go and play it because it's fun, it's free, and there's also the opportunity to go and win lots of money. We're in WhatsApp groups. We're having real good fun, real good banter, taking the mick out of other people when you get something right and you get something wrong. I'm sure I'll be laughing at you. You'll be laughing at me if I get something wrong. And again, if you are out from the original start of the season, you can still come back in. Final one standing. It's fun. We've got about 5 or 6 minutes, Lee, till we break. I want to rattle through some standout odds there. You mentioned Jack Grealish. Let's start then, shall we, at Bournemouth. Bournemouth versus Brighton in the Premier League. Bournemouth won 4 of their first 6 Premier League games against Brighton, but have lost 5 of the last 6. Brighton have won 2 of their last 3 visits to Bournemouth. The Bournemouth team is Petrovic in goal, Hill, Molosalovic, Senesi, Truffert, the back 4. Adams and Scott will sit in midfield. Brooks, Tavernier, Semenyo will support Evan Nilsson, who leads the line. The Brighton team, Verbruggen, Veltman, Van Heck, Dunk, De Cupia, the back 4. James Milner gets a rare start at midfield alongside Hinshelwood. Mitoma, Ruta, Minter are the 3 that will play behind Daniel Welbeck. I like the draw here, Lee.
Yeah, it's over 3-1 for a score draw, so don't mind that at all.
I felt like 2-2, something like that.
It's hard to pin your colours to either side, really, because you wouldn't be surprised any of 3 results. But like I said before, I think Semenya's been good this season. Has had a pretty busy international break, playing in the African qualifiers, but has got 2 goals and assists this season already. Matoma also had a busy international break, although only played like 25 minutes of the second game for Japan, but both been away a bit, both long trips. He's 29-10. To score in this one, so just under 3-1.
Crystal Palace versus Sunderland is the first Premier League meeting between the two sides since 2017. How's this for a stat? Palace are on the longest unbeaten run of any current Premier League side. It's 9 games without a defeat. Palace go with Henderson in goal. The back 3 is Richard, Lacroix, Gakey. The wing backs, Munoz and Mitchell. Hughes and Lerma are the 2 that sit. Pino starts, Kamada and Mateta. A massive blow for Crystal Palace that there is no Sarr. Sarr's played a role with 9 goals in his last 12 starts, 6 goals and 3 assists. As for Sunderland, they've won 2 of their first 3, the first newly promoted side to win 2 of their first 3 since Leeds back in 2020. They go with Roofs in goal, Hugh, Mukiele, Alderete, Ronaldo, the back 4, Diarra, Xhaka, Siddiqui, the midfield 3, Talbi, Isidore, Adingra, the front 3. Lee, odds on this game, interesting that Jack's gone with Palace in his final one standing.
Yeah, 8-11 Palace. The draw 12-5. Sunderland 4-1. If Sunderland have got the goals in them, then I think they'll have too much for Sunderland. I think that's the key to this. Sunderland, obviously, they lost in the cup to Huddersfield, didn't they? Lost obviously at Burnley as well. This is only the second away game in the Premier League. It's a look, everyone's saying they'll be good at home, they won't be
Yeah.
away. It's easy to say, isn't it?
It is easy to
We'll
say.
find out today, I think.
I think Sunderland had the perfect fixture to start the season as well. You know, as a newly promoted team, to get West Ham, who had a really rough summer, you know, you've signed loads of players. There's all that optimism there. You get that win. And then next time you got Burnley away, and their performance was pretty disappointing, to be honest. I think they had one chance in the first half, and that was it. Apart from that, Burnley were pretty comfortable winners, which, you know, that's pretty disappointing, really. You know, they could have easily won that. That's a game they should have been targeting to win. Yeah. But then they followed up with a big win against Brentford, where they were 1-0 down with 10 minutes to go, and they came back and they got the winner with Isidore right at the end of the game. So Sunderland are going to be hard to beat at Steamer Light, I think.
Everton
100%.
versus Aston Villa. Everton started well with 6 points. Villa only 1 point yet to score, yet to win in the league this season. Everton winless in their last 12 Premier League matches against Villa. Everton have got Pickford in goal. O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane, Garner, the back four. Jack Grealish will start on the left-hand side. Dewsbury Hall will be in behind Beto and Dye from the right-hand side for Villa. There's no Sancho or Elliott, both players on the bench. The two deadline day signings. So too is Lindelof. So they've got Martinez in goal, Cash, Konza, Mings and Digne the back four. Bournemouth looks like will play the midfield two with Tielemans. McGinn, Rodgers, Buendia will support Watkins. You mentioned this price already, Lee. Let's remind people, Jack Grealish has 4 assists in the Premier League this season, more than anybody else. Player of the month for August. Remind us the odds for him to get an assist?
Yeah, price boost 3-1 to get an assist, but he's been boosted to 4-1 to get an assist in this game. I'm fascinated by this game. I'm looking forward to this game more than anything. As much as Everton have been impressive.
Best game of 3 o'clock.
I think the way he's delivering the assists, it's making it so easy for that forward line to score goals. It's a bit like the Gyökeres goal. If you put it in front of a forward and he's running on to goal, you more often than not you're going to score. But I'm also fascinated by Villa. No goals yet. Crazy. We have to see something new from Aston Villa today. Otherwise, you know, the price about Everton to beat them at 13-8 at the minute. Oof. It's just, you know, we could look back after 90 minutes and go, yeah, Villa are just not out of the game here. Villa are in.
Very briefly, Fulham versus Leeds, the final 3 o'clock game. Fulham go Leno, Teti, Anderson, Bassi, Sesney on the back four. Lukic and Sander Berg will sit. Wilson, King, Iwobi will support Muniz. As for Leeds, Darlow, Bogle, Goodmanson, Rodon, Strauch the back four. Longstaff, Ampadu stack the midfield three. Dominic Calvert-Lewin starts for Leeds today alongside Aronson and Okafor. I like Fulham at home, Lee.
Yeah, I like them as well. We've discussed this, haven't we? I think Fulham need to start getting some points on the board here. They're 21-20, a touch of odds against to beat Leeds. Draw 9-4. Leeds 27-10. Interesting, you mentioned Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Him to score a header had been price boosted out to 17-2. Leeds outscored every other Championship club by 24 goals last season. Can't score this season. Fulham get 2. I think they win the game.
It's talkSPORT Goals. Up next, we're watching the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. We're 30 seconds away from 3 o'clock on Saturday, September the 13th. This talkSPORT Goals brought to you by Final One Standing is new from William Hill, 18 plus. Gambleware.org, terms and conditions apply. I'm your host, Sam Ellard, with you until just after 5 o'clock this evening, taking you through now all of the games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League and up and down the country. Lee Phelps from William Hill was alongside me, as he always is, to my right-hand side. Max Scott, talkSPORT presenter, reporter, big Forest fan, is in the house, and we bring in Jack Cunningham from talksport.com, big Newcastle fan. So we now turn our attention to the 5 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Arsenal started the day by beating Nottingham Forest by 3-0. Bournemouth Brighton at 3, Palace Sunderland, Everton Villa, Fulham Leeds, Newcastle Wolves. At 5:30 it's West Ham Spurs, and Brentford Chelsea is at 8 o'clock. We touched on and previewed these games before the break. There's also 7 games in the Championship at 3 o'clock as well. I'll just tell you about those. There's already, by the way, before I can even do that, the first bit of noise from Jack. What was the noise for, Jack? Did you win a throw-in on the halfway line?
No, Wolves have nearly scored in about 5 seconds. They took the kick-off, they've played it back, and it's been launched forward to the new striker, Tolu, and he's flicked it on to Rodrigo Gomez, and Gomez has beaten Trippier to the ball. And you know what? He should score there.
Tell you what.
He's fired it miles wide at the end. He should score there, to be honest. Wow, what an opportunity for Wolves.
That was a massive opportunity for Wolves.
5 seconds in.
Yeah, that would have obviously gone down as one of the... And they do bring in a corner now, Wolves, and it comes to the edge of the box.
Oh, my God.
Nick Pope has to get himself low down to his right-hand side and pushes the ball away. So Wolves, a minute in, have had 2 efforts on goal. It remains goalless. The games in the Championship: Coventry, Norwich, Sheffield Wednesday, Bristol City, Stoke, Birmingham, Swansea, Hull, Watford, Blackburn, West Brom, Derby, and Wrexham v QPR. All 3 games in the early kickoff in the Championship was a draw. Charlton 1, Millwall 1, Oxford 2, Leicester 2, Preston 2, Middlesbrough 0. Jack, talk us through the Newcastle team.
Yes, obviously Nick Pope in goal. I don't think there was any real surprise there. Obviously Newcastle have Barcelona on Thursday, so I think there's been a couple of changes with that in mind. So Alanga is on the bench, that makes a bit more sense. But obviously the back four is Trippier, we got Cher, we got Byrne, and then we got Tino Livramento at left back, who has been our best player so far this season. Been unbelievable. Although Wolves are absolutely all over us here. I mean, we're a minute in and we are struggling big time. And then it's Joe Linton back. Obviously, he went off against Liverpool.
Yeah, that was
You know what? When he went off, I was really worried. It looked like it was a serious injury. The way he could barely walk off the pitch. It looked like he was in absolute agony. Luckily, he only missed the Leeds game. He's now back. So it's Joe Linton, Ali, Bruno in midfield, which is absolutely brilliant. And then, of course, we got the Walter-Marda up front. £69 million. Nick Walter-Marda makes his debut for Newcastle. I don't think, as I said, he would have actually started if Johan Visser had been fit, but Visser has picked up an injury on international duty.
Why do you think that?
Because of the fact that Eddie Howe likes to embed these players in, especially the ones who are not from the Premier League. So obviously Newcastle, when they sign players in the Premier League, he usually puts them straight in from the start. So Langa, started the first 2 games because he knows the Premier League. But someone like Walter-Marda, go on Tonali. Oh, well, but unlucky. But yeah. So it was, basically Walter-Marda. I was a bit surprised that he is starting, in the sense of just because it's not the way Eddie Howe usually likes to go. But equally, I am delighted he is starting because I'm really excited to see him. And look, he's £69 million striker. You do want him to be starting these games. And would you want his first start really to be Barcelona at home on Thursday? Probably not. So maybe Wolves at home is the game to start him in. Although Wolves have started the better team by
and we all wanted Visser to score more than Isak, didn't we? So
have you heard this part?
What's the?
Did I tell you about this?
No.
Lee said to me he thinks Visser's going to score more goals Premier League than Isak this season.
It's got more than Premier League than Isak.
This is before the injury.
Yeah,
I thought he'd start straight away.
Yeah.
Isak won't start for 2 or 3 games.
No, he won't start for a few games, to be fair.
I had to say that was
19 versus 23 goals. Didn't have any penalties Visser last season.
Yeah. Visser is a goal scorer. He's a pure goal. His finishing's unbelievable.
That was one of the more, in my opinion, left field shouts from Lee. Talking
without the injury, it had every chance. Still might do.
Remind me then, what were the odds then on him to be top goal scorer and Isak to be top goal scorer?
Everton goalless against Aston Villa.
There we go. Move on from that very quickly.
7-1,
Talking of injuries, by the way, was it?
It was 50-1, Visser 7-1.
So William Hill agree with me then, don't they?
Yeah, but I think it's a really interesting match bet.
Usually, if Visser scores more goals than Isak this season, there's a good chance he could be top.
I just think he plays more games than Isak in the Premier League. In the Premier League,
he
probably would have done. I think Visser would have definitely started this game, and I think he would have been the starting strike. I think the plan would have been to acclimatise Walter-Marda.
I think the £130 million signing that Liverpool made is going to start.
No, he's going to start, obviously, but the thing is, it's weird because you've got to find a way to fit him into the team. Like, Ekitike does not deserve to be dropped, so you got to find a way to get them both into the team somehow. And that's going to be the tricky thing. Go on! Oh!
Talk us through it. What happened?
That was a lovely move by Newcastle down the right-hand side. And then I can't say we laid it back off to Murphy, but Jacob Murphy just wrapped his left foot around it and he sort of bent it from 25 yards out and it went, a couple of yards wide? It was Waldemar with the pass back. So straight away, that's what Waldemar is doing, linking up the play. He dropped into the striker role, drops into the 10, pops it back to Murphy. Murphy, first time, curls the shot about 3 yards wide of the right-hand post. So it's a decent effort. Murphy, look, he had such a good season last year. I mean, absolutely brilliant. 8 goals, 12 assists in the Premier League. A lot of them were for Isak, to be fair. But still, Murphy deserves his start. And now we've lost the Newcastle game.
What's so funny, sorry?
The Newcastle game's gone.
Oh, you lost the Newcastle game, yes. I did wonder where it went. Let's hope Baltimore doesn't score the next minute because that would be rather unfortunate, wouldn't it? So, Lee, just what's standing out for you? You mentioned there the Everton-Aston Villa game. I think it's a game we're both really, really interested in. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0. And, of course, it's good to see, isn't it, Jack Grealish back and playing with a smile on his face.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it started, Aston Villa have just kept the ball so far. Everton hardly had a sniff of it. As we said before the game, Jack Grealish to assist a goal, 4-1. Ollie Watkins to score the first goal, boosted out to 6-1. So yeah, there's a few in that one. I think there's Rodgers to score or assist is priced up at 2-1. Looks a little skinny as Everton come forward now. Grealish on the ball now. We're waiting to see if he can continue this run of assists. 4 assists so far. Got the player of the month, as we've said, and everything will go to him. If a blue player's got it and they're in the final third, they'll find Grealish.
Yeah, such a breath of fresh air, isn't it, to see Grealish back playing with freedom. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. He's such an enjoyable player to watch. As a neutral, I love Jack Grealish. I really hope this move works out for him and we get him back in the England team. That is an awful tackle, by the way.
Great ball from Matoma. Brighton in the attack here.
Yeah, Bournemouth managed to clear. So no goals yet then in our 5 games in the Premier League. Jack Grealish once again has got some space on the left-hand side for Aston Villa, linking up there with Kieran Dewsbury Hall. So no goals yet. Jack, talk to me then about Newcastle's ambitions this season. We all know what's happened in the summer. We all know who's left the football club. Yep. What do you think is achievable this season for Newcastle?
Yeah, I mean, so I think a couple of weeks. If you come to me in August, the start of August, I was looking. I was pretty worried about the season. Only signed Alanga. And then Newcastle had a really good end to the transfer window, I thought. So with Malik Chow coming in, Jacob Ramsey, Visser and Waldemar. Yes, Isak went, but ultimately, look, he didn't want to be there anymore. And I still believe if Newcastle had put their foot down, he would have played for Newcastle again.
I agree.
Because they had the meeting, didn't they? They cleared the air meeting after the Liverpool game when the transfer window was still open. And he said to them then, I'm not going to play for you again, even if the transfer window closes. Well, of course he's going to say that. The transfer window's still open. Of course, he still wants his move to Liverpool until it's guaranteed not happening. But, look, it probably is better for the overall mentality, the overall harmony of the squad to just get him out of there. It is a shame that he went about it this way. But then again, Johan Visser went about it in the same way and he got his move to Newcastle, didn't he? So, in terms of what we're expecting this season...
Oh, sorry, there's a really good save from Emi Martinez. The offside flag has gone up in the end, but there's a cross in from the left-hand side. It looked like it was going over Beto. He did really well, though, to get up and head a powerful header where he tried to beat Martinez at the near post, but the Aston Villa goalkeeper did really well to push the ball away. Everton then appealed for a handball, but the offside flag had gone up. Aston Villa trying to play out from the back. Kieran Dewsbury Hall does so well to win the ball high up the pitch, and Martinez in the end has to make a really good save. It would have been a Grealish assist. It was a Grealish cross into the box, and Martinez ends up doing really well, Matt.
Yeah. How did he
had to push that ball away?
Absolutely, and we're talking about an Emi Martinez sort of out from the cold at Villa. There's a really bizarre situation in the transfer window.
You're right.
But he's a big character, isn't he? I'm sure that maybe some of the pressure on him to perform means absolutely nothing to him. He's a World Cup winner. He's an absolutely brilliant bloke to have in your team, and he's doing what he does, making big saves.
Can I ask you one? There was a clip which I got some stick for last week when I started naming some goalkeepers I think are better than everyone else.
Okay. That one,
and I did say Matt Sells. What are your thoughts on that?
Matt Sells better than Emi Martinez. Yeah, I think.
You're happy with that?
I think
Based on last
it's
season,
demonstrably true based on form last season. You cannot deny it. He was a Golden Glove winner alongside David Raya, so there's no argument there.
Max, there was last week when I suggested it. Don't worry about that, pal. This is talkSPORT goals.
Go on,
Beto's
Barnes.
in for Everton.
Go on, Barnes.
Do you know what?
Go on.
Chance here for Newcastle. Joe Linton.
Oh.
Can we just have a look at Beto's touch here? This is where he's so frustrating. He makes a really good run. They play a long ball forward. Tarkowski's ball was really good. He gets in behind Mings. And that first touch is absolute pony.
Terrible.
He makes a good run, good ball. If his touch was better, he would have been one-on-one on goalie and would have had his 4 or 5 yards out. It's interesting that Barry, the new signing, is not starting today for Everton.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, again, going back to the whole, I know we're going to talk about Grealish a lot today probably, but that ball in front of Beto is a better one for him. The ball over the top, that's a lot for him.
I'm sorry, Lee. For a Premier League centre forward, that should not. His touch can't be that bad.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. We know he can score goals, but it's almost like it needs laying on a plate for him. Is what I'm trying to say here. He shouldn't be doing that. You're right.
Yeah, I agree with you. So no goals yet then in our games in the Premier League. So Everton versus Aston Villa. Everton
good defending. Well done.
Everton winless in their last 12 Premier League matches against Aston Villa. Aston Villa just 1 point in this season. No goals yet scored in the Premier League. They have won, though, 4 of their last 5 Premier League away visits to Everton, as Hwang-Hee Chan has a shot which is just wide of the near post for Nick Pope. So, Max, Aston Villa have had a tricky start to the season. 1 point from 3 games. They were busy on deadline day. All 3 of the new signings on deadline day on the bench. Lindelof, but then Harvey Elliott and Jadon Sancho. In particular, on Elliott and Sancho, how do you think both will get on Aston Villa?
I've got absolutely no doubt that Harvey Elliott is going to be a wonderful signing for Aston Villa. You know, you see that you can tell a lot about a player by what fans say when they leave the football club. And I think that, you know, not just his character, which is absolutely vital in any football team, but particularly someone like Unai Emery, who, you know, that's important for him. But he's incredibly unlucky that he's in arguably one of the best, well, not arguably, was playing for one of the best teams in the world in Liverpool. And so I think that this is a great club for him. I think the fans will back him. I'm surprised actually he's not starting today, because Aston Villa have sort of looked stifled, looked like they've really lacked that sort of that spark that they had all last season, particularly in Europe. But I've got no doubt he's going to be a success. I'm afraid the jury remains out for Jadon Sancho. We all know what he can do. I think he's only really shown it the levels that you'd like to see at Borussia Dortmund. And I just worry if the rigours of the Premier League and if the pressure from the media here in this country might be a little bit too much for him. But there is no doubt whatsoever there is a talent in there. We don't like some of the things that we see in terms of his attitude, in terms of his public criticism of Erik ten Hag, for example. So, I don't know, I'm not...
Did you maybe think a move abroad would have been better suited for him?
I think so.
He turned them down, though. He turned down moves abroad.
But I think we're talking about a player here who, you know, is on a massive contract at Manchester United and doesn't want to give that up. And that's sad to see, because you'd like to think that the love of the game and the sort of integrity to go and sort of... even if it means your wage decreasing, going and playing football somewhere.
Roma wanted to sign him permanently, you know, massive club, Roma. Huge Italian club. And he just wasn't interested. Go on! Oh, they scored! Oh, no way.
It's a big chance there for Newcastle at St James's Park. Johnson, who's back in goal for Wolves, has ended up making a really good save. It's a long throw into the box. Livramento. It goes through all the bodies. No Wolves player can clear their lines, and it falls to Murphy at the back post. And from 2 yards out, he scuffs his shot into the ground.
It's a terrible miss.
Johnson makes it. It's probably a better miss than a good save, isn't it?
It's a terrible miss.
But from a couple of yards out, Jack, he really should do better. As who's that there who has a shot? That's Harvey Barnes, who tries his luck from 30 yards out. It goes over. But Jacob Murphy denied from close range. He should have scored, Jack.
100% should have scored. I mean, there, like, long throw in from Tino Livramento. Joe Linton gets on at the near post, flicks it through. It's a lovely header from Joe Linton. And Murphy has to score. I mean, he's 4 yards out, unmarked, and he just hits it straight at the goalkeeper. Yes, the goalkeeper does well to spread his legs, but if he just pops it in either of the corners, it's 1-0 Newcastle.
So no goals yet then in the Premier League up and down the country. Go on, Lee.
Bournemouth started pretty well here against Brighton in terms of momentum. 4 touches in the opposition box. Brighton haven't done an awful lot. I mean, the possessions all pretty much 50-50. In fact, it has just gone 50-50. But Bournemouth just showing a bit more about them than Brighton are so far. But we've seen Brighton be a little bit slow out of the blocks in games so far this season. Obviously came on really strong against City in the end. So not the way the game's going to probably finish, but Bournemouth, I think, have probably started really well. But this Newcastle Wolves game, I mean, it looks like it's got goals in it. 3 shots each already. We're, what are we, just inside 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
3 shots on target. 10 shots in the opposition box for Wolves, 3 for Newcastle. It looks like it's got goals in it. First goal before the 30th minute is priced up at 6-5. That's the way the odds are going. Nick Voltemade to score the first goal instantly, 4-1 at the moment.
So no goals yet then in the Premier League. We have got a goal though in the Championship. Bristol City leading Sheffield Wednesday by 1-0. The visitors arrive hoping to keep their unbeaten record intact and record a third straight league victory of the season. Bristol City 8 points from their first 4 games. Have had a good start to life in the Championship after losing in the playoffs. All the other games though in the Championship are currently goalless at the moment. The only goals in League One in the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Barnes leading Reading by 1-0. Port Vale 1-up away at Exeter. And in League Two, all of the 3 p.m. games are currently goalless. So still searching then for our first goal in the Premier League. Max, what are you expecting this season from Crystal Palace? We know the Glasner's done an amazing job there, winning that FA Cup, getting into Europe. A strange summer though, where they've lost a few players and possibly looking at their squad. I believe, Max, they just haven't strengthened enough to be able to maybe go and push on like Palace fans would have wanted.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Sam. The Crystal Palace are an incredibly run football club, and I mean that by Oliver Glasner.
Grealish has a shot deflected. Martinez ends up making a really good save. Villa don't clear the ball, falls to Grealish. It's a first-time shot into the ground. It skids off. It takes a deflection, and Emi Martinez has to react really quickly to make a pretty good save. Sorry to cut you off there, Max, but Grealish has started well, Max, hasn't he?
Absolutely, and you've written in the stars.
Yeah, I think so.
A renewed, rejuvenated, resurrected Jack Grealish doing bits for Everton in the new stadium, and you can just see it written in the stars, a potential goal against his old club Villa, who I'm surprised didn't come in for him. You look at Harvey Elliott, the type of profile similar to Jack Grealish. Why didn't they go back in for him? Because he looks like an absolute steal at this point.
Yeah, so Emi Martinez has made 2 really good saves so far. You know, Max, earlier talking about players going down and something that annoys you. My pet peeve in football is the overprotection for goalkeepers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a contact sport, and if you're going to have, if you've got the minerals to come out there and put your body on the line, don't start sort of flopping like a fish on the floor. Get on with it. I think that the rules protecting
fish, salmon, we've got everything coming up.
The rules protecting goalkeepers are an absolute sham, and I think it takes away from the game, doesn't it? Because that'd be another element of the game which, tactically you could try to exploit. We'd see more goals from those sorts of positions. But yeah, I agree with you, Sam. There's a lot of pet peeves at the minute.
How big is the Grealish celebration if he scores?
No,
I don't think he'll celebrate.
No, I think
enough time passed to.
I don't think he'll celebrate.
I don't think he's going to do one of those where he I don't like when they put their hands in the air.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to apologise. I think it might just be a simple give your teammate a hug and move on. I don't think we're going to see a knee slide in front of the away end. No. And Bournemouth have taken the lead against Brighton. Bournemouth 1, Brighton 0. The first goal in the Premier League. I think it's Scott who's got the goal for Bournemouth. Bournemouth on match day 2 and 3 faced the fewest shots on target after facing 10 against Liverpool on the opening weekend. They haven't had to worry too much defensively so far in this game. They've been on the front foot, and Bournemouth, who go into the game with back-to-back victories. Last time out, a really, really impressive victory against Spurs. They didn't just beat Spurs by 1-0. They hammered Spurs by 1-0. And it is indeed Alex Scott who gives Bournemouth the lead after 17 minutes. The first goal then in our 3 o'clock games. Bournemouth 1, Brighton 0. And Lee, I said a draw in this game, but Bournemouth strike early.
Yeah, and they've, like I said before, the momentum has been with them. I think they've been really good this season, though. I mean, obviously they lost to Liverpool, but they still scored 2 goals against them, didn't they? So and they've come on.
Yeah, lovely finish as well. Really, really nice finish from Scott. Semenya gives the ball to Scott outside the box. He takes 1 touch back to goal, manages to swivel and turn, and on his left foot, he beats the goalkeeper at his near post, Verbruggen, with no chance on that. So a really nice finish from Scott, who arrived at Bournemouth with a real big reputation, but probably maybe hasn't been able to play enough. Yeah, I was going to say.
Injuries, Alex Scott, and I don't think when he actually played in his actual position, which is sort of like in behind the striker, which is where he was anyway. And I feel like now when I'm watching him for Bournemouth, this is a big season for him. And I feel like already in the early signs from what I've seen of him so far this year, he's looking much better and looking good.
Yeah, Brighton
Attack again,
Brighton have been really poor, haven't they, Lee?
Yeah, they're on the attack again here, Bournemouth, and they're still a reasonable price to back, 7-5 to win the match. Draw is 23-10 to
Bournemouth
over. Bournemouth.
Even though they're leading
1-0.
1-0.
Yeah, so it's interesting that, isn't it? You'd think there'd be a bit of a shorter price than that, despite winning. But maybe the draw is such a favoured price in the end that Brighton will come on strong in the end. But here's Bournemouth again.
Yeah, Truffert. Is it Truffert? Truffair? We're going Truffair, aren't we? Silent T whips in the ball from the left-hand side, but it manages to go out for a throw. In terms of Valdemada, What type of centre forward are you expecting him to be in terms of all-round game?
Yeah, so Valdemada is really interesting because he's 6'6", but I'm not expecting him to score many headers. That's probably on his weakest part of his game. Well, he's actually very much like Isak in the sense of it's all about his dribbling and his close control. So there was a goal he scored for Stuttgart last season against Wolfsburg where he got the ball kind of 30 yards out and he turned and then he's basically just skinned like 4 players and once it in the box and then finished it. And for like a 6'6" striker, you don't really expect that. Go on! Away!
A long ball forward lets Barnes go through down the left-hand side. There's a coming together between Barnes and Mosquera as Barnes gets in down the left-hand side. Foul, or was that a coming together, Jack?
On first look, it looked like a foul. We're not seeing a replay of it yet, so that would probably help. But it did look like Barnes had got on the wrong side of Mosquera, and then he just sort of collapsed into him as Barnes ran into the box.
The referee is going to say, let's have a wait. So I wonder if the VAR gentleman is going to have a look at this. So
VAR gentleman.
The VAR geezer. It's a long ball forward.
It looks like he's got an arm in the face there. Not that's intentional.
No, he does.
He's got a little elbow to the chops, boys.
But then, what will make this one interesting is it's outside the box, isn't it?
Yeah,
so it would be a free kick, not a penalty. But then, would it be a red card for violent conduct? Almost they're checking the red card for violent conduct.
Would be denying
checking possible red card denial of a goal scoring opportunity, and the referee is going to wave play on. That's interesting.
Wow.
I think we're going to play on. Yeah, it's interesting as you said, Max. It did look like as Mosquera came across. It wasn't a coming together. It was more the left elbow.
Mosquera knows he's in trouble, so he just sticks his elbow in the bar.
In the spirit of this being a contact sport, I don't think for 1 minute that the defender there has intentionally elbowed him in the face. No. It's just one of those things.
But he's trying to block him. He's trying to block him off.
But if you unintentionally trip someone over in the box, it's still going to be a penalty, right?
Yeah.
I think that if that happens in the box, it's a penalty.
But then it's denial of a goal scoring opportunity though, because Barnes is in 1-on-1.
I don't think he's
the ball's there right in front of him.
He's not 1-on-1. He's still got a defender.
No, there wasn't a defender. There wasn't a defender. He was in 1-on-1.
Well, the VAR gentleman clearly believes.
Well, the VAR gentleman.
Basically, I don't know what his name is, so I've gone VAR gentleman. Yeah. Bristol City are 2-0 up away at Sheffield Wednesday. Sheffield Wednesday a terrible start to the season. We know there's ongoing off-field issues. They headed in with a thin and inexperienced squad under Henrik Pedersen. They've only managed 1 point from 4 games so far. They are through to the next round of the Carabao Cup with Bristol City going well away at Sheffield Wednesday. They are 2-0 up after last season's playoff semi-final defeat and the departure of Liam Manning. Bristol City turned to Gerhard Struber over the summer and has overseen a positive start, earning 8 points from their first 4 games. And Bristol City 2 up away at Sheffield Wednesday. A goal in the Coventry-Norwich game. It's Coventry 0, Norwich 1. Norwich leading that game by a goal to 0. Norwich under the reign of ex-Bristol City boss Liam Manning. They made an inconsistent start to the season, shall we say. 2 wins and 2 defeats so far in the league. Coventry 0, Norwich 1. The last time Coventry were at home in the Championship. Do you remember what happened, Lee?
No.
But 7 past QPR. I think 6 of those might have been in the first half.
Yeah.
No goals yet for Coventry. And another goal as well in the Championship. Stoke City leading Birmingham by a goal to 0. Stoke won 3 and lost 1 of their opening 4 games and going well against Birmingham today. Stoke 1, Birmingham 0. Do you see lots of bets on the Championship, Lee? Is it a popular market?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not as much as the Premier League, of course, but it's one of the best leagues in the world, isn't it? Still, we always talk about this. I mean, I think if you're a Championship fan, you absolutely love it. And, if you're not one of the big teams and you happen to go up into the Premier League, I think there's always a little bit of reticence about it because I think fans actually do love the Championship so much.
They do, yeah.
I'm based up north and a lot of Leeds fans, you want to go up to the Premier League, of course you do. Same with Sunderland, because you have to be in there, don't you? But you've been a few years now, but the Championship is amazing. And if you're playing really well, you're winning games week in, week out. We made the point about Leeds, didn't we? Scoring goals for fun last season. 24 more goals than anyone else. the struggle to score a goal. I mean, they're not struggling against Fulham at the moment, but Fulham are having, as they come on the attack now, watch them score now. But Fulham are kind of like, almost toying with them a little bit. By the way, Everton are all over Aston Villa.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't
Absolutely
just
are.
mean that shots wise and attempts wise. I mean it first to the ball, physical with them, pushing them over, getting stuck in, giving away free kicks. Yes, but Villa have just been woeful so far, to be honest. No shots still, no goals this season, no shots at all. 5 for Everton, only 1 on target, 12 touches in the opposition box for Everton, 1 for Aston Villa so far.
Max, what caught your eye there?
But just looks like Brighton are warming up a potential substitution already in the 24th minute. Semenyo's gone into the back of a Brighton defender who's then gone into the hoardings. I can tell you, I used to live in Bournemouth for 8 years. What's going on?
So the ball just fell loose to Baltimore in the box, and he had a volley from close range, which has ended up hitting a Wolves player in the head, and he's gone down in some agony.
He's absolutely.
By the way, as well, talk about managers under pressure.
Hearts 1 up in the William Hill Scottish Premiership, of course. Rangers
against Rangers.
Buy a win.
Hearts are 1 up away at Rangers. Russell Martin is a man under pressure.
His
He's in trouble.
He's in trouble. His days are numbered. I think from the beginning, he just doesn't seem for me to have the backbone for Rangers. I think I really like the way he speaks. But he speaks so intelligently. But then when you watch his teams play,
They've got to be 9-1 on aggregate.
Yeah,
in a Champions League.
Oh yeah, Villa's first real attack there. McGinn had the ball on the right hand side. Matty Cash made an overlap. I think the offside flag ended up going up, but the ball in the end was cleared and blocked. Max.
Yeah, no, I mean, finally for Villa, some relief for fans watching and a nice overlap just offside, as you said, Matty Cash. But that's what you associate Aston Villa with. But I feel like that's almost the first sort of glimpse of hope after 25 minutes at Hill Dickinson.
Also, and after 3 games as well.
Looking here, it's so different to see Everton trying to play out from the back.
Yeah.
Because, for so long under Sean Dyche and previous managers, it would be trying, almost go along a bit more old school. But you see there, Tarkowski and Pickford, they're trying to build from the back.
Trying it with Tarkowski as well, fair play.
Jack Grealish wins another free kick.
He's so good at that. He's the greatest free kick winner of his generation.
In the history of football. Max, it's good to see Jack playing with a smile on his face, right?
Of course it is, because Jack Grealish is not just one of those mercurial players that's been sort of locked up in Pep Guardiola's system. He's a great lad, and I think he's a real good sort of representation of the very best of English football and what it can produce. Yeah. And I think that, it's disappointing not to see him involved in Tuchel's plans, but I sincerely hope that there's been some phone conversations suggesting that if that continues, he'll be a part of his plans, because that position on the left-hand side in England, for England, I think is one of very few that isn't that is available.
Yeah,
exactly.
He wasn't in the market for the World Cup squad.
He wasn't.
Went even money after his 4th assist, and we went favourite for the most assists in the Premier League this season. Yeah. So it just shows that he was almost like a forgotten man, wasn't he?
Yeah, and understandably so, because he wasn't involved in Pep Guardiola's plans. I feel sorry for him. And whilst he was involved in that treble-winning team and was incredible that season, it's all sort of gone a little bit downhill. And Jack Grealish has admitted himself, hasn't he? I feel like I fell out of love with football a little bit, but it's great to see him sort of rejuvenated. And again, would not be surprised if he had a big impact against his former side, Villa.
You know what it is? He's having a great game so far.
Not much going on. Crystal Palace, Sunderland, by the way. It's a fairly even game. 2 shots each, nothing on target so far. 5 touches in the opposition box spread across the 2 teams. The price is Palace still touch of odds on. Sunderland 4-1. The draw 21-10, but Palace not really. There's not a lot going on from them at the minute, if I'm being honest.
No, it's been a little bit of a quiet start across a lot of our Premier League games. Only 1 goal in the Premier League so far this afternoon. It's a good goal as well, to be fair. Scott scoring for Bournemouth to give Bournemouth the lead at home to Brighton. So Bournemouth 1, Brighton 0. All the other games in the Premier League are goalless. Palace 0, Sunderland 0. Sunderland winning 2 of their first 3 in the Premier League. First newly promoted side to win 2 of their first 3 since Leeds in 2020. Only 2 newly promoted sides have won 3 of their first 4 games for a Premier League season. One of those was Nottingham Forest in 94 and Bolton in 2001. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0. Everton got a bad record against Villa, winless in the last 12 Premier League matches and failed to score in their last 4 home games against Villa. Aston Villa, I mentioned there, Harvey Elliott, Jadon Sancho coming into the club. Both players on the bench today. Harvey Elliott involved in 7 goals in his final 7 starts for Liverpool. Fulham 0, Leeds 0. Leeds started pretty well, to be fair, at Craven Cottage. Fulham still looking for their first win in the Premier League. They headed into the international break frustrated after they were beaten 2-0 by Chelsea in a Premier League game that had that VAR controversy. As for Leeds United, beginning life back in the big time, the 1-0 win over Everton in front of a rocking Ellen Road. But last season's Championship title winners have failed to win since in any of their 3 matches in all competitions. They were knocked out of the Carabao Cup by Sheffield Wednesday, and also Newcastle nil Wolves. And we had a 4-5 minute delay in that game because there was a head injury to one of the Wolves players. Wolves the only side in the league on 0 points. Manager Vitor Pereira will be hoping he and his players don't make unwanted history. They could lose their opening 4 league games in a season for the first time ever in what's their 127th season as a professional club. Max, you worry this season for Wolves in terms of relegation?
Yeah, I do worry about Wolves. I think, you just got to look at the squad available to them. Of course, there's a couple of decent players in there.
Yeah! Oh, he scored! Come on! It's the debut goal! Get it!
The 2-metre Messi, by the way.
Get
That
in!
is why they've got him. I mean, brilliant stuff from him.
He said earlier he won't score many goals with his head.
Yeah, I did.
Nick Voltemada, welcome to the Premier League. Newcastle fans, Alexander Isak, he's in the past now, isn't he? Who is he?
Who's he?
And do you know what? What a moment.
Yes!
St James's Park will be absolutely bouncing. We know it's been a long summer for Newcastle, a messy summer for Newcastle, the Alexander Isak saga. Voltemada is a Newcastle player, and in his first game, he scores. It comes from the right-hand side. Murphy in possession. He whips in
What a cross.
dangerous ball. Voltemada wins it, and he beats the goalkeeper at the near post. Jack Cunningham, over to you.
Oh, mate, what a moment, honestly. And you know what? Voltemada's played really well in the first half. I've loved the way he's been getting the ball, bringing others into play. And this is what Jacob Murphy does. He's probably Newcastle's best crosser that we have, which is why he's starting this game. He gets the ball out of his feet and he whips it into the 6-yard box. And there's your striker, Voltemada, climbing over everyone to power in at the near post. Instant hero.
But also, what a header.
What a header.
That's what you want from your big centre forward.
And as I said, genuinely, heading is not one of his main strengths.
I will take your word for it, but you look there.
That was brilliant.
It's almost like he knew what Murphy was going to do. He made a slight move behind the defender, and the ball came in with quite a lot of pace, didn't it, Jack?
Yeah.
So he had to almost backtrack a little bit and meet the ball and direct it goalwards. And, we can't hit St James's Park. But that would have been a big rule, wouldn't it?
That's a great moment. Like, as a new striker, especially, £69 million, like Isak scored on his debut as well, record signing. It's exactly the start Voltemada needs. And as I said, it's not like he's been not involved in the game at all. He's been really good in the game so far. He's won a lot of free kicks. He's been holding the ball up well. It's just a brilliant start. It's exactly what Newcastle needed.
And anyone who's got Newcastle in final 1 standing will be quite happy right now.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah?
I'm happy.
I've got them as well.
We're both in.
And are we allowed to say you had you got Newcastle, haven't you? Final 1 standing.
Yeah, I've got Newcastle final 1 standing, but I did tip the 2-metre Messi, Nick Voltemada, to score in Newcastle.
Okay, I didn't want to say that in case you didn't want me to say that. That's what I meant. I was like, it's not my business, is it, to tell people what you've done with your bets, is it?
You know what I like?
It was 4-1 to score the first goal. I mean, it's just, as you just said there, hero status.
Go on. Oh.
Doing that on your home debut after the Isak thing, it's just dream state, isn't it?
What I love about it is he's a big man. I'm 6'7", and I like to see a big man with with a good touch, but also just dominant in the air. And I think that this is indicative of the slight sort of change in tide in Premier League football. That it's returning to be a little bit more direct, a little bit less of the tiki-taka quadrants and sort of possession based. Really simple. Get the ball into the big man, and he will score. Great start for him. Great start for him at Newcastle, and it's exactly what you'd expect, having watched him in the Euros in the England under-21. That's why he got the name the 2-metre Messi, because he's got absolute fantastic technique.
He's got it all.
Brilliant with the ball at his feet. He's a little bit mercurial. You'd think if he was sort of a foot smaller, he'd be a great central midfielder, doing things that Elliot Anderson does, for example. And wonderful start for him. Really pleased with him, because he seems like a great character as well.
Alexander who?
Exactly. Who? Who is he?
Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, who is he?
Well, his name's Alexander Isak, and he's probably the best striker in the world at the minute. But
he's gone.
Lovely start for the young German.
I think we'll let Jack have this moment to enjoy the new centre forward coming in and scoring. And look, we always know when players come from abroad, there's always so much pressure on them. I mean, you take any goal just to get that first goal away
Yeah.
it must be such a relief for him.
No, and I'm sure Eddie Howe was absolutely delighted as well because, as I said, I really think if Visser had been fit, I don't think Walter Mardo would have been starting. But look, I'm absolutely delighted. And look, it was a rough start for Newcastle. Wolves started really well, but last 10, 15 minutes we've been totally dominating and looking. Look, Newcastle, weirdly, right, last season at the same point this year, we had 7 points. And I felt more negative then than what I did this season, despite only have 2 points, because the performances this season have been so much better than they were last year. We were just winning without playing well. And I know people say that's a sign of a good team or whatever, but you've got to see some signs of like patterns of play or something. There was none of that last year in the first 3 games. It's been very different in the first 3 games this year. Hopefully we can now just get the job done, get the 3 points, and then on to Barcelona on Thursday.
Wow. Are you going?
I'm not, no, unfortunately. I couldn't, because it's the first game, I didn't have a chance to get in and sort, to be fair.
Did you get to go to many games, or was it tough being down here?
Well, I get away games.
Yeah.
Away games.
Well, there's enough London teams.
There's enough London away games.
Yeah, good stuff. QPR taking a lead in the Championship away at Wrexham. Julian Stefan experienced a difficult start to his tenure at QPR. This first 4 competitive matches, producing 1 draw and 3 defeats. But before the international break, he picked up their first win of the season against Charlton, and they lead Wrexham by 1-0, and it's a Conor Cody own goal as well. So 2 goals then in the Premier League. Bournemouth leading Brighton by 1-0. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. Nick Voltemada in the Premier League scoring for Newcastle. Hey, Liverpool got their wish, Alexander Isak.
Yep.
Maybe you've got the 3rd or 4th best striker. Did you get really lucky? Who knows?
Let's give him a chance.
Also, Tino Livramento long throw-ins. Talk to me. Is this a vibe?
That's something I've not really seen before, but it worked in the first chance that we created was from it. Look, I think Tino Livramento has been absolutely...
Could he start for England?
I know Quaker disagrees. We've had this discussion, but I genuinely think he should start for England. I think Tino Livramento in 2025, left back or right back, in 2025, we can play either.
Well, which one would you start him at?
Well, probably at the moment left back, because that's probably because Reece James, looks extremely good at right back at this moment in time.
But there is no guarantee that Reece James is going to be fit.
No, there's not.
Sadly.
There's not. But one thing with Livramento is he can play equally good at left back or right back. And he's added so much to his game in 2025. Like, the way his crossing so much better, his attacking play so much better, his passing so much better. But he's just such an elite footballer. Like, he's so good. Dribbling, defending. He's got it all. Tino Livramento has been one of Newcastle's best players in 2025. He's been incredible.
Bristol City 3-0 up now away at Sheffield Wednesday. Mehmeti with the goal. This could be a long afternoon for Sheffield Wednesday.
It's going to be a long old season for Sheffield Wednesday, unfortunately, Sam.
I was going to say also as well. Yeah, they're not the worst Sheffield team in the Championship.
They're still actually above Sheffield United.
Yeah, they got 1 point. Have you seen there was talks today of apparently Chris Wilder has been approached by Sheffield United to go back again?
Yeah. Our very own chief football correspondent Alex Crook suggesting that Chris Wilder would be open to a return if they sat Ruben Sellers. And I mean, this is a club that has invested a lot of money, that has sort of switched its philosophical approach from sort of the direct, sort of more old school football of Chris Wilder to sort of AI driven data and all that sort of nonsense. And, coming back to bite them, they've spent loads of money. And yeah, they're worse than Sheffield Wednesday, who basically are half a football club at the minute, sadly.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's sad stuff to see, and it's going to be a long season for Sheffield Wednesday, a tough season, and a tough final hour. They're 3 down at home to Bristol City. Lee, is that a chance for Crystal Palace? Was that the new signing? Who's 1-1?
Yeah, it's a really good opportunity. Really, you should have finished it 1-on-1 with the keeper more or less, and just pushed it well wide. Didn't even make the keeper do anything. Keeper came out really well and narrowed the angle down, but yeah, should have done much better there. Palace are starting to get a bit more into this game. No shots on target, but 2 shots from Pino, 1 from Lerma, 1 from Isidore, as well from Sunderland as well. So it's starting to open up a little bit, this game, but it's steady.
Yeah, possibly Aston Villa have had their best sort of spell in this first half in the last 5 or so minutes at Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton, the better of the two sides early on. Villa maybe having 5 or so minutes of a decent spell of possession. Morgan Rogers had a shot that was deflected just over the bar. But yeah, that's a really entertaining game of football. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0. Everton winning their last 2 games in the Premier League. Jack Grealish with 4 assists. You'd have to say, Jack, I mean, the first 90 seconds was a bit crazy at St James Park. But I know you got the goal, but you've also, you're dominating the match, aren't you?
Yeah, totally.
83% possession the last 10 minutes.
In total control now. As you say, first 30 seconds, Wolves could have scored twice. But ultimately, since then, Newcastle have really settled down, and a dominant performance at St James's Park at this moment in time, which is what we've come to expect under Eddie Howe. Newcastle at home are one of the best teams in the Premier League. Not many teams like going there and don't like playing there for a very good reason. And, these are the games that Newcastle usually do win. So I've been happy with the performance so far. Ultimately, Wolves still look relatively dangerous. I mean, Vitor Pereira, when they first came in, at one point they won 6 in a row, didn't they? So there's something there for us, but you do worry for them this season overall, really.
Villa, by the way, starting to get a little bit more joy at Hill Dickinson Stadium, and again, sort of slowly growing into the game. You starting to see glimpses of last season's Villa. I think this could turn out to be a really. I know we've sort of got 7 more minutes till the second half, but I think this second half could really hot up because we've seen I think the best of Everton, but we're beginning to see the best of Aston Villa here.
Yeah, Villa doing really well. Goalless in that game though. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. Harvey Barnes just running the ball out on the left-hand side. So I think I interrupted you, Max. There was a goal winning. I asked you about Wolves and relegation. How do you see this relegation battle shaping up this season?
It's difficult not to see Wolves as one of the Premier League teams that you'd think are going to be in trouble. Brighton are through a one-on-one here, Sam.
Yeah, is that Minter down the right-hand side. He tries to beat the goalkeeper at his near post, but Petrovic does well to push the ball away. Yeah, it was Minter played him through down the right-hand side. Ndiaye for Everton, through down the right-hand side, overhits his cross. It picks out Grealish, though, left-hand side, just outside the box. Grealish's shot takes the deflection, and Aston Villa are going to clear.
Yeah, so as they're on the counter-attack now, I just think Wolves are one of those sides, and I would put them alongside the likes of West Ham, potentially Brentford, who I know got a fantastic win against Aston Villa, but I think they're probably the Premier League clubs which look most likely to compete, I think, with the promoted sides in that relegation fight.
Jack, how do you see it?
Relegation? Yeah, Wolves definitely in trouble. I mean, transfer window-wise, they had a shocker. I mean, Cunha leaving, Aït-Nouri leaving, and Semedo. People forget about Semedo. He was such an important player for them. Just haven't replaced him, so he's gone. So, yeah, worry for Wolves. West Ham, do worry for West Ham, to be honest. I know they've still got very good players, Qatar, and they did have... In the end, they did sign Matías Fernandes at the end of the transfer window.
Bowen in the team as well.
Yeah, I know, but I still just feel like there's something almost with the malaise of the club. They kind of remind me a bit like Newcastle under Mike Ashley in a sense of like, it's just kind of going nowhere. There's sort of apathy there. I'll tell you what, Wolves.
Oh, yeah, it's a really good chance for Wolves. Gomez heads wide. It's a cross in from the right-hand side. It's whipped back into the box. He's quite a distance out the midfielder, and he tries to direct his header goalwards, but it just, Jack, goes past of the far post.
Yeah, it was a good move by Wolves there, to be fair. So Fizz cross in, and he's totally free as well, and he heads it wide by about 3 yards. He probably should have done better. I think with the relegation battle, I've got West Ham to go down.
Really?
I've got Wolves to go down. I think Leeds and Sunderland will stay up. And then I think...
Do you want Sunderland to stay up? Like, are you happy that Sunderland are back in the Premier League?
I'm one of these Newcastle fans who doesn't absolutely hate Sunderland. It's good for the North East football to have Sunderland in the Premier League. You know, at the time where derby's an absolutely fantastic derby. Don't get us wrong. It's horrible on the day and it's horrible if you lose. But I think as a derby, it's one of the best in England, 100%, because of the passion between the two sets of fans. And
how come you say you're not that bothered by
what, like that? I don't hate Sunderland.
Oh, yeah.
I just think that I've got a lot of mates who are Sunderland fans. Got a lot of people who I know are Sunderland fans, and it's actually just better for the North East in football to have them both in the Premier League. Yeah, obviously, I want to beat them every single time I play them.
Yeah.
But I would be happy for them to stay in the Premier League, 100%.
It's interesting that, and I don't, I'm not saying you need to have a different view, but if Derby were ever in the Premier League, I cannot see a world where that ever happens. By the way,
no,
they're absolute tosh. But I would be hoping that the only thing I've ever wanted for Derby is for them to not go into
be extinct.
Yeah, exactly, into extinction. But if Derby were in the Premier League, of course, I'd like to remind everybody that they've got the record of the lowest ever points tally,
which no one will ever be.
We thought last season possibly at one point,
there was a chance, but it shows you how bad it is to get 11 points.
I desperately wanted, I would want with every sort of iota of my being for them to be in the mud again and get relegated. So I'm surprised, Jack, that you almost have what sort of well wishes for Sunderland.
Yeah, they're not one of the teams. Go on.
Oh, Jacob Murphy with a shot from just outside the box, which he drags wide, but it's a really good effort.
Yeah, really good effort from Jacob Murphy. He's had a really good game so far and proven. That's why I'm as pleased that Elanga came in, so it's competition for both of them. They're going to play a lot of games.
Are you surprised? Is Elanga on the bench?
Yeah, he's on the bench. I think he'll just start against just start against Barcelona, to be fair. I think that makes sense to me. So, but Murphy's had a really good start of the game so far. Probably should have scored initially. That's a really good strike. He's really unlucky with that. 25 yards out and he's arrowed it just past the post, to be fair. But he's a good player, Murphy. He had such a good season last year and he kind of went on the radar. No one really talked about him, but He was one of our best players last season, 100%. No.
Leeds have come into this game against Fulham, by the way. The momentum's really with them. Just had a decent effort, flashed over the bar. They're 12-5 to win the game, by the way, 7-5 Fulham. That game, the Fulham Leeds game, is probably going to finish 0-0 at half time, but it's one of those games that just needs a goal to open it up. But Leeds have really come on strong. The last 5-10 minutes, Everton having more chances from crosses.
Yeah, a corner got played in there. It evaded everyone, and it just bounced off Yuri Tillemans. He had no idea it was going to come to him, and ended up coming off him and not going in and going out for another corner, which Garner's going to whip in. And again, maybe Martinez comes for it, gets nowhere near it, but manages to get clear. Garner's now got another opportunity to whip it in. In fact, it comes back to Gay, who tries his shot from distance, and it goes out for a goal kick. Swansea will be pleased with their start to the season, putting together a 5-game unbeaten run since losing to Middlesbrough on the opening day of the season, conceding 2 goals.
Go on.
Barnes is through.
Go on. Yes.
Murphy! He's got to score!
Yeah!
The offside flag goes up. Swansea being held by a 1-0. Yeah, Barnes was played in down the left-hand side. It finally ended the feet of Murphy. It took an age to get a shot away. I was like, just do it. But Barnes looks like he's way offside there.
Yeah.
So that's going to remain Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. And yes, Swansea leading Hull by a 1-0 down in the Championship. But there should be more than one, Jack. Really.
It should be, 100% should be more than one, definitely. Look, I mean, lovely play by Waldemar, by the way. It flicked the ball through to Barnes, who just made us run a bit too early. But Waldemar got the ball on his feet and just sort of lifted it over the top of the Wolves defender. So already I'm seeing more than just a striker from Waldemar. He's creating chances as well.
Better than Isak already?
No, not at all. I'm not saying that. But I think we've signed the player who's the most like for Isak, probably. Chesko was the other one who was probably more like for like as well.
Yeah.
But Newcastle, the way they play, need a striker who gets involved in build-up play. We're not like Arsenal, who can have Gyökeres up front and he doesn't get involved in build-up play at all, and then just scored today, obviously.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Newcastle need someone who's going to be involved.
Honestly, it's really exciting. It's really exciting. I just sort of wonder why he was so far down. I'd love to have seen Newcastle's
transfer list.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they've obviously gone in late for him.
Yeah.
And I think probably his work in the under 21s Euros has been important for that.
My understanding of the Waldemar thing is that Newcastle didn't think they could get him because ultimately it looked like Bayern Munich were going to sign him. In the end, Bayern Munich had 3 bids rejected. They didn't get close to what Stuttgart wanted. And ultimately, it came down to the fact that after that meeting with the hierarchy in Isak, where Isak said, I'm still not going to play for you even when the transfer window closes. Yeah. Then Newcastle were like, right, well, we'll get Waldemar in as Isak's replacement. Before that, all the other strikers were seen as players who would play alongside Isak or with Isak. So even Ekitike was seen as, Newcastle were briefing that we're going to play Isak and Ekitike together. Arne Slot watched him and went, that's a good idea, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So then that happened. But then equally, João Pedro, the idea was João Pedro would probably play in behind Isak.
Yeah,
so I think that's what changed. And then immediately, it became the view of, right, well, Isak says he's not playing for us anymore. So let's get Waldemar in as Isak's replacement. We'll then sign a replacement for Callum Wilson, which was obviously Johan Visser.
So you think, but didn't you say earlier you thought Visser would have started if he was fit? Why is that?
Because of the way that Howe likes to bed in non-Premier League players. He's done it with Bruno Guimaraes, Botman. The only reason Isak and Tonali are the ones who we signed not from Premier League clubs who started was Tonali had a full pre-season and Isak played against Anfield because Callum Wilson was injured.
Yeah, okay, fine.
So I think it would have been Visser 100% because he knows the Premier League.
Do you think that you've got a better deal without Isak now that you've essentially got 2 strikers? Let's be honest, Callum Wilson been a great Premier League striker.
We've got to judge him on last season. He didn't score a single Premier League.
Well, exactly. So do you think that overall you've ended up out of this summer transfer window a better side?
I think as a net positive, I'd be surprised if Waldemar and Visser don't get more than 22 Premier League goals, which is what Isak got last season. So if we'd taken Isak and Wilson together as a duo, it was 22 Premier League goals. I'd be surprised if Waldemar and Visser didn't get more than 22 goals.
Time will tell, eh?
Yeah.
Wrexham ended their wait for the first league win of the season before the international break, claiming a 2-0 victory over Millwall just 4 days after beating Preston in the second round of the Carabao Cup. But this afternoon, they're finding life difficult at home to QPR. QPR 2-0 up. Richard Kone, who came a lot of expectation from Wickham, has got his 3rd goal of the season. Wrexham 0, QPR 2. We have got half times in a lot of our games up and down the country at 3 o'clock. Fulham 0, Leeds 0 is a half time. Just gone half time at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0. When the boys were speaking about Newcastle Strikers League, you looked at me and I think your words regarding to Aston Villa were, they're so bad.
Yeah, just like,
right?
Yeah. I mean, they've had a shot on target, that Rodgers one that you mentioned earlier on, but they had a good opportunity outside the area, free kick, all set up, and it's just like, it's the first ball straight into the wall. I mean, it's got to be better than that from Aston Villa. You know, what they're struggling to do is create any meaningful big chances. And just, look, Everton could be a goal up. They haven't been amazing themselves, but they're just more at it, like I said before. The only thing Everton have got to be careful of is that they're so at it that, they're really being physical with Villa. I think they probably need to just temper it a little bit. But yeah, it's been Everton in the first half. You mentioned Fulham Leeds, not much in that one. Dominic Calvert-Lewin had a decent headed chance. Probably should have scored, to be honest, a player of his calibre in the past. But
Longstaff had the best chance, that effort there from just outside the box, which he blazed over. Maybe should have done better.
Can I just say as well?
Yeah, go for it.
Going back up or back down south to Bournemouth, Brighton, Adam Scott is absolutely conducting that midfield. And again, it's great to see. And I don't want to be banging on about it too much, but I think it's a real credit to the pathway that England have, and something again that Gareth Southgate was instrumental in. And we've got these young players now being given their chances in the Premier League, and to see him score like you described so well, Sam, that fantastic finish, almost like a striker's finish, one touch turnaround, bosh, and he's conducting the midfield here in. For Bournemouth, who, by the way, Andoni Iraola has done an incredible job. He's lost his entire back line, essentially.
Oh, no! It's Tonali. Do you know what? I think every time Max speaks, there's a chance in the Newcastle game.
Sorry, Max. Crack on.
Tonali's hit the post from 25 yards out, left-footed effort. He tries to drill it low and hard and beat the goalkeeper at his near post. He did beat the goalkeeper. He didn't move, but it came off the post. Is it just me, or does Tonali have lots of shots from distance, Jack? That seem to hit the bar or post and you'll go just over?
Yeah, I think Tonali's probably the player in the Newcastle squad who can hit the ball the hardest. Few players have said that he can. And we saw that with that weird goal he scored in Brentford last season. We won from out on the byline. And he somehow
that was a cross, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he tried it.
Who cares?
It doesn't matter. It went in, and then obviously, I think he just got a volley against Man United as well. He absolutely just leathered it in. So Tonali has got everything in his game. I mean, we always talk about this Newcastle midfield, and it is one of the most complete midfields in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Like 100%. They've got everything. The only thing it probably lacks a little bit is goals, but I do believe that Tonali and Bruno Guimaraes will probably score more this season, just because I feel like they're starting to rotate more, and some of them, and they're getting in the box a lot more. I've noticed it already, so I feel like there's more goals coming. And there, I mean, they were so unlucky there. I mean, he just chopped past one man and he drilled it, and it hit the inside of the post.
We are nearly at half-time then in that Newcastle game. They work a corner to the back post. Oh, goodness me. Ended up being hit into the turf, took a big bounce, and they end up just about
made a bit of a meal of it there, Wolves, haven't they? Again, looking a little bit under pressure.
I tell you what, Wolves will be delighted to go in at half-1. They've been hammered. So 5 games then in the Premier League are all at half-time. Bournemouth leading Brighton by a goal to nil, goalless. Palace, Sunderland, Everton, Villa, Fulham, Leeds, Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. The big story there, and I think perhaps the story throughout the day, is going to be that Voltemada has scored for Newcastle United. So at half-time then, in our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League, we're going to take a very quick break. We're back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. And this is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing New from William Hill, 18+, gamblerware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Matt Scott, Jack Cunningham taking you through the 3 o'clock games up and down the country in the Premier League and the EFL. Bournemouth are leading Brighton by a goal to nil. Brighton, since losing 7-0 away at Forest in February. I mean, Liverpool, City and Chelsea have picked up more points in the Premier League. They've been pretty poor so far this afternoon. Alex Scott with a goal for Bournemouth, who have 2 wins from 3. It's Palace nil, Sunderland nil. Palace lost just one of their previous 16 matches against promoted sides. Also goalless between Everton and Aston Villa. For the just second time in the club's history, Villa have failed to score in their first 3 league games. No goals in that game, but Everton have been the better of the 2 sides. Fulham nil, Leeds nil. Fulham are just one of 4 Premier League teams who are yet to win this season, having just picked up 2 points across their opening 3 fixtures. Nick Voltemada is in the Premier League as a Newcastle striker. He is among the goals. His first half header, despite Jack Cunningham say he can't head the ball for anything in the world, has given Newcastle the lead at home to Wolves. Newcastle scoring, and a positive this season is they've conceded the fewest number of shots in the league so far. I think maybe you might have equalled that in the first minute of the game today when Wolves came close. Just running through the scores then in the Championship. These games are all at half-time. It's Coventry 0, Norwich 1. The Canaries have won all 3 of their competitive away matches at the beginning of this season, beating Watford, Portsmouth and Blackburn. Bristol City cruising away at Sheffield Wednesday 3-up. They are one of 4 teams unbeaten in the league, are Bristol City. It's Stoke 1, Birmingham 0 after enjoying a 4-game winning streak to start the season. Stoke suffered back-to-back defeats before the international break, out of the cup and losing in the Championship to West Brom, but beating Birmingham by a goal to nil. At Swansea 1, Hull 1, Watford 0, Blackburn 0 and West Brom 0, Derby 0. So Max, you'll be happy to know Derby not winning but not losing. So there's still time there in that game.
Absolutely, yeah. We will eagerly await Derby conceding several goals in the second half.
There we go. And Ryan Mason in charge of West Brom at the moment, unbeaten starting the weekend, second in the table, and a really good day so far for QPR at Wrexham. QPR's last away game, they lost 7-1 to Coventry. They are, though, looking to record back-to-back league victories for the first time since January. They beat Charlton before the international break. They are 2-up away at Wrexham this afternoon. Jack Cunningham, you're a happy Newcastle fan, though. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. And if you could pick a goal scorer, it would have been the big new shiny number 9.
Of course. No,
Is he number 9?
No, he's 27.
Brand new shiny number. Doesn't sound quite
No, it doesn't sound
sexy.
good. This has got
In
number,
my mind, it's number 9.
This has got the number 9. So.
Should have been Voltemada.
Well, yeah. But anyway, so Voltemada, obviously, when we saw him in the starting lineup, you know, I was obviously like, yes, that's what we want. We want a debut goal for Voltemada and a win. And so far, we're on course for that. But I think, well, the goal was brilliant. You know, nice move down the right-hand side. Lovely cross by Jacob Murphy. And then there was Voltemada at the back post. Head it in. After I said that his heading was his worst attribute, he pops up with an Alan Shearer type header.
I was thinking that myself.
To prove us wrong. And he's wearing the long sleeve Newcastle top as well. It all just looked good. But I think his first half performance was, it wasn't just the goal. He was involved in everything, really. He set up a couple of chances from the edge of the box. He won some free kicks. And Lincoln play really nicely. And it was like an Alexander Isak type striker performance where he's getting involved in the play for Newcastle, because the way Eddie Howe's Newcastle play, we need our striker to be involved in all elements of the game. And Voltemada, for his debut so far, you know, excellent. Obviously, we'll have to see how it goes over the second half and as the games go on. But because, you know, we've seen players come from other leagues, have a brilliant debut in the Premier League, and then it sort of falls apart. But yeah.
Jack, you said at the beginning that you would have expected Witter to start if he was fit. Considering now obviously it's only 45 minutes and anything can happen in the next 45, but with Barcelona next week, do you expect Voltemada to now start? Like,
I don't think this is going to be fit, to be fair.
Okay.
So I think that they're looking at a knee injury. He's going to be out for a few weeks, I think. So, I would expect Voltemada to start.
Easy decision
now.
to make.
I think what's going to be interesting when this is fit is I think we are going to see a few games where Newcastle change from the 4-3-3 and maybe play Voltemada in behind Visser and play kind of Voltemada as the 10 and Visser up front.
6'7",
10.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
I think we'll see. I genuinely think we'll see that in certain games, like maybe games that Newcastle would say expect to win at home or something, rather than going away to Arsenal where you'd probably play Joe Linton or whatever. Like a game like Wolves at home is a game where Newcastle don't necessarily need Joe Linton in midfield. I've not really noticed him. He's not been needed because he's a destroyer. He just breaks play up and then gives it to Tonali and Bruno. So it's games like this where that's where Jacob Ramsey's been signed, and that's where we would change the formation.
We'll take another quick break very shortly. But Lee, what's jumped out at you in this first half? We both think Aston Villa are pretty poor away at Everton.
Yeah, that's they just need to start getting better quite quickly, I think. But Newcastle, final one standing, biggest pick,
yeah, of course,
earlier on, and they're doing the job at the moment. Obviously, only 1-0, but they look like they're in control. Palace, there'll be a lot of people worried about Palace 0-0 against Sunderland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, they're still, the 21-20 just drifted to odds against, effectively. You'd still think they should win this game, but there's just not been a lot in it. I mean, when you look at the touches in the opposition box, 12 for Sunderland, 3 for Crystal Palace. Both had 3 shots on goal, none on target. I think it's the same with Fulham, really, as well. Fulham Leeds. Leeds have had a couple of decent opportunities and been busier around the box, but it feels like the home teams, Fulham and Palace, really need to step up, and Bournemouth, I think, have been, with Newcastle, been the most impressive team in the first halves.
And Everton were good as well, I thought.
Yeah.
Will those home side find a goal in the second half? The players are just about to come out for the second half. So we'll take one more quick break on talkSPORT goals, and then when we come back, we're taking you through the second half action. We absolutely love a Saturday afternoon, don't we, on talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. Come on, Newcastle. New from William Hill, 18+, gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Max Scott, Jack Cunningham with you until just after 5 o'clock this evening. If you're watching on your YouTube channel or the smart TVs, you can also stay after us because Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy will be on the show afterwards. I'm pausing because I bumped into a friend on the way in today. and he was like, I follow you on talkSPORT. It's brilliant. He was with another gentleman, slightly older. And I explained to him what I was doing today. I'm doing a YouTube show because there's commentary on the radio. My goodness me.
He
It was
had
the
no
most
idea.
stressful thing I've ever done in my life. Trying to explain to this guy, like, what we were doing. And I was like, it shouldn't be this complicated, should
It
it?
shouldn't be, no.
Anyway, if you're watching, hi, I was nice to see you at Milford Broadway Station earlier on. So it was busy, wasn't it, coming into
Yeah,
work
it was
today?
like, yeah.
Goodness me, the trains
Norwood
and tubes
Junction's
were...
closed, so like I had to get like long train.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did I mention I set off at 7 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, do you want to talk us through your journey very briefly?
7 a.m.
7 a.m.
Was it actually 7 or was it 9? You're just adding on 2 hours to
That'd be
try and make it.
7:30.
to try and make it sound more
I
dramatic.
was actually 7:50.
I tell you what it was it was 7:15 and I went and got petrol first. So set off at
Why did it take
7:30.
so long? Was it just a longer train?
Yeah, well, drove to Milton Keynes, then got the train from Milton Keynes. Milton Keynes was chaos.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
from up
bet it
north,
was.
basically. Anyway,
Sorry?
chaos.
Was it chaos? Are you going back tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to Milton Keynes
Back to Milton Keynes.
and drive home.
Tell you what, he's committed to the cause, isn't he?
fair,
To
yeah,
come in
that's fair
Tomorrow
play.
I fly,
deliver us.
tomorrow I fly to the Azores in Portugal.
Oh. Bit of golf, is it?
Beautiful.
2 days ago.
What's your handicap?
18.
Healthy.
Yeah.
Healthy handicap. Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Beautiful stuff. Okay, then we better talk about some football, shouldn't we? The one full time in the Premier League, Arsenal 3, Nottingham Forest 0. All 3 o'clock games now, just getting underway in the second half, apart from the game at St James's Park. Just 2 goals from 5 games.
Everton!
Oh,
Nearly 3. Lee Phelps, you'll have to do us the honour of talking us through that.
Yeah, good ball in. And I think, like, again, just as you said there, just that touch in the box, just not quite good enough. As you see the ball come in, he's got to get a foot on that. It's
Yeah.
another chance, isn't it? Where you
Yeah,
just got to finish.
Garner puts in a really good, dangerous ball. And again, Beto does...
he gets there.
Yeah, exactly.
He
What.
gets there.
He makes the right run.
Yeah.
He gets in front of Tyrone Mings, and just there where you need a little bit of composure
Side
to
foot
open
is
up
in.
your side foot. Exactly.
One
that
thing
is
I
it.
always think about Beto is he's properly game. Like,
What does that
mean? He always gives it his all, and like he's always in the right position.
A bit like you on talkSPORT goals.
Just hasn't
I
got.
tell you what, no one can criticise your commitment to the cause.
I'm the Beto of talkSPORT goals. Not sure that's a
Mate,
compliment. or
your
not, but
quality's better than Beto.
I'd hope so. That's the problem with Beto. Like, he gets in the right positions. He just hasn't got the quality yet.
Here we go, by the way. There's a really good opportunity for Bournemouth. Free kick outside the box against Brighton. Adam Scott, who, by the way, looks like he's running the show. About to step up potentially. David Brooks there as well. Really good position here, Sam.
Yeah, it's that 25 yards out, slightly towards the left-hand side. It is going to be Brooks. It does go over the wall, but it goes way over the bar. So the only two goals in the Premier League is Bournemouth 1, Brighton 0. Alex Scott with a really, really good goal for Bournemouth after 18 minutes. The other goal is in the game between Newcastle and Wolves. Voltamada scoring on his first Premier League game for Newcastle. The other 3, Fulham 0, Leeds 0, Everton 0, Villa 0, Bournemouth 1, Brighton 0. As things stand then, Bournemouth would have 3 wins from their first 4 games. And he's a great coach, isn't he, Max? Andoni Areola. We wondered how they do this season. 3 of their back 4 are being sold in the summer, and the goalkeeper's gone. Kepa was there last season. But so far, the early signs look pretty promising for Bournemouth.
I know. I just think an incredibly run club. You look at the investment in the new training centre. You look at the players that they produce and find and develop. And it's a brilliant system because they get these players in. They sell them for a massive markup.
And yes, Karo Mitoma.
despite all that,
Yeah, you said
they've
that.
conceded. But I mean, it's still the case about Iraola. But yeah,
It's still- what Max says, though, is still correct,
goals is
though.
correct.
This,
Goals
this
is
one
correct.
goal doesn't mean
No,
all of
goals is correct.
Andoni Areola's hard work
I'm
is
just
completely
pointing out
undone.
Brighton has scored. Right?
Yeah, no, I looked away from the screen because Blackburn taking the lead away at Watford in the Championship, but it is Karo Mitoma
Here's the
after
goal.
47 minutes who have given them the equaliser. It's a cross from the right-hand side.
Keeper's in no
Minter
man's
does
land.
really well, exactly that, and it's the goalkeeper who gets himself into a really, really awkward position. He comes out to collect it, gets nowhere near it, Max.
By the way,
and
though,
Petrovic should do better.
But it's one of those balls that's just put in that sort of area, the corridor of uncertainty. Isn't
But
it?
if you
it's
come,
there,
Max,
it's-
you've got to get to it.
Exactly.
And he hasn't done that, has he?
Yeah, so the keeper's had an absolute stinker there. He ultimately needs to stay on his line.
Oh, how Crystal Palace not scored at Selhurst Park. Massive, massive opportunity.
I've got him in fantasy team. Is always he Dean?
They've been coming on strong start of the second half. That's Mitoma's 5th goal in 6 games against Bournemouth.
Well,
by
you
the
said
way.
that, didn't you, at the start
Yeah,
about
that was
him?
my favourite
That
match,
Palace chance, Mitchell, cross in from the left-hand side. Is it Mateta makes a good run towards the near post, gets something on it, really good save from the
it's
goalkeeper.
Munoz.
It then falls for, you thought it was Munoz,
Yeah,
didn't
it
you?
was. I did.
I
Yeah,
tell
I
you
thought it was
what,
Munoz.
they look similar. I thought it was Munoz as well. Pino's effort
Brilliant
then
defending
goes
from
over.
Sunderland, by the way. That's what keeps you in the Premier League. That's what gets you points on the board when you don't necessarily think you're going to get it. You know, defending like that, scramble defence, sort of last-ditch tackles. That's fantastic from Sunderland, and what you want to see as a travelling fan. And if you're obviously Geordie Jack, who's a massive Mackham.
Honestly, who do you love more, Sunderland or Newcastle?
Oh, where?
Oh, where?
This is, I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, honestly.
Go on. Why is one there?
Oh.
It's a poor ball, really. It's a ball to nobody. Here you go, edge of the box.
Come on the 60.
Memorised.
Oh, what a flick that is!
I just need to keep talking, boys, because whenever I talk...
No, I know.
There's been a dearth of goals in the first half, but it's, looking like Everton, by the way, again, just sort of looking to... They're just putting a bit more pressure on Aston Villa, who still... I think they had a couple of minutes. They had a bit of a period in that first half where they started playing well. Mind you, they're coming on the counter-attack.
Yes, Morgan Rogers carrying the ball forward. He's got Digne to his left-hand side, a couple of bodies in the box. Cross comes in, Tarkowski with an outstanding diving header. And goodness me, there was a
risky
pass backwards there from Kieran Dewsbury Hall, but Everton managed to clear. So 5 games in at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Things are hotting up. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0. Bournemouth 1, Brighton 1. It was a Karo Matoma goal. Minter cross. The keeper Petrovic doesn't cover himself in glory in no man's land. Mitoma heading in from close range. Fulham 0, Leeds 0. Villa 0, Villa 0, Everton 0 at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. And it's still Palace 0, Sunderland 0, but started with Palace with a glorious opportunity to take the lead at Selhurst Park. You were saying, Max, that Bournemouth are doing really well.
Yeah, and look, I just think you've got to take your hat off to the club. You've got to take your hat off to the way that they run it, the model that. I mean, this is a side, by the way, that almost went into extinction. Yeah. And it's a very small football club in terms of its stature, but crikey Moses, they're constantly sort of batting above their own average. And I think, despite the fact that they're a bogey team for my beloved Nottingham Forest, who haven't beaten them in 10 bloody years, I mean, they're a fantastic club. And Andoni Iraola, to do what he's done, with his back line taken away from him this summer, I think is
Adam Smith's still there. Let's show some respect and love for Adam Smith, please, because Adam's, let's not.
Fair play.
I'm being a bit tongue in cheek.
No, he's been there for a while. He's been through it all.
Bournemouth Europe this season, I think that should be the goal. I think
they can come top 7, top 8.
Conference League should be the goal for Bournemouth because they've been in and around it for a long time. There was a time last season where they were in the running and they dropped off.
They were like 5th
and I just think with the consistency and stability of having Iraola there, I think really that should be the goal. And what an amazing amazing achievement that would be for the club.
Dean for left-hand side for Villa again. Once again, Tarkowski with a really, really good defensive clearance at the near post. Brighton have started the second half really well away at Bournemouth. They have equalised. And Mitoma crosses the ball in, headed away. Lee, odds for the second half. What's standing out for you?
Yeah, Everton gone 13-8. The draw 11-8. Villa 13-5. So that's getting closer and closer. Obviously it's levelled up a little bit in the Bournemouth-Brighton game after Bournemouth had touched odds on, obviously at the end of the first half, leading 1-0, but Brighton coming back into it. Fulham Leeds, not a lot in this one. It's all about the draw, really. 13-10's the price of the draw there. Muniz or Calvert-Lewin to score the first goal is priced up at 4-1. Hard to pick between the teams, really. Palace Sunderland, 13-10 Palace. 18-5 Sunderland, 13-10 the draw. Remember, Palace were odds on at the start of the game. I still think if anyone's going to win this game, it will be Palace. So now, if you didn't get involved, thought Palace were a little bit short beforehand. Now at 13-10, it's starting to look a little bit more. They've started to come on a little bit stronger. Although Sunderland, they don't give in. They're attacking once again, but I think if Palace can just get on the front foot and start moving the ball around a bit quicker in the Sunderland final third, then I think they'll find a way through.
Minter's been really, really impressive at Brighton today. He beats his man, and then, to be fair, the decision making maybe not great from a tight angle down the right hand side to try and shoot from close range and beat the goalkeeper at his near post. But there was a deflection, so Brighton are going to win a corner. Yeah, that Palace Sunderland game is very, very evenly poised. What we really need is a Sunderland fan in the room to guide us through it. So, Jack, what are your thoughts on Sunderland's chances of winning this game in the second half?
Well, I want Palace to win because I've got them in the final one standing. So I was
praying none of this gets clipped up for your.
Yeah, no, I had gone. No, I was like, that's why I picked Palace. I was like the Flint Sunderland. I want to go for Palace. I just don't fancy Sunderland away from home. I don't know what it is. Just I felt like going to Go on. Are we in? No, maybe. No, I thought we're... Oh,
You are still in.
What?
Barnes. Oh, he can't sort his feet out and Wolves are going to clear. One of these games, Jack, by the way, you see these games all the time in the Premier League, don't you?
Yeah.
Where a team are one up early on and they dominate, do not get the second goal.
Yeah.
And you then just know, what's coming
there's an
after
equaliser
74
coming.
minutes.
Yeah.
Is there any value, Lee, in Wolves' price for a draw, maybe, perhaps?
I mean, I think there's more likely, if they start pushing forward, more likely that Newcastle get a second. But yet 6-1 the draw, Wolves 22-1, which seems outlandish. I mean, they've had 3 shots on target. That's 6 shots.
1-0.
It's pretty equal in terms of
second goal.
Yeah, in terms of actual what happens. The 17 touches in the opposition box each. You know, Newcastle had far more shots, but the same number of shots on target. Newcastle do need that second goal, don't they? Otherwise, it'll get nervy when you get past the hour mark.
100% need a second goal. And to be fair, at the start of the second half, I don't think Wolves have been in our half yet. So it has been all Newcastle, but we just need to get that second goal and then, that should be the 3 points hopefully wrapped up.
And Newcastle have got a corner in that game. Oh, Harry Wilson with a free kick for Fulham, 25 yards out, who tries to beat the goalkeeper at his near post. It's a former Newcastle goalkeeper.
Darlow
Goals
goal,
for Leeds today. Yeah.
I wonder what Perry is.
Yeah, he makes a good save.
Made in Nottingham, can I add? Carl Darlow, Forest Academy graduate.
Do you want him? Do you want him back?
Absolutely not. But
back up to Sells?
No.
That was one of Nuno's things, wasn't it? He can get the backup goalkeeper.
Well, we did in the end. We got that John Victor. So West Ham were in for him, weren't they, from Botafogo, and we ended up getting him. But yeah, fair play to Carl Darlow.
Made a good save there, hasn't he? From that Harry Wilson.
When he was in the Premier League for Newcastle, I never thought he'd be in the Premier League.
Newcastle for like a long time, wasn't it?
He was there. Him and Lascelles joined in a double deal.
What year was that?
2014.
Was that right? Lascelles still there now?
Lascelles is still there now.
Is he injured at the moment?
No, he's back now, but obviously
he's more of a club ambassador.
He's like, he's
in the hospitality box. Betu's come through. Is he going to shoot? No, he's going to turn.
Oh, again, it's really poor, isn't it? He gets played inside the box on the right hand side, tries to cut in on his left, or from his right foot to his left foot. Do you know what I think? It's all he just looks a bit awkward, Max.
Yeah, he's stiff. He's a bit stiff, isn't he? He needs some WD-40 on the hinges, but at least he's running down those channels. Yeah. He's making those runs, and I think it's going to come. I mean, you look at the stats here. Villa have had 57% possession, and watching the game in terms of the dominance Everton have had, you'd never really guess that. But I think again, it just demonstrates possession means nothing unless you do anything with it. Now, granted, it's 0-0. Neither of them have done anything with it. But in terms of expected goals, Everton 1.52, 0.25 for Aston Villa. So I think that says a lot. That although they got the possession, it's not working out for them.
The game at Bournemouth Brighton's a fascinating one because Brighton have been absolutely outstanding in the second half. I hope Nuno is at Craven Cottage, because if he is, he's gonna get his wish. Adama Traore is greased up on the side of the pitch, and Nuno's thinking, "This is what I needed. If only I had him, this whole thing wouldn't have happened."
Such a strange play to make you stand on.
Hey, he's good.
Don't get wrong. I know Nuno got the best out of Adama Traore probably. At
Wolves, he was outstanding, wasn't he? That pace.
For about 10 games,
back in the 80s.
He was outstanding.
Yeah, it does feel a long time. It was like COVID times, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was outstanding for about 10 games.
Yeah.
But still, that's better than what usual for Adama Traore.
Some Barnet as well, isn't it?
Yeah, some colourful hair there.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got a lot going on there.
Yeah, fair play to him. But I mean, he's coming on. Nuno's going to be delighted, and hopefully it just adds some sort of spark in what has been, I think, the damp squib of the day, hasn't it? Lee's been watching it, bless him, and he's having a terrible time over there in the corner.
I mean, we just need goals. It just likes.
We don't need goals. We've got each other. We've got 5 Premier League games. We've got Championship games. We've got the T20 block.
Each of these 3 games, though, Fulham, Leeds, Everton, Villa, Crystal Palace, Sunderland. But Everton, Villa, Crystal Palace, you could see a goal. Fulham, Leeds, not so much. But if we can get a goal or two in one of these,
I think here's my prediction: all 3 of these 0-0s. I think we're going to get goals between now and the end of the game.
What an effort!
So now Trippier is injured because Toulouse was miles offside and then put the flag up. And now Trippier, now he's injured for no reason. Just put the flag up. He was miles offside. He was like 3 yards offside. I hate this so much. Yeah. Like, if they're offside, they're offside. Just stick the flag up.
What's happening is that the introduction of VAR and sort of having that imposed on all referees is it's removing any decision-making capabilities from a referee. So referees are now, you might as well just AI it all.
Yeah.
Because referees can't be human.
They can't, yeah.
I think that could be a penalty at Bournemouth. Given.
Yeah, he's given the penalty. What do I say, Sam? When I see there are goals, there is action.
There hasn't been a goal. Yet. There's been a penalty. There's been a penalty. Bournemouth have a penalty against Brighton, and I'm really happy I can read the stat because Brighton, where's the stat about Brighton? They've scored 4 penalties in their last 6 games. They've had 9 penalties, Brighton, in 2025. That's 4 more than any other side, which is, I think, quite remarkable. Yeah. But this time it goes against the side. They counter-attack. Tavernier comes forward. He gives it to Evan Nilsson, who's going away from goal, and he tries to bring it back in on his left foot. And Van Heck just leaves out a right foot. He makes contact with him, and Max, that looks like a penalty.
Go on! Oh!
Sorry, 2 things going on at once. Newcastle almost scoring, but I think it's a penalty. Again, Evan Nilsson makes the most of it, but it is a foul. Referee's made the right call, and here we go for the Cherries.
I think it's going to be Evan Nilsson who will take this penalty. Yeah, Van Heck giving it away on Evan Nilsson. Semenya's got the ball in hand, but
he's going to do that
they normally do that thing now where they give it away.
A little hand
over.
Whichever knows happens out, so why even do it? It's not a mind game anymore.
So Semenya, as things stand, maybe it is Semenya.
I think he what a player, bad.
He's a baller, isn't he?
What a fantastic player.
He's in my fantasy team. Come on, lad.
So Brighton have been really impressive in the second half. Semenya has scored his last 2 penalty kicks, going to the goalkeeper's right. So it's going to be Semenya versus Verbruggen. Bournemouth taking the lead in the first half. Brighton equalising in the second half. Oh, there's a chance for Everton. Oh, goodness me, Emi Martinez. More on that shortly. Let me talk you through this penalty kick. Semenya versus Verbruggen. Emi Martinez is a lucky boy. He parries and pushes across the left-hand side, and he's so lucky it doesn't go into the back of the net. He's a great goalkeeper, but he's a pusher. He's a parrier. Catch the ball. Semenya v Verbruggen. Yes. The goalkeeper does go to his right-hand side. He sends him the other way. Bournemouth 2, Brighton 1. It's a penalty for Semenya, but he is an absolute baller, isn't he?
Third goal this season. Yeah, been fantastic. Even that, we were talking before the game, weren't we, about the international break? Not had any effect really. I think he's been one of the players of the Premier League season
100%.
so far.
No, against Tottenham, I know he didn't get
he ran the game.
He was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was one of the most one-sided 1-0 I've ever seen.
They battered them.
Absolutely battered them. It could have been 5s and 6s.
And Evan Nilsson scored for about 5 minutes as well, so it wasn't like a late goal or anything.
Yeah, Evan Nilsson does well to win the penalty, tripped up by Van Heck. So a couple of goals then in the second half. Bournemouth 2, Brighton 1. Have you seen this? The goalkeeper, Emi Martinez there. Oh my goodness.
What's happened to Luca Dean's head?
That's an egg.
That is an egg on the head of Luca Dean. He must have got a kick in this goalmouth scramble after Emi Martinez pushed it across from the left-hand side. And we could see that there on our screen. And that, Lee, that looked like the size of your fist.
Maybe not quite that big, but it was a wet egg, I would say. Definitely.
Well, how big is it then? For our little audience, describe it.
I will say the size.
A golf ball. There we go. That's good. Yeah. That's why Jamie has been presenting some of the window shows for talkSPORT's YouTube channel. I've seen it. We've seen it, bro. We've seen producer Jamie hosting a few shows this summer. We see you. Bristol City, Somerset supporting Jamie Hutchinson. So let me update you then with the goals as they happen, as they go in up and down the country. Bournemouth 2, Brighton 1. It's still Palace 0, Sunderland 0. Still goalless at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0. Fulham 0, Leeds 0. Newcastle leading Wolves by a goal to 0. I want to see the Tottenham team. Yes, Xavi Simons starts for Spurs today, which is exciting to see. So all 3 new signings for Spurs start today. Xavi Simons, João Palhinha, Mohamed Kudus, all starting for Tottenham today. They go away from home to West Ham. Also interesting for West Ham that Somerville, who we saw 2 weeks ago come off the bench away at Nottingham Forest and do really well, he starts as well. So West Ham Spurs is a 5:30 kick. We have an 8 o'clock Saturday night game today in the Premier League. It's Brentford v Chelsea. While there's a slight lull in proceedings, one thing I haven't done is run you through the scores in League 1 and League 2. I'll briefly do that. By the way, Rangers yet to win this season in the league, out with the Champions League, are losing at home to Hearts today. Scores in League 1, if you don't hear your score, it's goalless. 60 minutes gone in lots of these games. Wimbledon 1, Rotherham 1, Barnsley 3, Reading 1, Burton 0, Lincoln 1, Exeter 0, Port Vale 2. Bolton are winning by 2 goals to 0. Port Vale are leading by 2 goals to 0. Exeter, it's Luton 2, Plymouth 2, Peterborough 2, Wycombe 1, Stockport 1, Cardiff 0, Wigan 3 up at home to Doncaster. Same again in League 2. If you don't hear your score, it's goalless. It's Bristol Rovers 2, Barrow 0, Chesterfield 0, MK Dons 1, Crewe 1, Barnet 1, Fleetwood 1-1 v Walsall. Walsall starting the day 3rd in the table, but on the same points as 1st and 2nd. Gillingham are top of the table on goal difference. They're beating Notts County by a goal to 0. Grimsby 0, Cambridge 1, Shrewsbury 1, Salford 1, Swindon 1, Harrogate 1, and Tranmere 1, Newport 0. Newport, losing their last 5 games and outside the bottom 2 on goal difference, just 1 league win this season. Looks like it could be 6 defeats in a row for Newport. So again, back to our Premier League games then, up and down the country. It is Newcastle 1, Wolves 0, Fulham 0, Leeds 0, Everton 0, Villa 0, Palace 0, Sunderland 0, Bournemouth 2, Brighton 1. Jack, in the Newcastle Wolves game, how's the second half started?
Yeah, Newcastle basically total control, like 15 minutes in. Wolves have not really been in the half, but I think pace of the Premier League's maybe getting a Walter Marder a little bit. He's not been
Has he got
as involved.
65, 70 in him and he comes off?
Maybe, I think that makes sense. I think he's not been anywhere near as involved in the second half. Newcastle have had one sort of half chance just there before when the ball got played in towards Barnes, but the keeper did well come off his line and gather it. If Newcastle get a second goal, it is game over, but the longer it goes on, 1-0, we all know it's still, it's nervy, and you never know, Wolves might get a chance to snatch something. So would like a second goal, to be fair, just to wrap it up, to be honest.
As things stand, Max, 2 of the new promoted sides, Leeds and Sunderland, are going to come down to London and leave with something. Obviously, all 3 promoted sides have got a victory and points on the board in the early stages of the season, but both Leeds at Fulham and Sunderland at Palace, if you offered them a point before the game,
of course
they both would have taken it, right?
Of course you'd take it, because by the way, whether it's Ellen Road or whether it's up there for Sunderland at the stadium, like these are places that other teams are going to find difficult to go and get points themselves. They will be. Their chances of survival will be totally contingent on a decent home form, and then to go away and sort of, get a result in London is just a bonus. And so really good showing so far, I think, particularly from Sunderland. We're talking about a Crystal Palace side that have just won the Community Shield. They've just beaten Liverpool, and yeah, they've lost Eza, but I think have demonstrated under Glasner that there's still a bit of a force to be reckoned with. And at home, I'm sure their fans there will be absolutely devastated that they're being frustrated so much by Sunderland. But still, 25 minutes ago, anything can happen, Sam.
Dominic Calvert-Lewin's first league start to last 68 minutes. He has been substituted. That's an incredible effort from Tavernier, just outside the box in the Bournemouth-Brighton game. Left-footed shot, hit really, really hard. It just goes over the bar. Palace have a corner that Sunderland just about clearly, Phelps.
Yeah, 6 cards in that Bournemouth-Brighton game, by the way. It's getting a little bit feisty. James Milner's just the latest to pick one up, so he was the 6th of them. It's fairly feisty. There were 3 in quick succession at the end of the first half for Bournemouth as subs come on as we start to make changes with 25 left on the clock in
Raul is on for his Everton debut as well, Lee.
Yes, just seen that. Yeah, I mean, as you guys were saying, it's like one of these points in the game where do you stick or twist? And I think, look, I mean, I said before the game, I think Fulham need to win this game. If they don't win this game and they draw at home to Leeds United, you look at the standings as it is at the minute: 3 points from 4 games, scored 2 goals, conceded 4, 3 draws and a loss. I just don't think it's good enough for them. I'd be worried. The last time they didn't win a game in the after the first three in the league, they got relegated. And I just think,
there's a chance there for Fulham. Yeah, they work a good patient build-up play outside the box.
Where's the cutting edge to Fulham? To get out of
one
trouble.
thing I find strange is Smith Rowe doesn't start for Fulham, because I think he is one of those players that is technically good, can unlock defences, and he never seems to start for Fulham.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? When
I just
spent big money on him, and he started really well, and then now he's just not even in the team. He scored against Manchester United, didn't he? The second game of the season.
He's on the pitch now.
Yeah,
he's come off. He came on with
he always seems to come on, but they just don't really start him anymore.
Yeah,
Walter Marder's gone off, by the way.
Okay, how would you sum up then that first 65 minutes? That's a pretty good first effort, right?
First 45 minutes, I thought he was absolutely brilliant. Got his goal, but ultimately also the all-round play was spot on. Second half, I think just the pace of the Premier League got a little bit to him. Wasn't really as involved, but look, he would have dreamt of the debut goal. He got the debut goal, and now he's got that monkey off his back immediately. Got his first Premier League goal. Let's see what he can do. So Sula and Willock's on for Joe Linton as well. Again, Joe Linton just come back from injury. And Newcastle obviously have Barcelona on Thursday.
And that big game on Thursday night.
So Willock makes sense to come on, yeah.
Fulham 17-10 to win this. We've seen them when we've watched them on talkSPORT Goals. They come on strong in the last 15 minutes. Can they do the same here against Leeds United?
You're just scarred, aren't you, because they ruined your final one standing on the first day of the season, right?
Yeah, but ever since then, I thought without them, like I keep saying this, they've played okay in a lot of games, or they've finished well. and they're just starting to show signs that maybe they're starting to kind of up. It's almost like the tactic is keep it steady, and then they go after it in the last 15 minutes. It's not been. I think they leave it too late.
You're playing Leeds at home, though. That shouldn't be the mindset.
No, it shouldn't. But it just seems to be the way with them.
They had a really poor transfer window.
Cards in that Villa game,
really
Everton Villa game, by the way. There's loads of cards being
Grealish got booked.
Grealish got booked just a minute ago. Yeah, and there's another card just been shown here. That's the 6th one in that Aston Villa game, I think. There's a bit of theatrics, I think, again.
And Harvey Elliott there is in the background there. Harvey Elliott's about to come on for Aston Villa, so it feels like a game where they could do with him.
They need him, don't they?
Ball,
player of the
creativity.
Obviously, as we said earlier on, player of the tournament at the under-21s, wasn't he? Fantastic player. He's been a sub. For Liverpool every game this season so far, hasn't he? That while he was there,
he needed to move and go and play football. I think it was a good move for all parties there. Go and play. It's obviously a big club in Europe, and I reckon he'll probably get into Villa's starting 11 once he gets some
number 9. Interesting number, isn't it?
I'm
not sure.
Can't be having a attacking midfielder and number 9.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't work.
The numbers have gone, though, haven't they?
Yeah,
nothing.
They can't even rely on it. I mean, you're talking about
Kirkes wears 6.
Yeah,
left back with 6.
I think centre back should be 6.
Game's gone.
I think Harvey Elliott was given a warm reception back to Merseyside.
I'm sure it was, yeah.
Blue, red and something he was being shouted at towards him. I could see. I'm a good mouth reader. So Harvey Elliott then is on for his Aston Villa debut. We've still got 3 games goalless in the Premier League at 3 o'clock. Fulham 0, Leeds 0, Everton 0, Villa 0, Palace 0, Sunderland 0. What a save, Emi Martinez! That is Emi Martinez at his absolute best. The ball whipped in from the left-hand side. Keane's unmarked. He gets his head on it. Who crosses the ball?
Is it Grealish?
Jack Grealish whips in a delightful ball,
cross.
dangerous ball. Keane gets up, powerful header goalwards, and fair play Max Remy Martinez. He had to get a strong left hand on that, and he pushes it over the bar.
That's the second save he's made in this game that has kept Aston Villa in it. We saw it in the first half when we were talking about a man for the big occasion. He makes the save now, and then for some reason gets in Matty Cash's face. But yeah, that's what he does.
Another pet peeve when goalkeepers make good saves and start shouting at people. Make the save, get on with it, do your job. It's your job.
Also, Matty Cash had nothing to do with that phase of play, by the way. Like Jack Grealish beat somebody else.
If you were there, they shouted at you.
Matty Cash was on the far post.
It's a really good battle between Evan Gessan has come on, Ivory Coast players come on for Villa, and there's a really good battle between Grealish got booked because of the challenge that Gessan had put in there, and he did okay then, but until he got skinned on the second one. So yeah, it's going to be a good battle.
He didn't get skinned. He almost just let Grealish shift. Also on the Australian fullback, just like he didn't beat him, he just stood off him and almost allowed Jack Grealish just to whip without really putting a lot of pressure on him.
Grealish has gone down a couple of times against him. I think he's maybe stepping back off.
Oh, okay.
He's worried about picking up a booking himself. But
interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see how that finishes off. Still got 20 minutes on the clock.
Plus amount of time as well. Yeah, we should be hopefully in some exciting finishes. Wrexham, Portugal back at home to QPR. Kiefer Moore on the score sheet there. Can you elaborate, Jack?
Yeah, it was Asula.
Do tell.
Asula knocked the ball down for Bruno. Bruno beat his man to it, and then Willock made the run in behind, and Bruno's pass had just a bit too much on it.
Oh, it's a really, really good save. Kamada for Palace with a shot from 25 yards out. Tries to beat the goalkeeper at his near post, but the big Sunderland stopper does well to get down low to his right-hand side and push the ball away. Villa every time Villa have tried to play out from the back this game, they just haven't looked particularly comfortable in doing that.
Credit to Moisey, though. The way that the team is set up there, they're much higher up the pitch. They can smell blood, and the centre-backs are doing their job, making it incredibly difficult for Villa to get out there. So
aggressive, aren't they?
Yeah, really aggressive from Everton, but again, stagnant from Aston Villa. There's been a couple of flashes in the first half for me, but in the second half, it's been all Villa. And, of course, who's at the centre of it is Jack Grealish.
Yeah, and you say that Everton have been over the last few years, park the bar.
No, but
Everton, sorry, defensively, be solid defensively, set piece and stuff like that. But you look at the players they put in. Obviously, Jack Grealish, Ndiaye is a very skillful player. Tyler Dibling's a very skillful player. Dewsbury Hall technically is good. They've almost gone away from.
I thought they had a really good transfer.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Matt. So, watching them, you don't often see Everton just pinging the ball around the middle of the park. I mentioned the first half they tried to play out from the back. So yeah, fair play to David Moyes for trying to really turn things around and change the style of play.
Another manager for me that I think is he's pigeonholed into a certain brand of football, and actually it's not boring. It's not sort of too defensive. It's just organised. If you know what you're going to get with a David Moyes side, and it's an organised side, and with of those players that you've mentioned, Sam, add that little bit of flair, a little bit of creativity, and all of a sudden you go from what's described as an organised side into one that is sort of can play really exciting football. Again, I know it's 0-0, but you're looking at this Everton side thinking they're the only ones looking likely to score.
Yeah.
I think Moyes just adapts to the players he has.
Yes.
And
because he's a top manager.
Exactly. Yeah. He doesn't just force a style on a group of players. He looks at the players he has, and that's where he bases his style from, and that's where he goes from. Because if you think of all the Everton teams, the ones that he got into Europe and stuff, they were all very different. There was the ones where he had Fellaini in them, but then there's equally the ones with like Morales and Leighton Baines and Seamus Coleman and stuff.
Sort of player,
they were very different.
Yeah, and
very different.
If you're a West Ham fan, penny for their thoughts, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, was it right for him to be hounded out? I know it wasn't all West Ham fans, and I'm not trying to sort of homogenise one group, but you just look at it and think, come on, do me a favour. The man's won you a European trophy, and you're clamouring for, what, Julian Lopetegui and Graham
Julian
Potter?
Lopetegui, you know.
I have to say, by the way, homogenise.
Yes, good.
I have to say that is I mean, this isn't a news bulletin now, Max. This is talking about goals. We're a bit more laid back. That's an incredible last-ditch tackle by a Wolves defender to stop Oshula from scoring. Max, that's a great word, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, you know, I've got a lot of words in my locker, mate. I'm articulate. What can I say? And
wet salmon being the best one. I know it's 2 words, but
wet flannel. Wet flannel.
Wet flannel. If we can, you know, a little bit of hyphen in there, we can say it's one. Justin Clout's come on, by the way, for Bournemouth. I've been waiting for him to. I thought he was a really good part of their team last year. 12 goals in the Premier League last season. Went away on international break, and I've been keen to see him get a bit more game time. Came on briefly against Tottenham, then he had about 10 minutes, but played in the EFL Cup against Brentford. When
Thing's been injured, hasn't he? Yeah,
but he had a calf injury.
Yeah.
But I was really impressed with him last season, and I've been waiting for him to get hopefully a bit more game time as we go on. Maybe not today, but one for the notebook to see how he plays and see if he'll score goals. I think we know that.
A few subs. Barry's on for Beto. So Thierry Barry, the new Everton signing, is on. And Dan James is on for Leeds as well, back at Fulham. Mateta's carrying the ball forward for Palace. And Pino gives it just a little bit too much.
Class play. Oh!
Charles and James's Park, what happened, Jack?
Unbelievable play down the left with Barnes, Tino Livramento and Bruno. So they played a 1-2. It came into Bruno on the edge of the box. He backheeled at Barnes, and it was Barnes on the edge of the area on the left-hand side, where he likes to be. First time shot with his right foot, a couple of yards over the bar. But Newcastle pushing for the second goal, just can't quite find it as of yet.
Still Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. There's 17 to go in that game, and the majority of our other games got about 13 or 14 minutes. I have to say, Leeds, just look like the Fulham Leeds game, for argument's sake. It wasn't too much to report really in the first half, but just looks like the game's starting to open. And that, you know, possibly Leeds on the counter-attack with Dan James coming on, it could maybe work in their favour. Yeah,
that's exactly how it looks at the moment. It is all about the counter for Leeds, but Fulham kind of dominating and Leeds looking to hit on the break. It's interesting because the draw's not quite got odds on yet. It feels like there could be something in it. And I keep saying the same thing, don't I, about this Fulham coming on a bit stronger, but there's not much sign of it so far. Fulham just under 2-1, well 17-10 now actually to win the game. Leeds 5-2, the draw 13-10. Still that same price boost. Muniz or Calvert-Lewin. We talked about earlier on, Calvert-Lewin's gone off. I mean, you wonder where the goals are coming from Leeds United. Just don't see them. I mean, like just going back to, I know I'm like a broken record with Villa, but you know,
you hate Villa, don't you?
I was obviously, like everyone else, really impressed with them the last couple of seasons. It's just one shot on target in this game.
I just get the feeling potentially Aston Villa, you know, they've reached a bit of a ceiling perhaps, and that's partly because of the issues and the constraints regarding PSR. It's partly because, which has meant that they've not been able to invest in fresh talent the way that they would like to, and they've been brilliant. It's been a breath of fresh air to watch them do so well in Europe, so well domestically, but you get the feeling maybe that there's a bit of a slump coming, and that's my concern for them, and I think we're seeing that play out in their results so far this season.
They need, obviously with the way PSR works, they need to find a way to make more money, and for whatever reason they haven't been able to do that. So in the end they've just had to sell. I mean, if you look at the players they've had to sell, even just in the last year or so, I mean, John Duran had to go for like what, £80 million or whatever, and they still this summer had to sell Jacob Ramsey to be compliant.
Yeah, Douglas Luiz had to sell
Douglas Luiz.
Yeah, so,
like they've had to sell like massive players, and as much as Unai Emery is a top world-class coach, eventually this is all going to start having its impact.
Yeah,
I think it's having its impact on the current squad.
And I think
you heard them complaining about it when Ramsey went. Like,
absolutely, yeah. Well, without a doubt, and rightly so. What a sad and dire situation that the rules essentially encourage football teams to sell their very own homemade talent. I mean, you look, Elliot Anderson, who wasn't getting much of a sniff at Newcastle, it's worked out well for him, but equally,
still sad he went though. Like.
Yeah, absolutely. So I also think that there's been potentially some bad decisions, though, regarding Aston Villa's signings as a ball. Sam, that was a decent ball in there. The first sniff we've had from Aston Villa this half. But what I will say about them, Sam, is I get the impression for Aston Villa that, I think they put a lot on, they put all their chips on getting Champions League football
January loan signings
with the signing of Marcus Rashford and Marco Asensio. And particularly Asensio, I thought was absolutely fantastic. And that...
Oh, sorry. Mateta from close range, couple of yards out, denied by the goalkeeper. That's an outstanding save. Still Palace 0, Sunderland 0, Max. Back to you.
And you look at, Asensio and that last season fixture against Manchester United where they lost and they needed to win to get Champions League football, and the revenue that brings into the club, they've missed out massively. They've not been able to buy Asensio, who's gone to Turkey. I believe he's gone to Fenerbahce.
Yeah, Fenerbahce.
I mean,
to play with Duran.
Yeah. What a waste of talent. No respect to our Turkish broadcasting colleagues, but I just sort of think ultimately it's a totally different.
talkSPORT goals is massive in Turkey. By the way.
It's a totally different level. But they can afford him. Villa can't.
You want to see, essentially, Max? You'd love to see a change in the rules then, to stop these situations from happening for teams like Villa and possibly even Newcastle in a similar position.
Yeah, I think you can't. I think you've got to manage or sort of not just do it based on sort of revenue. I think there should be another way, because otherwise clubs like Manchester United, who make millions in selling shirts in Thailand every year, they're able to then still lose loads of money but spend money on signings, when clubs like Villa, clubs like Newcastle, clubs like Forest aren't able to quite do that because they can't catch up with it because they don't have that international commercial revenue.
Manchester United finished 15th last season, and instead of being punished for that, they were allowed to just sign a whole new front three.
So Jim Ratcliffe said in an interview with Gary Neville that the club was going to be cashless by November.
So sacked, the way they dealt with it.
Sacked the dinner ladies.
Dinner ladies, yeah. The way they've gone about it. That interview was so disingenuous, wasn't it? When you look at what they've done.
It really was.
So disingenuous.
And then, by the way, 2 weeks after that interview, he then announced plans for a $2 billion stadium.
Exactly.
So yeah. I mean, look, fair play Manchester United. They have made some good signings. That's still not worked for them. Can't wait for that Manchester derby.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of clubs in a state of flux at the minute. Aston Villa certainly being one of them. They're bringing off Ollie Watkins. In that lovely long sleeve shirt, by the way. I'm loving the return of the long sleeve shirt.
I'm a short sleeve shirt kind of guy.
Oh yeah.
No, but they do look good, the long sleeves.
Yeah.
They do look.
Also, you don't often see Ollie Watkins in a long sleeve shirt. That's probably why that jumped out to you. He's more of a short sleeve shirt kind of guy.
You don't often see him scoring a goal. You don't often see him scoring a goal.
Well, he doesn't like Aston Villa.
He's in my fantasy team, right? And he needs to go. I've had enough. I've given him 4 weeks.
I use my wild card.
I've given him 4 weeks.
I use my wild card.
Victor Lindelof, game changer. I've got no doubt he's going to change the course of this game.
Daniel Marlon and Victor Lindelof are on for Aston Villa. Jack Grealish, by the way, has been such a live wire for Everton down the left-hand side.
It's all
good. So we have got around 10 or so minutes to go, ballpark, in our 5 games in the Premier League, 3 o'clock kickoffs. Bournemouth 2, Brighton 1, Palace 0, Sunderland 0, Everton 0, Villa 0. It is also Fulham 0, Leeds 0, Voltemara scoring for Newcastle as they lead Wolves by a goal to 0. West Ham Spurs 5:30 kickoff, Brentford Chelsea 8 o'clock kickoff. There's radio commentary of that on talkSPORT. Not many goals in the second half of the games in the Championship. Bristol City still cruising away from home at Sheffield Wednesday. 3 up, Stoke 1, Birmingham 0, Swansea 2, Hull 1, Blackburn leading by a goal to 0 away at Watford. Goalless between West Brom and Derby. And Wrexham 1, QPR 3. We were talking about Ackers earlier, weren't we, Lee? I wonder if West Brom starting the season off really well against the Derby team. So I wonder if a few people had West Brom in their Ackers today, perhaps.
Yeah.
And Leicester maybe as well, who drew as well today.
Yeah, Leicester. When you like Leicester, didn't you, earlier on? And I think
why would I bother?
What was the score, Leicester?
They drew 2-2.
Oh, but they were down to 10 men.
Yeah. So once you get a red card in the game, it just it's almost like it kills your Acker, doesn't it? Unless you like come on. But so it's unlucky.
Maybe
you've been unlucky.
Maybe you should give him money back then. Because that was a red card in the game. You should speak to your colleagues and say, hey, my mate Sam says there was a red card with driven to Zaka. Hey, I've got West Brom in it as well, and they're not winning, so don't worry about me.
Unfortunately, I haven't got that kind of power.
No.
So, unlucky. I'll try, but just for you.
Good man.
But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a case of looking down those lists. But then again, you think I know Rangers haven't had the best of starts this season. In fact, it's been pretty poor with the draws that they've had. But they might have got in a couple of Ackers with the prices.
So Rangers are losing at home to Hearts.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's 5 league games without a win.
Yeah.
They lost the Champions League, didn't they?
Will he make it to the post-match press conference?
Well, I was going to say, Lee, any odds on the... Oh, look at the rain coming down in South London, Crystal Palace.
What?
And also, if you look at the rain, it's in the south coast. Bournemouth, Brighton is absolutely baking.
Yeah, I mean, there you
Weird day
go.
of
I
weather.
appreciate they're not next to each
No,
other.
no, but it's a weird day of weather.
They're not miles
We do,
away from
we
each
do
other.
football and we do changing weather patterns here on talkSPORT Goals. There you go. No, Lee, have you got
while the match is going on, there won't be anything. They tend to suspend them and wait
Right,
till
okay.
after the match is finished. But so it'll be.
I thought he was going to leave. What's the weather like in Rangers?
Lee, can you check Met Office, please?
Is it raining up in Scotland? But no, Max was right. It was absolutely tipping it down. There's a goal in the West Brom derby game. Andy, sorry, Max, you might have a bad day for you. Forest losing at home. Forest losing. And Derby are leading away at West Brom. This would, to be fair, all jokes aside, be a surprising result. West Brom starting 10 points from 4. Derby starting 2 points from 4 games. Derby, along with Ipswich, before yesterday, Oxford, Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United, the only 5 teams yet to enjoy the feeling of victory in the Championship. Ipswich did that last night, thumping Sheffield United by 5-0. Derby at West Brom. Andy Vyman, it feels like he's a player, by the way.
It's been around forever.
He's just been around from when I was 7. I was watching Andy Vyman score on there. This is another Andy Vyman.
When was it Villa?
Like 20 years ago, it feels like. It is. You're Googling how old he is, please. Let's Google. Let's play the birthday spread on the goal show. If Hawksby and Jacobs don't mind.
34 years old.
That can't be right. How old are you, Max?
32.
Andy Vyman should be more than 2 years older than Max Scott, by the way. Derby are, though, leading by 1-0 away at West Brom. A goal at Ibrox. Hearts are 2-0 up at Rangers, who are getting a reminder.
I think that's
And the interesting thing is, like, Tony Bloom's been really, going big in Scotland about kind of Hearts, the possibility of them winning the title in the next 5 to 10 years. Obviously not going to win it this year, but then suddenly you start thinking, well, can they break into that top 2? Can they be the second team? And they were a decent price to be set. Effectively, you're betting without Celtic to be the second team in Scotland. And obviously, you've got Brighton as well.
I was going to say, also apologies to Hearts fans, because I'm being disrespectful to Hearts making it Rangers. As things stand, Hearts are top of the Scottish, the William Hill Scottish Premiership. Hearts have 13 points from they played 5, won 4, drawn 1. As things stand on 13 points. Celtic are 3 points behind Hearts, but have played a game less. Rangers 9th in the table, 5 games, 4 draws and a defeat. Jack, I mean, we know he's under pressure already. He was under pressure, really, given the manner they lost in the Champions League. Rangers played 5 not to win. That's incredibly bad.
Not to win in the league. I mean, obviously, I know they got the 0-0 draw in the Old Firm, but still, it doesn't matter if Celtic are winning all their games. The title's over already. The title race is over.
As things stand, Rangers are 6 points behind Celtic, and Celtic have got a game to play tomorrow. And as things stand, Rangers are 9 points behind Hearts, who are winning today.
It's just over already. And for the way they went out in the Champions League, look, Rangers fans, I don't think when he even got appointed were that keen on him anyway. So
was that fair? Do you think his reputation's, he's
not going to inspire confidence with what he did at Southampton in the Premier League. And you're going.
Do you think anybody would have done any better with that?
Well, I think
they were pretty pony, weren't they?
But the way he talked about it, like when he went on Monday Night Football or whatever, with the way his style of playing everything, is he just it just felt like he forced it on the players no matter what. He didn't have the players to do it, make some changes, and then they might have done a little bit better. Yes, they had the quality of the squad wasn't there. I still feel like could have made some adaptations. It was more a case of what other managers have done in the past as well, like Vincent Kompany, where he just sticks to his principles. And ultimately, in the end, he got the Bayern Munich job.
Yeah, but also to be fair, though, he also did take Burnley down as well.
Who?
Vincent Kompany.
Of course he did. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm criticising Vincent Kompany.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying that,
But I'm saying, but he stuck to his principles and took them down, right?
So do you
think Russell Martin, Matt, is that one of the key things that works against Russell Martin? Is that he came to the Premier League trying to play this pretty style of football, and you could ultimately tell very early on, Max, it just wasn't working.
If you haven't got the players, change it.
Yeah,
I agree. Be more adaptable, right?
Yeah.
I think we live in an era where there's an obsession.
Palace are coming on strong here. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Absolutely.
Oh, the goalkeeper's just made 2 out. By he's had an absolutely outstanding game, the Sunderland goalkeeper, Roofs. He's made some brilliant saves.
Saved a penalty against Brentford as well, didn't he? So
against Brentford, the Mateta save from close range was unbelievable, and he's just made 2 quick saves there.
Palace are 11-2 to win this game. If anyone's going to win it, it's going to be them. They are coming on strong.
Yeah, and also Palace as well. We know they lost Ezra. They've also are without Sarr as well, by the way, who has been such an important player for them. But I think Palace's new signing, Pino's, look really dangerous. Yeah, if there is going to be a winner in that game, you're absolutely right. It's going to be Crystal Palace, who are banging on the door. They got a big goalkeeper in goal who is keeping them at bay at the moment.
This is the new guy, Christantus Uche, the guy I said picked up more yellows than goals in his FA last season. So he's down. I think he's down injured at the minute after coming on as a sub. But it's going to be interesting to watch his journey with Crystal Palace. Down injured. It looks like a fairly serious injury. Everyone's the Sunderland players trying to drag him to his feet, but he wasn't moving at all.
We'll come back to that shortly. Max, back to what you were saying about Russell Martin.
I just think ultimately we're living in an era where managers have been so sort of inculcated, obsessed by a system and a worldview that it gets in the way of reality in front of their eyes. Clearly, at Southampton, they didn't need to be playing football out of the back. They needed to be playing in a low, mid, organised block so that they could start grinding out results. And I think we've seen the same thing happen at Rangers. This is a club in a chaotic situation that is miles and miles away from Celtic. And rather than try to react to the situation, Russell Martin finds himself trying to apply these very attractive, noble principles that in reality are going to make no change. And so would not be surprised. Almost a goal for Everton again. Grealish doing bits. 5 minutes added on at Hill Dickinson.
I don't know how Everton have scored.
And you've got to think that they're going to be gutted if they go home with just 1 point.
Everton have been the better of the two sides. It's Grealish is getting on the left-hand side, and he goes on the outside. He puts the ball in.
Matt Keane's got to do better there, I think.
18 shots from Everton.
He should score.
Only 2 on target, by the way. 18 shots they've had. 37 touches in Villa's box. Villa have had 6 shots and 7 touches in Everton's box.
Yeah.
7.
I think Aston Villa have been atrocious today.
This season, they've still not scored a goal.
Haven't scored a goal. Yeah, that's
this season, still not scored a goal.
And also, they haven't even come close to scoring a goal.
If you think about the Newcastle game, first game of the season, they had 1 chance from what I remember. Then they played Brentford. And I think most people expect them to go there and win. I can't remember them having even remotely an opportunity. Then what was Palace at home? And Palace just battered them 3-0. It wasn't even like it wasn't even close. Yeah. They destroyed them.
Everton,
it was pedestrian as well, wasn't it? It was pedestrian. They were knocking the ball.
They're
around.
really struggling.
Palace just hit them on the break.
They're really struggling.
Yeah. And most of the good stuff Everton have done. Oh my goodness me! Who had that shot for Fulham? Was that King? That is an unbelievable strike. It's Kevin, the new Fulham signing, who's come off the bench, has tried his luck from about 25, 30 yards out, cutting in. He plays a lovely 1-2, and on his right foot from outside the box, he tries to bend one, top bins, far corner. Darlow makes a really good save, diving to his left-hand side and tipping the ball over the bar. So we're into added time then in pretty much all of our games at 3 o'clock. Kevin there with a really good shot. 3 of our 5, 3 o'clock Premier League games going into the dying stages are goalless.
Yeah, and that means anyone who's picked Crystal Palace, Sunderland, Villa, Everton, Leeds or Fulham in final one standing are going out.
I'm out.
Oh, no, they won't! Because Fulham take the lead in the 94th minute against Leeds. Leeds, who perhaps will feel really hard done by. In the 94th minute, Fulham 1, Leeds 0. It came from the corner, which was tipped over the bar by Darlow. And from that corner, Fulham take the lead against Leeds. And you have to say, Lee, we touched on it. Fulham were the team that were pushing hard for the goal, and I think it's come off Goodmanson from the corner. I think it's going to go down as an own goal. Fulham 1, Leeds 0. Fulham get their first win of the season. Oh my goodness me. Corner comes in. That is one of the most bizarre own goals you will see. It goes past everyone.
Has that happened?
It just comes unbelievable. The most well-taken own goals I've ever seen in my life.
He's headed that home
from about 8
yards out. Normally, if there's like people on the goalkeeper, they can't sort their feet out with it. But
Dominic Calvert-Lewin would have been proud of that one.
He's 8 yards out, and he's almost crouching over, can't see, and he's put the ball in the back of the net from 8 yards out.
I've seen 3 great headers. Voltemade, Mitoma,
and now Goodmanson into the back of his own net.
That is one of the most bizarre
Palace
goals.
Again? It's gone out for a corner, Palace. Everton and Palace are both pushing on really hard to try and get the winner here. Here's Grealish again for Everton.
Handball. That was an Everton handball, wasn't it? Not an yeah. So that's going to go down as a Goodmanson own goal. Max, one of the most bizarre, one of the most strange own goals I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, like you say, it's absolutely bizarre. You couldn't write it. Leeds, bless them. We were talking about the benefit of going away to London, wherever that is, and bringing home a point. And then Goodmanson scores an absolutely what would be a brilliant header for any striker.
Yeah.
And what is going through his mind as he closed his eyes, as he felt that there's been no one near him.
No, I know.
Absolute panic stations from Goodmanson because he could have could have chested it down and levered it clear.
His body position is unbelievable.
No, I know.
It literally looks like he's trying to head it into the back of his own net. Like
Bizarre.
Wow.
I think he's completely bottled it. He's completely bottled it and felt that there's been a Fulham player there. He's almost had his eyes closed and it's come off 50 pence head. You've got to feel for Leeds fans, though, that have travelled down to Craven Cottage and to see it. They must be thinking, I need to see a replay of this.
But
that is bizarre.
it's
And
remarkable
Goodmanson is to blame. I think he's bottled it. He needs to keep his eyes open. He needs to be aware of what's around him, head it clear. He could have even taken a touch, chested it down and cleared it, and he didn't. Absolute garbage defending.
terrible.
Let's hope nothing good happens in the last. Yeah, no, Max, beautifully summed up. It was incredible how he got himself into an awkward position and yet somehow still managed to hit the ball into the back of his net from really, really close range. That is remarkably poor. So Fulham are, as things stand anyway, Lee, going to get their first victory of the season. And yeah, you were calling for Silva to go, weren't you? If they didn't win this one. So.
I did say they come on strong in the last 15 minutes of the games, and they have.
You did, to be fair, you did, mate.
But I think that you always look at these games, don't you? Think who wants to go and win this? And it was Fulham who looked like they wanted to go. It's Everton who wants to try and go and win, and it was Palace. Now that those games, we haven't got goals in those, but you just. Suddenly, when you look at these, like the to win prices, you think, well, who's going for this here? I mean, Palace, if 25,000 final one standing players going out,
Me.
Palace.
Yeah, you're one of them. Yeah,
don't win.
Should have backed your own team. Oh, also look at this little bit of Nido, Marco Silva, and some of the Leeds coaching staff. We love a little bit of Nido, don't we? By the way, that game has finished. Fulham 1, Leeds 0. So Fulham picking up their first victory of the season. Leeds' poor form in London continues. They've lost each of their last 8 away Premier League games in the capital, conceding 26 goals in the process. It's 27 goals today. It's an own goal. Fulham 1, Leeds 0. Everton 0, Aston Villa 0 is a full-time at Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton unbeaten at home now this season in their new stadium in 3 games. Max, Everton were the better of the two sides, though.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely devastated not to come away with that. Just seeing the images of Jack Grealish having a chat with some of his old Brummie mates, Aston Villa, talking about the game. He was absolutely wonderful. And if this is not another reason why Thomas Tuchel should be kept awake at night at the idea that he picked Marcus Rashford over Jack Grealish, then I don't know what will. He's mercurial. He's been given the freedom to do what he wants, and I think ultimately he should be man of the match there.
Oh yeah,
I agree. 100%.
On a separate note, though, great to see Harvey Elliott coming on and start getting some minutes. I think he needs to start in the next game for Aston Villa, and I know I've used this word all afternoon, but they are completely stagnant, like a scummy pond. It needs a sort of breath of fresh air. It needs something fresh, and Harvey Elliott is exactly that. But devastating, I think, for Everton. They fully deserve the 3
James
points.
Sancho as well. I don't think he came off the bench, did he, for Villa in that game?
No, I mean,
No,
not
he didn't.
surprisingly, he's been spending most of his summer sort of, on private planes to America, sort of enjoying his summer off. He's probably not fit enough, is he?
I felt like Sancho's going to have to really knuckle down, isn't he? Emery is not one who's going to.
No, he won't.
He's not going to take him.
He won't stand for it.
Liberties, will he? He will not stand for that at all.
So Everton 0, Aston Villa 0 is a full-time score. Fulham 1, Leeds 0 is a full-time score. Also full-time at Selhurst Park. Palace 0, Sunderland 0. I think Sunderland will see that as a decent point on their return to the Premier League. Final one standing. Jack, you're out.
I'm out, yeah.
Unlucky, mate.
There'll be another new jackpot you can join, so don't worry about it.
No worries.
Does it ever stop, or does it keep on going?
There'll be a new one.
£10
There'll be a new jackpot.
It
It won't be a £200,000 one, but it'll be another one. It'll be well worth winning. Put it that way.
It's because I was like, obviously Newcastle at home, still haven't won, by the way. Got a minute left.
Yeah,
but
so we are still ongoing. You're right in that Newcastle Wolves game. We've got 6 minutes added on into the 96th minute now.
Bruno's just been booked. Not just been booked, but just been booked before the went through the full time. But yeah, it's Botman coming on for Murphy. But yeah, just ticking down to the end of that game. Wolves were coming on pretty strong, but you'd hope that Newcastle hold on. But you thought they might have stepped on a little bit.
I don't know. I thought we created the chances, just didn't put them away. There was some really nice moments. Look, as long as we hold on here, Newcastle, by the way, so far defensively this season, 3 clean sheets, but equally, I think even in the Liverpool game, I know conceded 3 goals, but Nick Pope didn't have a save to make apart from that, and we were down 10 men.
What was that stat I read
defensively,
out?
Really, really
Going
good.
into this game, you conceded the fewer number of shots in the league this season.
Newcastle
and you haven't conceded too many in this
Newcastle
game.
look, and I'll tell you what the big part of it. Tino Livramento being our best player this season. Dan Burn, just an absolute rock at the back, absolute rock. And then Trippier has rolled the years back. I don't know what's happened to Kieran Trippier, but in 2025 he's back. Like for about a year, it looked like he was finished. But when I get a second there, come on, slip him through.
Yep.
Play him through.
Osula to finish it off. Max, did you see there Emi Martinez going over to the travelling Villa fans? And he almost, because obviously there was a goodbye at the end of the season. There was that deadline day move to Man United that didn't happen. He ended up sort of going over and kissing it.
Yeah.
And then gave it a love heart emoji. Well, I was like, you don't love them that much.
You don't love them
literally
there.
wanted to leave.
Get in! Good defending! Come on, get it out.
Yeah,
Go on.
looks like Newcastle are going to get this one over the line. You know,
How could you tell?
Yes! Get in! Come on! We're over and running.
fair play to Newcastle. I think they deserve that win eventually. You know, I think considering what's been going on all in the off-season with Alexander Isak and how that's dominated the narrative, I think, you know, they well deserve that win. Great that the 2-metre Messi, Nick Voltemada's got his goal. What a way to start his career at Newcastle. And it's lift off for Newcastle.
100%. I mean, look, we needed the win no matter what. As I say, Newcastle's performances in the first 3 games, more than happy with.
Yeah.
Even that Leeds game, the 0-0 draw, there was numerous chances where we created lovely openings. We just didn't have a striker in the box to finish them.
Yeah.
So it was always in all of the games. It was like, if we had a striker, we would have won those games. Newcastle could easily have 12 points now. We don't. We have 5. But equally, the performances, which is the key thing, have been really good.
And you've had to come through that controversy. You've been through a torrid start to the season to be.
Well, in terms of the Isak situation,
exactly.
Yeah, of course. I think the transfer window overall became a really good one. Yeah. It was at a point it looked really grim, but the signings at the end of it really saved it. And now Newcastle, I'm looking at the squad, really happy with the squad depth. And look, we've got Barcelona on Thursday. I mean,